as Reagan said at the time, it was a war choice. It wasn't something they had to do. They thought they were going to resolve the problem on their northern border. It turned out to be a catastrophe in every possible way for the people living in Lebanon and all. The Reagan administration wasn't willing to intervene or do anything about that. I think that the Carter administration would have intervened very, very strongly, and my guess is that Reagan might have decided this was not a good moment.
The history books tell us that Ronald Reagan ended the Cold War with his approach to Russia. Carter is remembered for his boycott of the Olympics, confronting the invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviet Union. What's your assessment of Jimmy Carter's confrontation of the Soviets in Afghanistan and beyond?
Carter shares in the blame about what happened in Afghanistan, in the sense that the United States supported the radical elements in Afghanistan. The Reagan administration continued that policy, and as we know, the result of that was Al-Qaeda. I mean, basically, it empowered a group of people who fought in the war, who were ultra-radical, and then after the war was over, had nothing better to do, and they were reformed into a terrorist organization.
So you believe Carter would have been just as enthusiastic about the freedom fighters and the Mujahideen as Ronald Reagan was?
Actually, he was the one who started that process. So I can't say absolutely that he would have backed off. And Carter probably would agree that the freedom fighters, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, were successful in driving the Soviets out and ending that war. But I think he would probably agree that there was a very high price paid for that, and in retrospect would have real doubts about whether that ended up being a good idea.
What event and historical reality that we're dealing with today that may frustrate us do you think Carter might have prevented had he stayed around? Is it a style of dealing with the rest of the world? Is it an individual policy? What do you think?
Actually, Carter's individual style was both his strength and his weakness. He was basically an engineer. He was a problem solver. And he went into something looking for a solution, and he thought everybody should share that view. He was not a great politician. He was not a schmoozer. He was not a backslapper. He was not somebody who was quickly say, okay, let's find an intermediate spot here. Let's split the difference and make the best of it. It was not his style. And a lot of people found him prissy and basically preachy. They didn't like that sense of direct purpose. On the other hand, the issues that he took on, which included climate change, energy, a lot of issues that we now see as extremely modern, contemporary issues, are ones that he actually started. He was a very modern president in the sense of looking at the issues. He was not the guy who could sway the leader of the Senate and sit down and have a bourbon with him and work out a deal where I'll give you this and you give me that. It was not his style. These long historical sweeps do have turning points. And curiously, looking back at it, and your question actually inspired me to think back about it, it's amazing how many of those turning points came right at that juncture in American politics and American foreign policy, especially in the Middle East, right at that moment of the last couple of years of Jimmy Carter's presidency.
It is remarkable. Gary Sick, thank you so much for spending the time.
Real pleasure.
Gary Sick served on the National Security Council under Presidents Ford, Carter, and briefly under Reagan. He's now a senior research scholar at Columbia University. Before we go, a remembrance of something about the Carter years. It's pure Americana.
I'm swearing with an LRS.
So you don't owe them anything?
Don't owe them anything right now.
Till next year.
Till next year, that's right.
Recognize that voice? Jimmy's brother Billy, who ran a gas station in Plains, Georgia. He made himself a global symbol of the American South.
You can either try to live a normal life like I did, or either lock yourself in a closet. But I would say try to live a normal life and the hell with the press.
Billy would say anything. He was happy to pile on his brother. A beer was named after him, Billy Beer, and Billy had a piece of that. None of the Carters, though, had a piece of the TV sitcom Carter Country.
Fly me
there's no time to be singing spiritual.
I hope I don't get all white jury. It was a racially charged but mostly silly series based in a small town in Georgia where a city-educated black sergeant, Curtis Baker, has to deal with the ignorant, wacky racists who live and work in the town. 2 seasons, 44 episodes. It was off the air by 1978. Probably couldn't get made today. But here's my favorite part. Carter Country's little town was Clinton Corner. We hope you've enjoyed this historical what if. Thanks so much for listening, and happy birthday to Jimmy Carter, who turns 91 today. I'm John Hockenberry. This is The Takeaway.
Want more information about the stories you hear on The Takeaway? Check out thetakeaway.org for more facts, figures, and news from guests and contributors, and opinions from your fellow listeners. You can also check out the latest John Hockenberry blog post and subscribe to our podcast. Leave us a note or comment on a story you heard, all at thetakeaway.org.
PRI, Public Radio International.
Thanks for listening to The Takeaway. Thanks for listening to KERA. Your support of KERA right now makes programs like The Takeaway possible. Join the thousands of others who are members and call 888-694-6931. Again, 888-694-6931, or go online to KERA.org. Another intelligent, insightful hour of The Takeaway. We've got another intelligent, insightful hour coming up of Think, our locally produced show on KERA. Coming up in a couple minutes on Think. As veterans come home from combat duty, scientists are working hard to unlock the secrets of PTSD. Coming up, we'll talk about treatment some experts have expressed skepticism about, one that Texas taxpayers have funded to the tune of $2.2 million. Sue Ambrose is a reporter with the Dallas Morning News, and she joins Chris Boyd in a couple minutes to talk about a story that was online and in the newspaper recently about this issue. Great, insightful local programming on Think that you support with a generous donation right now by calling 888-694-6931. I'm Eric Austin with KERA, here with Rick Holter. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Eric. And when Eric says right now, he means right now.
Immediately. Do it now.
We need to hear from you. Before the end of this hour, 2 minutes, we need to make $452. We can do it.
We can do it.
That will put us over the top of the $3,000 goal for the hour, so call. If you'd like to become a friend, you can put us way over the top.
We love friends.
Friends support us. Everyone supports us, but friends donate at least $1,500 a year, which actually, when you work it out to a day-by-day thing, it's only about $4 a day.
Month by month, it's pretty reasonable.
It really is.
You get special access to events, you get special invitations to events, and you feel like you have a really up-close and personal look at the station with those special invitations. So that's an opportunity for those of you who can afford $1,500. We realize it's a significant investment for some of you, but for others it might be a little easier done, especially if you think about it on a monthly basis. Do that right now by calling 888-694-6931. Again, 888-694-6931.
And whether you're a friend or whether you're giving $10 a month or $5 a month, anyone who donates today, either online at KERA.org or by calling 888-694-6931, will be eligible for a drawing that's happening at 7 o'clock tonight.
It's a great drawing, folks.
It really is.
Listen up.
It's a 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. That is the state of the art. That is the latest and the greatest, the biggest iPhone there is, just in Apple stores and available online in the last week. I was over at the Apple Store last weekend, and it was kind of a crazy scene.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And today only, though, for this drawing, folks. Today is the day. You are only eligible for this if you donate today. So do it right now. Don't put it off anymore. You know, we tend to procrastinate. Put it off to the afternoon. Do something later. Do it right now, because otherwise you might lose your chance to get into this drawing for the new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus, folks. 888-694-6931.
And you won't be eligible just for that iPhone drawing. You'll be eligible for every drawing we have coming up in the Fall Fund Drive.
Well, a lot of the drawings coming up.
We will indeed, but you want to get in on this one to start. So call us at 888-694-6931. Go online to KERA.org.
Thanks to Kathy Payne of Louisville for her contribution. Thanks to Thomas Kurth of Dallas, and thanks to George Pittenger of Midlothian. Thanks to each and every one of you, whether you are in Dallas or Fort Worth, the Mid-Cities, or even down in Midlothian. We're counting on you right now. Join all these folks who are becoming members by calling 888-694-6931. Again, 888-694-6931, or go online to kera.org. We have about $100 left to go to raise this hour, the next minute or so, to help reach our goal for this hour. Please do your part right now. Support KERA at 888-694-6931.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Iraq says it welcomes Russian airstrikes against ISIS. The Prime Minister says his government is receiving intelligence about the group from both Russia and Syria, where Moscow's military is assisting Syrian forces with airstrikes against ISIS, although the U.S. suspects Russia is targeting the Assad regime's political enemies, not terrorists. Meanwhile, Colonel Steve Warren, the spokesman for the U.S.-led coalition in Iraq, says the Syrian leader is part of the reason ISIS is a threat today.
Assad's brutalization of his population, his barrel bombing, his chemical weapons strikes, his oppression, this is part of the reason, it's not a major reason, that ISIS exists today. The common ground we have with the Iraqis is very clear. We want ISIL destroyed. And we're working very closely with the Iraqis to achieve just that.
Back in the U.S., some presidential candidates are decrying Russian airstrikes in Syria. NPR's Scott Detrow reports several are warning the country is trying to displace the United States as a Middle East power broker.
Speaking on MSNBC this morning, former Florida Governor Jeb Bush voiced concern that Russia's strikes are more about propping up the Assad regime than beating back ISIS.
This is outrageous. He's attacking the Syrian Free Army.
For months, Bush and other candidates have criticized the Obama administration for not pushing back on aggressive Russian actions in Syria and Ukraine. President Obama did impose new sanctions on the country after it effectively annexed part of Ukraine. For her part, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton says it's not clear what Russia is up to with its airstrikes, but she agrees the country is doing whatever it can to keep the Assad regime in power. Scott Detrow, NPR News.
Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu has just addressed the United Nations, putting his concern about Iran becoming a nuclear power at the center of his speech. Netanyahu warns the world body that the recently forced Iran nuclear deal will help Iran become an even greater security threat in the Middle East. A new report reveals that the nation's largest police forces frequently fail to discipline officers for using excessive force in New York City. NPR's Hansi Lo Wang reports the findings come from the city's Inspector General for the New York Police Department.
The report comes more than a year after the death of Eric Gardner, who died in police custody after an officer put him in a banned chokehold. That case sparked protests around the country and calls for greater accountability of the NYPD. So the Inspector General for the department formed a commission to review cases of excessive force between 2010 and 2014. It found that the NYPD did not discipline officers in more than a third of cases with evidence of excessive force. The report also says that officers are not adequately trained on how to de-escalate interactions with the public. It adds that the NYPD is reviewing its policies and plans to change them in the near future. Hansi Lo Wang, NPR News, New York.
This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Inana, Japanese maker of full-body massage chairs, including the Flex 3S with pre-programmed shiatsu massages and full-body stretch sessions at inadausa.com. That's INADAUSA.com.
Good afternoon, it's 12:04. I'm Justin Martin with KERA News. 6 years after the Texas legislature approved $10 million to equip more school buses with seatbelts, the money has been spent, but little of it went for its stated purpose. The Houston Chronicle reports that only about $415,000 was awarded to school districts to equip school buses with seatbelts. That's because the funding approved in 2009 had a loophole, meaning districts weren't required to install them. The only direct funding for school bus seatbelts therefore came in 2011 from the Texas Education Agency. The rest returned to state coffers or was used elsewhere in the agency budget. There's no official tally, but most standard-sized school buses across Texas still lack seatbelts. In all, about 35,000 school buses transport 1.5 million school children statewide daily. Southwest Airlines is defending a $120 million payment for 2 gates at Dallas Love Field, saying the deal was legal and cheaper than the price of access at other airports. The payment to United Airlines is emerging as a key issue in a fight between Southwest and Delta Airlines, which is trying to keep a toehold at the Southwest-dominated airport. Federal judge heard 3 days of testimony and will decide whether Delta gets to stay at the airport by using Southwest Gate. The judge indicated yesterday that he could rule in about a week. Texas and nationwide retail gas prices held steady this week. AAA Texas reports drivers statewide are paying an average $2.05 a gallon. The survey found U.S. drivers are paying on average $2.29 a gallon. Beaumont has the cheapest gas this week across Texas, $1.97, and drivers in El Paso face the highest price at the pump at an average $2.15. It's 76 degrees in Dallas, 74 in Fort Worth. I'm Justin Martin, KERA News.
I'm Eric Glass. Cop pulls a guy over because his van is swerving across the road.
Standing next to the man was a chimpanzee. The man said he was doing really well, and then he lost control of the van. And I'm like, lost control of the van? Like, at what point was the chimpanzee really in charge of this thing?
Some stories just don't fit up the daily news shows This American Life.
Saturday at noon on KERA 90.1.
Funding for Think comes from S&P Continuing and Professional Education.
Since 2013, the state of Texas has poured more than $2 million into a private chiropractic clinic in Irving, which lobbied state officials, including then Governor Perry, to fund treatments for post-traumatic stress and brain injuries in war veterans. The money paid not for established therapies, but for the experimental use of a gyroscopic chair that spins in multiple directions. This is Think on KERA. I'm Chris Boyd. Some patients say they felt much better after their turn in the gyro stim. But critics note the research protocol employed to test the chair at taxpayer expense was scientifically worthless. My guest is journalist Sue Ambrose of the Dallas Morning News, who collaborated on this story with Scott Gordon of NBC5. Their joint investigation revealed how 3 separate no-bid grants for research into treating wounded vets was given to the Carrot Clinic. Sue, welcome to Think.
Thank you, Chris.
What exactly is a gyroscopic chair?
Well, this is a chair that looks a little like an astronaut training device. That's how it's been described. A patient will sit in it, put some straps on, and then the clinicians can use a computer to control its spin and its angle. So it actually spins the person upside down and sideways at a prescribed speed.
It was not fast like something at the state fair, but in some ways it looked a little bit like the motion that you might get in some kind of roller coaster there, where you're in a little capsule that turns in different directions.
Yes, that is what it does. From all the videos that are available, it spins you upside down and sideways, and the claim is that it stimulates the brain's balance system.
What is a typical treatment session like? How long do people spend in that chair?
In the study that we looked at, the patients were strapped in and spun about 3 times a day, I believe, for varying lengths of time.
Mm-hmm. Why does this work, if it works? Why would it work?
Well, the experts we spoke to said there was no reason to think it would work. PTSD is not known to be connected to the brain's balance system in any way, and there was no reason before doing the study, no prior medical evidence, for example, to think that PTSD symptoms could be improved by spinning in the chair.
Okay, so how was this thing invented? Because it wasn't invented specifically to treat these conditions.
That's correct. The clinic had purchased a chair from an inventor in Colorado. This gentleman had invented the chair because his daughter had been born prematurely with cerebral palsy, and the parents were told that the daughter should be, her balance system should be stimulated, and they suggested spinning her around on the floor. But the parents were worried that they were hurting her, and the father was an engineer, and he thought there had to be a better way. So he came up with a chair that you could sit in instead of spinning around on the floor, and that is how the chair was invented.
So he's an engineer, but he doesn't have a background in physiology or neuroscience, right?
No, that's correct. He is an engineer, and he has sold the chair to a number of clinics, but he acknowledges that he actually said he welcomes more research into whether the chair works.
Okay, so what is the Carrot Clinic? How did that come into existence?
The clinic was opened up in early or mid 2013. It was formed by a local businessman, a local chiropractor, and they they were interested in developing a clinic that would use treatment protocols and treatment ideas developed by Dr. Frederick Carrick. He is a chiropractor, and they hooked up with him and the chair's inventor and took it from there.
Can you jump back for a second? I think a lot of people have heard about, folks going to a chiropractor if they have some kind of injury. What is the sort of science and philosophy behind chiropractic care, and how does it differ from seeing a medical doctor for a similar condition?
Well, first of all, chiropractic care traditionally is to treat disorders of the joints, the spine, aches and pains. There is a subset of chiropractic that was developed by Frederick Carrick that aims to treat brain disorders with chiropractic techniques. A lot of them center on the balance system. A lot of medical doctors don't believe that it works because they said there's not good science to prove it. But the chiropractic clinic has based its practice on these techniques.
To be clear, a number of people who have used the chair, who have gone to the Carrick Clinic, have said, "I feel better."
Yes, they have. I talked to one veteran who was part of this state-funded study, and he said he did feel better. He didn't claim to be cured, but he did feel better. And I'm glad he does. Veterans need help. What we focused on in our stories was that if the state is going to fund multi-million-dollar research projects, that the research should be conducted well and with sound scientific methods. We were told that it was not.
We'll talk about the reasons for that in a moment, but is it common for grants for research or contracts for research to be given by the state without a competition for those funds?
The traditional way to fund research is for a government agency to put out an announcement saying we would like to solicit ideas for how to address a particular medical problem. In this case, it would have been PTSD. And then they solicit applications from researchers, anyone who wants to submit an application. And then the applications are reviewed by experts, and in this case, it would have been experts in PTSD. That didn't happen here. There was not a competitive bidding process, and there were no PTSD experts that reviewed the study.
So there's nothing to say definitively that the Carrick Clinic might not have won this grant in a competitive bidding process, but there was no competitive bidding.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so what kind of celebrity endorsements surround this device that was the focus of this research?
The clinic has treated several prominent Navy SEALs. The most prominent one I would think would be Marcus Luttrell. He's a former Navy SEAL who is the
lone survivor guy.
Yes, the lone survivor, and he has been treated at the clinic. He has supported the clinic and voiced praise for it in videos that appeared on the clinic's website. And we tried to reach out to him, but we didn't hear back from him.
Was the Carrick Clinic doing brain work before this PTSD TBI project involving the chair and the research funded by the state?
We went back through Internet archives and found that yes, they were doing brain, trying to treat brain disorders. The PTSD as a brain disorder wasn't put on their website, according to our research, until after Governor Perry made his first visit. And in fact, Governor Perry is, according to our research, the one who brought the clinic to the attention of the state.
Okay, so how did Governor Perry find out about this place? There are chiropractic clinics all over the state. Why did he visit Carrick?
What we found was that there was a gentleman named Leroy Cisco who was a retired lieutenant general from the Texas Guard, and he had heard about the clinic. Mr. Cisco runs a foundation to try to help veterans who are struggling when they come back to this country to find housing and jobs. He heard about the clinic and wanted to see if it could help his veterans. So he actually took a trip there. He liked what he saw, and he told Governor Perry about it.
And he actually sat down, Leroy Cisco sat down on the chair himself and took a spin.
Yes, that's correct. He told me over the phone that he was evaluated. He and his wife were, and they were, they ran through the treatment. He's even told a story how he had mentioned to his wife as he was walking into the clinic that he needed to get his contact lenses fixed or changed, I guess, because he couldn't see well. And he's told me that after he spun in the chair, he could see much better. And I don't know any more detail than that, but he was hooked on it, and he got enough of it to tell Governor Perry about it.
The folks at the clinic, though, said, well, this makes perfect sense because sitting in this chair has realigned your eyes to one another and realigned your eyes to your inner ear and your balance system.
Yes, that is what General Sisko told me the clinic said to him.
When you spoke to doctors about that, what did they think of that assessment?
The doctors that we interviewed, and we talked to people who study PTSD and also people who do study the brain's balance system, and they don't see any medical reason to think that spinning in a chair could do anything other than for one particular type of vertigo. So, there is a type of vertigo that they thought could be treated in the chair because the motion would loosen up debris in the inner ear and help restore balance. But they said even for that, you don't need a spinning chair.
We're speaking this hour with investigative reporter Sue Ambrose of the Dallas Morning News. Her article, Texas Taxpayers Pay to Spin Vets in Chair, is available online. We'll come back to our conversation with her about this in a couple of minutes, and you can join it by calling 1-800-933-5372. We're going to take a little break here, the first of the fall membership campaign for us on Think. Stephen Becker, who's the producer of the show, has just stepped into the studio to invite you to go online, make a gift of support at KERA.org, or to call 1-888-694-6931 and throw a few bucks the way of the show that maybe is your daily lunchtime companion. Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Chris. And we have, I think our listeners kind of fall into different membership campaign camps, and we certainly have people who the first day we start the drive, they're just like, all right, it's membership campaign time. Where do I send my check, or how do I make my contribution? And for those people, we've got a little bonus, and that is that anyone who makes a contribution today will be entered in for a drawing for a brand new 64-gig iPhone 6s Plus. You may have an iPhone already, and you may be thinking, oh, why do I need this one? Well, this one has faster Wi-Fi, it's got a 3D touchscreen, it's 4K videos, it's got obviously a number of advances over the ones that have been in the market for a while, and when you contribute today, you will automatically be entered into that drawing, but this is only today. Somebody who contributes today will walk away with a new iPhone 6 Plus.
We always love our first day people because there is sort of, I don't know why, but for a lot of us, it takes a little while, a few repetitions of this information to say, okay, I'm going to get this done. But when you make your contribution today, it would be wonderful if you could win this phone. You will also know that your obligation to the station, your part in the drive is done. For you, the drive has ended, and you will know that you are helping to pay for another great year of radio, news, information, entertainment. Your contribution can happen at KERA.org or 1-888-694-6931.
Yeah, it takes just a minute, and it'd be really great to know that you've already taken care of making your contribution. Maybe it's for the year, or maybe you do it at each drive. However you choose to do it is A-OK by us, but if you wait, maybe you're somebody who normally does it in the fall, and, well, this is the fall. In fact, it just turned fall this week. If that's you, we need to hear from you, preferably today, and the reason I say preferably is because you'll get entered into this drawing, which is going to happen at 7 p.m. today. So any contribution that comes in between now and 7 o'clock will be eligible, and it might be you that's the winner.
If you're like me and you struggle to remember when it's time for you to renew your membership, you might consider becoming a sustaining member once and for all. You can make a gift to the station of $10 or $20 or $50 a month, whatever you want to do, and it just keeps going, until you decide to change that amount, and it's easy to change it if you want to. That keeps your membership permanently current, and of course, KERA can count on your sustained support, which is really good for planning the upcoming months and years of programming.
Yeah, and also we found that listeners really enjoy that sustaining membership, and the proof is there because more and more people are opting for that option. It's super simple. You only have to fiddle with it one time, and you'll know that whenever you decide is the best time for you to contribute, whether it's beginning of the month, middle of the month, whatever day you choose. When that day comes around, you can say, you know what? I can check that off the list. It's already being taken care of. It's already being taken care of for me.
888-694-6931 is the telephone number. You can also make a contribution and check out ways to pay and all that online at kera.org. Do it today and you will be entered into the drawing for a new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6 Plus. Sounds like a good deal. And we'll be back in 2 minutes with Sue Ambrose.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Trinity River Audubon Center, where nature conservation meets outdoor adventure. You can explore reclaimed land in the Great Trinity Forest by foot, bike, or boat, just 10 minutes from downtown Dallas. More at trinityriveraudubon.org. Texas Mutual Insurance Company, a policyholder-owned workers' comp provider, proud to be a founding sponsor of Texas Standard on public radio.
Hello, I'm Martha Barnett.
And I'm Grant Barrett.
On A Way with Words, we talk about language, about the secret histories of words.
And odd regional expressions.
And we explain those pesky rules of grammar in ways that make sense.
You'll also hear us disagree.
No, you won't.
Yes, you will.
No, you won't, but at least you'll get the story behind the story.
Get your words worth each week on A Way with Words.
Saturday afternoon at 1 on KERA 90.1.
Wait, Don't Tell Me is a lot of things. It's funny, it's informative, but mainly, it's heartwarming.
Oh, how special would that be?
Very special, Dr. Phil. Very special.
I'm Peter Sagal. You know in your heart we're telling you the truth. Join us for Wait, Don't Tell Me, the news quiz from NPR.
Saturday morning at 11 on KERA 90.1.
This is 90.1 KERA. Tomorrow at noon, get your questions and answers ready for your weekly round of Anything You Ever Wanted to Know, hosted by Jeff Whittington. If you've been wondering about something, give us a call during the show or drop us an email and we'll see what the audience has to say about it. Anything You Ever Wanted to Know, tomorrow at noon on KERA 90.1.
Funding for Think comes from SMU Continuing and Professional Education, offering the SMU Certificate Program, where you can take courses in art, architecture, history, literature, and more. Registration online at smu.edu/CAPE.
This is Think on KERA. I'm Chris Boyd, speaking this hour with reporter Sue Ambrose of the Dallas Morning News. Her joint investigation with NBC5's Scott Gordon resulted in a newspaper story called Texas Taxpayers Pay to Spin Vets in Chair. We're unwinding that story today on the air. If you would like to join the conversation, you can call 800-933-5372. So, Sue, we're talking about this facility that's been known as the Carrick Clinic after Frederick Carrick, who is a chiropractor operating out of Florida. What is the relationship between the clinic here and Frederick Carrick?
The clinic is inspired by Frederick Carrick's the subspecialty of chiropractic called functional neurology that Frederick Carrick developed, and the clinic was named after him. They also have a sister clinic in Atlanta, which is where Frederick Carrick himself saw patients. He did not see patients here in Dallas. He doesn't own the clinic, but they did use his name as inspiration for the name of the clinic, as well as his teachings as inspiration for how they treat patients.
And you had some interesting news that broke today about the name of the clinic itself here in Irving.
Yes, today the clinic is now no longer known as the Carrick Brain Centers, but it is known as Cerebrum Health Centers. That name change went into effect this morning or sometime last night. I actually called the clinic this morning and confirmed that they were answering the phone as Carrick Brain Clinics yesterday, but today as Cerebrum Health Centers. And they told me that they actually separated with Dr. Carrick earlier this summer, and they told me that this rebranding process has been in the works since then.
What is the reason for the separation with Dr. Carrick?
Well, we didn't get a lot of detail on that. We spoke with Dr. Carrick. He says that he had complained about certain billing practices that the clinic was wanting him to do, that he didn't want to do it, but we don't really have a lot of detail on that. The clinic wouldn't comment on it, but he also says that the clinic, when they named it after him, he knew that they named it after him, but he said they trademarked his name, the actual word Carrick. They trademarked that without his authorization, and as things went a little bit sour, he said he wanted his name back.
Okay. The initial grant from the Health and Human Services Commission in Texas was for $800,000. What did that money pay for?
That was the first round of funding. It paid to treat about 50 veterans using this 2-week treatment to try to alleviate symptoms of PTSD.
And they came not only from Texas, but from other parts of the country as well.
Yes, initially the veterans, we found through our research that the veterans came from across the country, Maine, California, other states, and they were flown here, and accommodations were paid for during the 2-week treatment.
They were flown here and accommodations were paid for, so they were like staying in hotels, and can you kind of talk about some of the things that went along with being treated in this chair?
Yes, they were put up in a hotel, and that's largely because they had to show up at the clinic every day, and if they were coming from far away, obviously they needed a place to stay. We also found a series of blog posts by one veteran who participated in the study, and he wrote out in great detail his experiences, and he said that when he was there, the veterans in between treatment sessions would go to local gyms. There were hunting and fishing activities planned, etc., and that was part of the 2-week the 2-week time spent here.
So some critics of the study portion of all this have said, well, how do we know that it's the chair that is making folks feel better and not what amounts to something pretty close to a 2-week vacation?
Yes, that was a criticism of the study. Several experts said if you go away from your home, from your job, from your normal situation, that might be, where you normally do experience your PTSD symptoms, that anyone would feel better, after a 2-week break, especially if you're allowed to go, on these sort of recreational activities. And they said that compromised the integrity of the study.
What did Carrick say about that?
Dr. Carrick,
or what did the clinic, which was then called the Carrick Clinic, say about that?
The clinic stands by its treatment. They say they stand by the way the study was done. They said it was successful, and they said that it proved that they have a new way to try to treat PTSD.
Dr. Carrick is not a graduate of Harvard University, but he did take a course at Harvard to teach him how to conduct research studies.
Yes.
Talk about that.
Well, we noticed that in several documents that he had a harvard.edu email address, and it was connected to a scholars program that Harvard University Medical School runs, and people with certain credentials, which he fulfilled, are able to take a class there. It looks like it goes for about a year during the academic year. You learn how to do medical studies, and when you're done, you actually get an email address that ends in harvard.edu, and he uses that now in his research articles.
Was he directly involved with this research?
He told us that he had proposed a research design, and he didn't treat patients here in Dallas that went through it, but he proposed the research design and analyzed the data. There's a little discrepancy of who actually designed the study the way it was eventually carried out. He said he proposed one design. He said the clinic kind of changed it without his knowledge after his first proposal. The clinic's owners, however, say that Dr. Carrick himself was solely responsible for the study's design.
If I understand this correctly, when you are doing a research study of this kind, one thing you want to do is ensure that all of your patients who receive the treatment receive comparable treatment. The clinic said, we have customized this treatment for each patient based on what their problem is. That would sound maybe like a good thing, but it makes it difficult to assess the accuracy of the study's conclusion.
Yes, and that was a criticism that, we interviewed 5 separate experts on this, and unanimously they pointed to that as a weakness of the study. One doctor even said, if you were going to give, let's say you were going to test a new pill to treat a certain disease, would you give a different pill to every person and conclude the pill worked? It's a different pill. They do customize these treatments. They weren't described well, so it's really hard to understand what was actually done, and to individual study subjects. And because there's a lack of uniformity, it makes it even harder to draw a conclusion about the treatment's effects.
All right, let's talk about controls, which people may remember from their science careers in school. It would seem as if if you want to test the effects of this chair, you need to have some study subjects who live in a hotel and eat the same food and go on the same hunting trips and use the chair, and some who do all of those things except use the chair. Is that essentially correct?
That is correct. There has to be some sort of comparison group. If you want to claim that your treatment is working, you have to have a separate set of veterans who are treated side by side in a different way. That could have been what you suggested, perhaps. It could have also been, treating one set with their protocol, but treating another set of veterans with other treatments that have been shown to be effective in treating PTSD. And either of those things would have provided some sort of point of reference to know whether the clinic's treatment protocol is better or worse than what's already out there.
But there was no control group.
That's correct.
Has the Care Clinic explained why they didn't use a control group?
Well, we asked them that, and all they would say is that the studies were approved and that they showed that they claimed that they have good results. In some of the documents they submitted, they said that the patients actually served as their own control before and after treatment, but the experts we talked to said that that's not good enough.
Neither you nor I are medical professionals, we're journalists, but what did you learn from the doctors you spoke to? Some had concerns about putting a traumatic brain injury patient into a machine that was moving them around.
Well, it's unclear exactly what types of brain injuries these veterans have, so that could be a risk factor. But overall, most of the people we talked to said they didn't see any huge risk in spinning in the chair, but they were more concerned that there was no reason to think it would help, and that it was more of a waste of time, frankly.
Okay, so you have this initial grant for $800,000 to treat these 50 veterans to test this thing, and then there was another one for the same amount.
Yes, after about 5 months, the original contract was amended. Another $800,000 or so was given, and about another 50 vets were treated, but it was all done the same way, throughout that time period.
What do we know about then Governor Perry's suggestion that this would be a good idea?
We know that Governor Perry had heard about this clinic. This Lieutenant General I spoke of earlier from the Texas Guard told him about it. He visited the clinic. Actually, right when it was first opening, only a few days after the spinning chair had been transferred there, and he visited it. And soon after his visit, according to all the state records we obtained, his staff became intimately involved in shepherding emails, scheduling visits, connecting the state agency that would eventually fund it with the clinic.
We're speaking this hour with Dallas Morning News investigative reporter Sue Ambrose. We're talking about her story, which ran online under the headline, Texas Taxpayers Pay to Spin Vets in Chair. You can find that story online at the Dallas Morning News. If you'd like to join our conversation, we have lines open at 1-800-933-5372. You can also email think@kera.org or find me on Twitter at ChrisBoydThink. Another quick break here to invite you to share your support with the station that brings you many, many subjects Conversations on this show really run the gamut from astrophysics to investigative reporting to art to ethics. We know that you are curious, and that's why you love Think. We hope that you will take action to support it by going online to kera.org or calling 1-888-694-6931. Hello, Stephen.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, I don't know that we've quite come across a topic that we have just out and out said we'd never talk about. I'm sure there's one out there somewhere, but we pretty much, I like to think, cover the world, and that's one of the beauties of the Think Show is that we're given a pretty long leash in the topics that we can cover, and that's one of the things we enjoy about working on it. We hope that you enjoy tuning in every day with the idea that it's going to be something different every day. It's not just going to be politics or, I don't know, sports talk or the usual, like, single-focused shows. The idea of the Think Show is that we like to move around a lot because we know our listeners have a wide range of interests, and we really do our best to try and constantly keep you thinking about a lot of different topics. We hope that you enjoy the conversations you hear on Think, and if you do, we'd love to hear from you, particularly during these membership campaigns. You can make a contribution at 888-694-6931.
We love that you as an audience are willing to come along with us and explore things from many different perspectives. We know that the guests we have on, the topics we talk about may or may not reflect exactly what you think, but I think it's the mark of someone who is really truly interested in understanding the world that you're willing to hear out someone who may come at something from a very different perspective than yours. We've touched on the same topics on this show, Stephen, with people who had very different assessments of things. We've talked about the dangers of plastic trash in waterways, and we've talked with someone who said plastic bags may not be that bad. Both of them had really interesting evidence to back up their claims, and I think for an intelligent person, it's great to have access to all of those perspectives and then make up your own mind. The Think audience is an audience that understands and values this, and that's why you support the show. You include people like Teresa Vorm in Dallas, maybe it's Worm in Dallas, Jay Lee in Carrollton. Thank you also to Mark and Linda Reederer in Justin, Texas. So happy to have you on board with us.
Other people who made their contributions on day one of the drive include Robin Rohrer from Fort Worth, Craig and Lou Ann Fisher from North Richland Hills, and Nancy Stuckey from Frisco. You can join them by contributing at kera.org, or you can call 888-694-6931, and when you do, your contribution will actually be going to help some other people who need a little hand, and that is that the North Texas Food Bank has created the Thanks for Giving package. And each day, the North Texas Food Bank, of course, provides access to meals for hungry people all across the region. When you make a donation to KERA, you can receive the gift. It's kind of like I know we talk a lot about thank you gifts. Well, this is a thank you gift that you can give someone else. So, for example, a $60 contribution. In addition to that $60 contribution, you will be feeding one person for a week. That's 21 meals through the North Texas Food Bank.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, we know a lot of people, they say, the thank you gifts are nice, but really that's okay. I don't need another, tote bag or t-shirt. We totally get that. But this is a chance for your gift to go to help somebody else. So just another example, for a $120 contribution, you'll be feeding 2 people for a week. That's 42 meals that your contribution will be directly going to help out for the North Texas Food Bank.
This is great. You can be a source of good in your community in 2 ways when you make a contribution to KERA, and it's possible that you will win an iPhone 6 Plus, which is something that we are drawing for at the end of the day. This is available, obviously, only to people who are making their contributions or setting up their sustaining plans on the first day of the drive. You can get in on this now by going online to kera.org or calling 1-888-694-6931.
All the official rules for the drawing are at kera.org, but the main thing you need to know is that the drawing is going to happen today at 7 p.m. And again, this is an iPhone 6s Plus. It's the 64 gig size, which has faster Wi-Fi. It's got the videos online where people are demonstrating that, and all the other bells and whistles that this brand new phone has. When you contribute today, you'll be entered into that drawing.
Your contribution to the station pays you back throughout the year. Every time you turn on the radio, 24 hours a day, you can hear information that is of interest to you. You hear the station, the feeds we take from the BBC or from NPR correspondents stationed around the world. You can also hear great domestic news, and of course, we have built a really robust, award-winning local news team that we are very proud of here at KERA. Your contributions are part of that.
And you can continue to make sure that the station is in good standing and in a healthy position going forward to be able to continue to bring you the programming that you rely on when you tune to 90.1 or whatever it is on your particular dial around the area, that the station's going to be here for you. You can make sure that that happens by contributing at 888-694-6931 or going online to kera.org.
Thanks.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Little Guys Movers, providing professional local or long-distance moving services to people and businesses in North Texas since 1992. Info at littleguys.com. Good Shepherd Episcopal School, presenting their early childhood admission open house on Sunday, October 18th from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Pre-K and kindergarten. Good Shepherd Episcopal School. Details at gsesdallas.org.
All things considered goes where you are and takes you places you've never thought to go.
Right now, the wildfire threat in the Pacific Northwest this month marks 10 years since Katrina bore
Michael
down.
Brown in Ferguson, Eric Garner in New York, Tamir Rice in Cleveland.
In Kentucky today, a county clerk who refused to issue marriage licenses.
There's more to every story. Listen this afternoon.
This afternoon at 4, following Fresh Air on KERA 90.1.
I'm Shelley Kennedy with your RMC calendar highlights for Thursday. The loss of a loved one brings up issues of family, faith, and tradition for three cousins. Find out how they cope in the play Bad Jews at Stage West Theater in Fort Worth. Find out how photographers have dealt with the switch to digital in the documentary From Darkroom to Daylight. The screening will be followed by a discussion at the Dallas Center for Photography. Cultural rituals have been passed from generation to generation through song, dance, and art. The tradition continues as the Conscious Theater Project celebrates the human spirit and diversity through rap, spoken word, hip-hop, and sonnets at the Black and Blues Theater of African American Life in Dallas. For more on these and other events, visit artandseek.org. While you're there, sign up to win this week's Big Deal giveaways: a season subscription for Kitchen Dog Theater, passes for the Dallas Arboretum's Autumn at the Arboretum, or passes to see Elton John at the Formula One U.S. Grand Prix and Circuit of the Americas in Austin. For Art and Seek, I'm Shelley Kennedy.
Funding for Think comes from SMU Continuing and Professional Education, offering the SMU Certificate Program, where you can take courses in art, architecture, history, literature, and more. Registration online at smu.edu/CAPE.
This is Think on KERA. I'm Chris Boyd, speaking this hour with Dallas Morning News investigative reporter Sue Ambrose, who, along with Scott Gordon of NBC5, has written a piece that in the newspaper is called Texas Taxpayers Pay to Spin Vets in Chair. It's an investigation of a state-funded research project at a facility known at the time as the Carrot Clinic in Irving. If you'd like to join the conversation, you can call 1-800-933-5372 or email think@KERA.org. Okay, so tell us about round 3 of state funding for this project. We're at $1.6 million with what we've discussed so far to treat 100 vets approximately, and then there was another $600,000.
Yes, the contract was extended one final time. This time, the money came from the Texas Workforce Commission. That is an agency that typically deals with employment issues, but they actually contracted. They sent their money to the Health and Human Services Commission, and then that money was passed on again to the Carrot Clinic, now known as Cerebrum Health Centers.
I don't understand how money from the Texas Workforce Commission could end up being spent by the Health and Human Services Commission.
You know, it was a little unusual to us too. We tried to interview the head of the Texas Workforce Commission. He would speak with us over the phone, but a spokeswoman did say that, you know, all they would say is that PTSD can interfere with job readiness, and that was their justification for sending the money over.
Of course, to go back, the veterans treated were not all Texas residents.
No, they weren't initially, but I do believe that at that point in the study, there was a new requirement put in that they had to come from Texas toward the end of the study.
Can you tell us a little bit about the verbiage that was used to explain the conclusion of the study? I know, I'll give you a second to find it there if you need to, but it was a little hard for me reading through to understand what the language actually meant.
Yeah, we asked the clinic owners how they thought stimulating the brain's balance system would, or how that is connected to PTSD, and they gave us a long, pretty lengthy couple sentence or two explanation, saying that the brain's balance, when you stimulate the system, the balance system, it activates the entire cortex, the ascending reticular system. It increases the function of the orbitofrontal lobe where PTSD lives, and they went on to say it increases digestion of food, and that helps it reduce inflammation. And we ran these explanations by our experts, and they were baffled. They said the words are kind of strung together, they don't have any meaning, and one expert even referred to it as pseudoscientific babble.
Is digestion of food, problems with that, known to be a symptom of PTSD?
We have not seen it. I don't know, but none of the experts we showed this language to, thought it made any sense.
Okay, I want to come back to this because it comes up in the piece and it's worth pointing out. There are veterans who were treated with these protocols that say they feel better. Some people might be saying it doesn't matter if these folks who risked their lives and became injured in the line of duty are feeling better after this treatment, then that's what should matter. What is your concern here with the study if some veterans, in fact, feel better after undergoing it?
Well, we don't know actually how many veterans would say that, but you're right that at least one gentleman who blogged about the treatment and that we interviewed said he did feel better. He didn't really wasn't really going as far as saying his PTSD was gone. But the other thing was that this was a 2-week treatment, and the veterans, using the state funding, the veterans were assessed before and after the 2-week treatments. We don't really know anything about how they will do, 1 or 2 years from now. That's still an unknown. So, you can feel better after a couple weeks of treatment. But again, unless you compare the clinic's protocol to a placebo control or some sort of other control, there's no way to really know that it's a real effect.
Does the study include funding reserved to follow up with these veterans who were treated?
Not that I'm aware of.
What kind of political relationship did then Governor Perry have to the folks who had opened the Carer Clinic in Irving?
When the clinic first opened, we don't find anything that he knew the clinic owners ahead of time or anything like that. There was a campaign contribution later on from one of the clinic owners, when Governor Perry made his most recent bid for the presidency. But, we didn't find any relationship to the clinic owners. However, there were a lot of patients treated there who are close to the governor, including Marcus Luttrell and some others who are veterans who have served our country and sought treatment there, who spoke highly of it, and they've actually appeared in several clinic videos promoting the treatment.
Is the chair still being marketed by the clinic, which has a new name now, for treating patients with other conditions as well?
As of this morning, the chair still is on their website. The website is a little changed now that they have a new name for the clinic, but the chair is still there. It's listed as one of their breakthrough therapies, and if you go through all their videos, you can see that they use it for a variety of conditions, or at least they have.
How did you become aware of the story in the first place?
I had seen the Carrick Brain Centers, as it was then named, mentioned in some news article, and I've reported on science and medicine for a long time now in Dallas. The name was new to me, so I started doing a little research and saw that they had state funding, got copies of the study, and along with Channel 5, we started asking experts on to give us their opinions, and we kind of took it from there and wanted to understand, given that the experts said it was so flawed, we wanted to understand how the whole funding stream came about. So along with NBC, we did, we worked all summer to try to uncover how it happened.
How do those joint investigations work when you're working not only with a colleague, but with a colleague who's at another news outlet?
Well, our newspaper collaborates quite a bit with NBC5. Scott Gordon is a terrific reporter. He and I worked not side by side because we were in different offices, but absolutely together on this. We shared information, we shared documents, we conducted interviews over the phone together, a couple in person, and we just put our heads together, coordinated things, and it was it's a very productive collaboration.
It's been really impressive work to read and also to watch. I wonder if there were things that you noted about the differences in storytelling between Scott Gordon telling this story on video and you telling this story in print.
Yes, it was interesting. Unfortunately for the TV audience, we tried to interview Dr. Carrick on camera. We tried to interview the clinic owners on camera. They declined, and that was we were a little disappointed in that. But they did answer our questions in writing, and we were able to coordinate the coverage. And I think having it portrayed out to the public, both on TV and in print, is a good thing.
So I would imagine that this is not over for you. You're still keeping an eye on what happens next. What are you sort of watching for as time progresses?
Well, there is, the state has told us that there is a final evaluation of the research, which is supposed to come out by the end of October. So we'll be looking at that, and we'll look to see what their final conclusions are.
Are you willing to speculate on what those conclusions will be?
No, I'm not. I will reserve, but I will be watching, and I know Scott will too, and we'll be watching and hopefully have something to report at that point.
Terrific. Sue Ambrose is a reporter for the Dallas Morning News. She and Scott Gordon of NBC5 collaborated on the story Texas Taxpayers Pay to Spin Vets in Chair. You can find the print version online at the Dallas News site and the video version at the NBC5 website. It's been great to have you here. Thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you to all of you who are listening today, supporting the station as you always do when we have a fundraising drive. This is our fall membership campaign when we raise the money to keep the station strong and healthy for certainly the next few months until we have another fundraising drive. And really we ask you, if you listen to the station regularly, to make a contribution once a year. Lots of folks make it really easy on themselves and do $10 or $20 a month through the sustaining membership plan. Some of you like to make a contribution every time we have a drive. We are really trying to encourage you, if you have never been a first day person, to make your contribution today. Get us started strong, and know that your support could possibly win you an iPhone 6 Plus. And also, Stephen Becker, do great things for another really venerated community institution.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. When you make your contribution today at 888-694-6931 or KERA.org, you can choose to contribute to the North Texas Food Bank. And the way that works is, rather than receiving a gift, the usual sort of coffee mugs and that sort of thing, you can take the dollars that would have paid for that gift and donate them to provide meals to people through the North Texas Food Bank. So for example, if you make a $60 contribution, you will also be feeding one person for a week. That's 21 meals, 3 squares a day, through the North Texas Food Bank. Another example, if you have the means to contribute $240, that would feed a family of 4 for a week. So you would know, not only are you supporting your local public radio station, you're also helping someone else out who really could use a little bit of an extra hand these days. And you feel doubly good for yourself, I would imagine, if that were the case.
It's a great collaborative opportunity. We hope that you'll take advantage of it when you make your contribution at KERA.org or 888-694-6931. If you already made a contribution to the North Texas Food Bank and you want something else, you can check out our website, and there are some thank you gifts available as well. And of course, when you make your contribution today, you will be entered into our drawing for an iPhone 6 Plus, along with folks like Amna Ahmed in Frisco, Stephen Stone in Dallas, and Richard Good in McKinney. Thanks to all of you.
I'm really looking forward to the next hour we have coming up. We're going to be speaking with the creative team behind The Mountaintop, which is a new show that's on over at the Wiley Theater that's produced by the Dallas Theater Center. I know we're not quite to 1 o'clock yet, but I think we can go ahead and talk about this special deal that we've got going on. This is going to be for the 1 o'clock hour only. Thanks to our friends at the Dallas Theater Center. We have complimentary tickets to give away during the 1 o'clock hour of Think. So if you contribute during that hour, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the 2 p.m. matinee performance on October 17th. Again, The Mountaintop is at the Wiley Theater. It's the story of Martin Luther King Jr.'s last night on this earth, and we're going to be talking about that here in a few minutes with both the man who plays Martin Luther King as well as the person who directed the show.
It is the production, gives you just a million things to talk about and consider after it's over. It's my favorite kind of work of art where you and whoever you happen to go with really have fodder for conversation for a long time afterward. We will not be spoiling anything about the show in this conversation. I mean, the facts of history are there, but we won't spoil the creative way that the story is told here. So if you happen to win these tickets or you decide you want to buy tickets separately, this conversation will still sort of inform your experience rather than spoil it for you. So just so you know that. We're excited that we're able to, on this show, have a mix of guests who are working on things locally. We had Sue Ambrose from the Dallas Morning News in the last hour talking about her most recent investigative report. We have folks coming up from the Dallas Theater Center's production of The Mountaintop. We also have guests who come to us literally from around the world. Sometimes Stephen is on the phone with like a studio in Stockholm or whatever, trying to reserve space to put somebody in the studio. So it sounds exactly like they are in the room with me, but very often they're not. And that capacity comes from contributions from people like you. So it sounds good all the time, but it may or may not be local.
I think our record is we talked to a guest live from Sydney, Australia once, and it was 5 a.m. his time the next day. So I just thought that was cool. We were talking to somebody from the future. I went, hey, what is it like tomorrow? But you're right, Chris. Those studio bookings do cost money on our end, and we're happy to pay it because it really makes the show sound, we think, so much better. But that costs money, but it's money that we're able to pay for, or that we have thanks to your contributions. And I really feel like if you're a regular listener of the Think Show, you probably appreciate the extra level of care with the sound quality. It's just so much nicer to listen to a hour-long conversation where you don't have a fuzzy phone or things like that. And we really appreciate that you all have provided the funding to be able to do things like book studios for these worldwide, world experts that we frequently talk to here on the Think Show. You can continue to support our ability to talk to these folks by making a contribution at kera.org, or you can give us a call, 888-694-6931.
It is lovely to hear from those of you who care about the station and about the show and have supported it over the years. We care about providing the best possible programming for you, and that's one reason that we come to you and ask for money, because quality costs money, and we try to keep our expenses as low as possible, but we won't compromise on bringing you the best information we can, on finding the best shows, whether they're produced locally or they come to us from another provider, and we stream them on the station's website and also, of course, over the air here. Your contribution at 888-694-6931 helps to support that dedication to quality, that passion for finding the very best programming available.
Chris, we always like to ask people when they contribute, what made you contribute? And it's always fun to see what people write. Andrea from Dallas says, I listen to KERA every day, whether it's catching up on the local news or learning about something new on Think. That's good to hear. And Francis in Fort Worth says, I listen all the time and appreciate your even and fair style of reporting. Love learning new things each day. That should be a bumper sticker. Fair style of reporting, learn new things each day.
Pretty nice. And your contribution makes all of that possible. We want to thank those of you who have already done it today. You are in line, set up for that drawing that we will do later today for the iPhone 6 Plus. But the real win is another great year of radio that you are part of. Please make your contribution now online at kera.org, or if you prefer, call 1-888-694-6931. Thanks.
KERA would like to thank Fresh Point Dallas for providing fresh fruit for our volunteers each day of our campaign. Located near the Tollway and LBJ, Fresh Point Dallas provides a total quality food service experience. Thank you, Fresh Point Dallas, for your continued support of KERA.
This is your source for NPR News, 90.1 KERA, Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton, and streaming at KERA.org. Also on 100.1 K261CW in Tyler, 88.3 K202DR in Wichita Falls, and 99.3 K257EV in Sherman.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Residents along the eastern seaboard of the United States are bracing for a possible strike from Hurricane Joaquin. This hour, it is moving over the warm waters of the Bahamas toward the U.S. mainland with top winds of 130 miles per hour. That makes it a Category 4. Forecasters had predicted Joaquin would get stronger over the next day or so. NPR's Craig Wyndham reports the final track of the storm is still in doubt, but much of the East Coast is at risk of heavy rain and flooding.
Rick Knabb, director of the National Hurricane Center, says despite the uncertainty about Joaquin's path, people should be getting ready.
What people need to be doing is preparing for the possibility of direct impacts from Joaquin while they're dealing with the next few days of some heavy rains and potential local flooding.
And White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest echoes that advice.
We encourage all Americans that live in areas that could potentially be affected by Hurricane Joaquin to monitor local radio, television, and official social media accounts for updated emergency information.
Earnest says Federal Emergency Management Agency teams have been deployed to areas in the expected path of the storm. Craig Wyndham, NPR News, Washington.
Another day of Russian airstrikes over Syria, where Russian and U.S. forces are carrying out separate anti-Islamic State operations and are expected to come in contact for the first time today. NPR's Michelle Kellerman reports that contrary to the Kremlin's claims that its warplanes are targeting only ISIS terrorists, the U.S. strongly suspects Russia's really after the political opponents of the Kremlin's allies, Syrian President Bashar al-Assad.
A day after the U.S. Defense Secretary accused Russia of pouring gasoline on the fire in Syria, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov countered with this.
We know about many fires, gasoline by Pentagon in the region, and we believe that our position is absolutely in line with international law.
Russia says it's working with Bashar al-Assad's forces to go after terrorists in Syria. He says his country wants to keep open lines of communication with the U.S.-led coalition, at least to make sure there are no misunderstandings. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the United Nations.
At the UN, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is slamming the Iran nuclear deal.
This deal will treat Iran like a normal country, even if it remains a dark theocracy that conquers its neighbors, sponsors terrorism worldwide, and chants death to Israel, death to America.
He and others, including congressional Republicans and a handful of Democrats in the U.S., are deeply skeptical about a pact that lifts economic sanctions on Iran. They say they don't trust the Islamic Republic will abandon ambitions of developing nuclear weapons. The Dow is down 187 points. This is NPR. American shoppers who are used to swiping plastic are now going to start dipping instead. Today marks the official beginning of chip cards, replacing the old magnetic strip with a more secure microchip. But from member station WSHU, Charles Lane reports retailers say the new cards are not that much safer than the old ones.
The new chip cards are essentially more expensive for thieves to counterfeit. The retail industry says they won't stop fraud online, nor would they stop a simple pickpocket. Retailers want pins used with each transaction, but the card industry says the world is already moving away from pins. Stephanie Erickson is Vice President of Risk at Visa.
And we know that roughly 50 to 60% of the merchant locations in the U.S. don't have the capability to support a PIN and all the additional encryption and security that would be required to make sure that your PIN's not stolen or intercepted.
Erickson says payment networks can better protect consumers by using data analysis to identify suspicious shopping behavior. For NPR News, I'm Charles Lane in New York.
Dylan Roof's trial for the South Carolina church shootings is being pushed to January. Today, a federal judge agreed to delay the proceedings after both sides said they needed more time to prepare. Roof, who is white, is charged with killing 9 black worshipers at a prayer meeting in Charleston more than 3 months ago. A 16-year-old South Dakota student is charged as an adult with attempting to murder his high school principal. He is alleged to have shot and wounded the principal. Authorities say the teen was then restrained by members of faculty. No students were injured. I'm Lakshmi Singh, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include TIAA Craft, a global financial company dedicated to delivering financial outcomes that matter. TIAA Craft, created to serve, built to perform. Learn more at TIAA.org.
This is 90.1 KERA. Partly cloudy skies today with a high of 89 degrees. It'll be clear tonight with a low of 60. Right now it's 76 in Dallas, 75 in Fort Worth, and 70 in Denton and Sherman.
Funding for Think comes from SMU Continuing and Professional Education.
It's hard to think of Martin Luther King as a flesh and blood human. When we consider the ways that he challenged and inspired and literally changed the world, we can't help but become a bit detached from the fact that he lived with an extraordinary and prescient fear that he would be murdered.
I just want to do God's will. And he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know the names. And we as a people will get to the promised land.
You're listening to Think on KERA. I'm Chris Boyd. You just heard the speech that King gave on April 3rd, 1968. The two-person play, The Mountaintop, sets the action at the Lorraine Motel on that date, the night before King was fatally shot there by James Earl Ray. It shows us a version of Dr. King all but invisible in the newsreels and museum exhibits, a brilliant but exhausted hero with smelly socks and a taste for whiskey and cigarettes. And we explore his state of mind just before his death through his interaction with Camille, a maid at the motel who arrives to deliver a cup of coffee and stays for a long conversation that includes deep emotion and a fair amount of humor. Actor Hassan El-Amin plays Martin Luther King Jr., and Akeem Babatunde directed the play. The Mountaintop is open at the Dallas Theater Center through November 15th. Welcome both of you to Think.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you for having us.
Akeem, what drew you to this show as a director?
Well, of course, I heard about the production on Broadway and starring Sam Jackson and Angela Bassett, so there was a lot of hype behind that. And the whole notion that Martin Luther King, our iconic figure, has human qualities was kind of fascinating and disturbing as well. Because in the past I had heard kind of rumors that maybe there were some things that kept him from being the godlike figure we so admired. And of course, you know, even my family and friends in my community would say, oh no, not Dr. Martin Luther King. So to explore that, this extraordinary human being dealt with ordinary circumstances was quite something to look into.
It has to be, Hassan, both really fascinating as an actor to humanize a mythological figure and terrifying at the same time.
Absolutely. Fear factor was absolutely there to know that I was going to have the opportunity to play such an iconic man. But challenging and rewarding as an actor to be called upon to utilize your skills and talent to do just that. So for me, it was quite an honor to play Dr. Martin Luther King. So And also, you like to think that you have the skills, the chop to step up to the plate and deliver a home run. And under the guidance and tutelage of Hakeem Babatunde and also working with Tiana Johnson on stage, I'm very proud of the mountaintop that we present each and every night.
We should be clear that this is a fictionalized story. So the basic facts are the same as in reality, but the playwright Katori Hall basically imagined what it might have been like rather than taking any text of anything that actually happened. So when you're working with something like this, I mean, how much do you really want to go back into the actual history, and at what point do you have to step away from that to be true to the spirit of the text that you have?
Well, for me as an actor, you want as much information as you can garner about the reality of who the man was. Then once you get that, you get into the text of what Katori Hall wrote, which was taking Dr. Martin Luther King off the wall and making him a human. And then you also align yourself with what is the vision of your director. And then as a storyteller, you want to be honest to the story that you tell. So that's what our job is. It's no way that I could be Dr. Martin Luther King. I want to give the essence of who he was as a man. We all know him. We all have a relationship with him. We all know the cadence of his voice. So I want to give some semblance of that, but really tell an honest and true story.
Yeah, and as an actor, what I appreciate about Hassan is, even in our initial conversations, was I didn't want an imitation.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to go, because an audience will say, well, he's not real. Then you'll be in a circus, because they'll be waiting for you to jump the hoop to see, well, that doesn't really sound like Martin Luther King, or does he really? Let's see how far he can go, And I think once the audience sees the soul and the heart and the intention of the story that the actor is trying to say, that's even more mesmerizing than an artificial impersonation of this figure.
And I think that's the great thing of what we do and what we've done together. The collaboration is, it's really about the story that Katori Hall has put on paper. So this is a Dr. Martin Luther King that no one knows, because this is behind the closed door. This is a private moment in his life, yes, fictionalized, of what happened or what may have happened the night before he was assassinated, after doing the great mountaintop speech and then returning back to the Lorraine Motel. What was it like that evening before he passed the next day?
And he is devoted as ever to his ideals, but he is worn out.
Yeah.
By
And I think it's important to also mention that although it's fictionalized, there are elements that are true. Because I, in my research, and Hassan and I would exchange information. He said, well, I found this out of it. I said, really? I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know his name was Michael.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
So that's a true factor. There are some issues that are discussed that talks about a particular boy that could have affected how he felt about the Memphis situation with the sanitation workers. So I love how she cloaked those elements that are historical into possibly a fictionalized story of other elements that could be going on.
Yeah, it's a great thing that Katori Hall has actually taken historical facts, included them in the realms of the play, but the evening that you spend in the mountaintop is fictionalized, but everything around it is based upon truth. We know that there were numerous amounts of death threats. We know that he was fearful. We know that he was not scheduled to speak that night. We know that he did smoke. We know that they took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket when he was assassinated, because they did not want the world to know that Dr. Martin Luther King smoked cigarettes. We know that Larry Payne was shot 1 week before in the march. We know that these factual things happened. We know that he was scared. We know that that night that he spoke and did the mountaintop speech, they said that there were fans blowing in the ceiling, and every time one would clap, Dr. Martin Luther King would duck and dodge because he was fearful of his life being taken. So what she's done, which is so wonderful, is that she has taken these factual incidents that we know, and she's included them as the basis and the foundation of the play in which you see in Mountaintop.
I like the way that art can inspire people to different emotions and conclusions. I attended the performance last Friday and stayed for the Stay Late talk, Hassan, and a woman there said, I was uncomfortable with seeing a Martin Luther King who was afraid. And I thought that was a valid observation, but for me it made him seem more courageous, that he was so afraid, and yet he kept getting up every day and going out there and doing his thing.
Yes. As a director, I was uncomfortable tackling a figure who has affected my life and the world. And when there were elements of fear, there were times where I had to do a check and balance, because I said, well, how far do you want to go? And there were times that I said to Hassan, I said, well, I don't want to show him as a scaredy cat. You know, remember that? Yeah. I said, I don't think that's fair. I don't think he was that. And I said, so what is the balance? How would he have dealt with fear? So sometimes we have to go to the end of the spectrum in terms of what he might have been dealing with on an emotional level to find the comfortable balance that even in his persona he would have dealt with, you know. And so I was bothered myself.
I think it's interesting too because I get a lot of comics like that, and they're usually from an African American, and it's usually a woman who doesn't want to be offended, because once again, Dr. Martin Luther King is a hero. He's a saint. He's this iconic figure that, yes, like Tori Hall said, who sits on the wall next to Jesus. And what she has done is taken him off and grounded him to say, no, he's a human being just like you and me, and that we too can be a Dr. Martin Luther King. We had a moment early on where I wanted him to have his shoes off. And King was like, no. Dr. King would put his shoes.
Right, that's right. Yeah, but because he said, no, I think he would keep his shoes. I said, but in the presence of this person who comes in, he would have to put his shoes off. He said, but I'm comfortable. And Hassan was becoming comfortable with Dr. King being comfortable. So that was a valid point, because he was comfortable as king. And then I had to go back and say, but King would have been comfortable in that moment, but then did a check and balance later on. So it's interesting how we both had to keep going. Well, how do we want to present him? Okay, let's even we dealt with that.
Yeah, because it's this reverence that we have when you think of Dr. Martin Luther King, and which is one of the really wonderful things that I like about the play, because we are humanizing the man. Yeah. We are humanizing him, make him like he's like one of us, that we all have the capabilities to do incredible, wonderful, amazing things in our life, just like Dr. Martin Luther King. And I love the fact that we have found such a great balance in representing him and making it. He was scared. Yeah. What would it be like to be scared, to know that somebody is out to take your life? He made a statement, I will not live to see 40. He died at 39.
We are speaking this hour with actor Hassan El Amin, who plays Martin Luther King, and director Akin Babatunde. The play The Mountaintop runs at the Dallas Theater Center through November 15th. We'll come back to our conversation with them in a couple of minutes. Right now, we want to invite you to join the station with a gift of support at KERA.org or 1-888-694-6931. Stephen Becker has stepped in. Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Chris, and it takes just a few minutes. You'll know that you're doing your job to support your local public radio station by, again, calling 888-694-6931 or going online to KERA.org. And when you contribute today, you will be entered to win the new iPhone 6S Plus. This is a 64 gig iPhone. We're going to be drawing for that at 7 p.m. today, and everyone who contributes today will be automatically entered into that drawing. Somebody's going to have to win this phone, and it might be you.
This hour only, we have a special drawing as well. We have, is it 3 pairs of tickets?
Yes, we're going to be drawing for 3 pairs of tickets to the Theater Center's production of The Mountaintop. This is for the Saturday, October 17th matinee performance. So this is at 2 p.m. on the 17th. And 3 winners who contribute during this hour, while we're talking about The Mountaintop, of course, will receive a pair of tickets to that performance.
So your contribution will support KERA, and it could also win you a lovely prize and a great experience. We hope you'll see the show regardless. Our telephone number, if you would like to make a contribution, is 888-694-6931. You can also take care of the whole thing online at KERA.org. Maybe it's time for you to set up a sustaining membership. That's a really easy way to support KERA and just not have to keep it in the back of your mind. It just happens automatically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like everybody else. I forget, stuff if I don't have it written down or if I don't have it in my little pop-up window on my calendar. Well, the sustaining membership, you don't have to think about because you set it. It's like the set it and forget it of memberships. You just decide when you want to make that contribution, how much, and it's taken care of. And again, that you're doing every month, you're making that contribution that you decide is right for you. And when you add those months together, it really is a significant contribution. Even if it's $5 a month, that is a significant contribution to the station. 888-694-6931 or online at KERA.org, and thanks.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from The Iron Yard, offering 12-week intensive courses teaching code to help launch careers in technology. More about learning to code at theironyard.com. Life's too short for the wrong career. Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Texas Instruments, helping build a stronger community for North Texas. The North Texas Renewable Energy Group presents the DFW Solar Tour, open to the public on Saturday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Over 50 locations, including homes, businesses, schools, and municipal sites throughout the North Texas area. DFW Solar Tour hosts will demonstrate how they use solar energy and wind power and electric vehicles that can help energy independence and reduce pollution. More information at dfwsolartour.org.
Business news. It's not all banks, budgets, and bottom lines. Marketplace, we can do lots of things, like...
So maybe you've heard of the Kardashians. iPhone and iPad app, Christian Dior,
wine,
WeFit, Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
The NFL. I'm Colin Risdall, whether you need news or the numbers or just a good laugh. Join us next time for Marketplace, the business show for the rest of us. It's from 8 p.m. American Public Media.
Tonight at 6:30 on KERA 90.1.
This is 90.1 KERA. Today on The World, a Chinese-American woman speaks only English. Her grandpa speaks only Mandarin, and she wants to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him before it's too late. How she handles that challenge on The World this afternoon at 2 on KERA 90.1.
Funding for Think comes from SMU Continuing and Professional Education, offering the SMU Certificate Program, where you can take courses in art, architecture, history, literature, and more. Registration online at smu.edu/CAPE.
This is Think on KERA. I'm Chris Boyd. The play The Mountaintop is open at the Dallas Theater Center through November 15th. It tells a fictionalized version of The Last Night on Earth of Dr. Martin Luther King. We're speaking this hour with its director, Akeem Babatunde, and actor Hassan El Amin, who plays Dr. Martin Luther King. If you'd like to be part of our conversation, you can call 800-933-5372 or email think@kera.org. I'm curious about dialect because people don't talk today the way Dr. Martin Luther King talked. I mean, nobody talks the way he talked when he was on stage, which was magnificent. But I wonder if you can talk about what thought you gave to how much to put into the dialect and if it takes you a while to get into and out of it, Hassan, because you don't speak the way your King character speaks, even in his unguarded moments on stage.
Well, again, with Akeem's direction, we wanted to find something. There were moments where we wanted to give the sound of, because everybody already has a relationship with his voice.
Right.
Everybody knows the voice.
You almost know that better than his face.
Exactly. So if we could just give you a semblance of, you hear it yourself. So again, we didn't want to go into trying to mimic and get every tone, vowel, a consonant the way that he does. Impossible to do. then again it would have been about trying to mimic something, and the honesty in the story would not have been there. So for us, it was just how do you find the sound of, and then allow the relationship that every audience member has with him to already speak to them. So that's what it was really about. But I listened to him. I listened to every kind of YouTube video I could find. I really looked for the moments when he was not being the orator that we all know. When he was on the Merv Griffin show, or the Douglas show, or when he was on Tonight Show. When he's in those moments of being comfortable and speaking then without being in front of the thousands of millions of people and being that great orator. How does he speak in those moments of when he's just being personal with someone?
He would have still been performing, obviously, on those shows, but I wonder what you learned about how he related one-on-one by watching those interviews.
Very easy, always gentle, but what I loved about him, he's always listening. He listens to respond to what you say, not listening just for his turn to speak. Because he was so, when I saw Mike Douglas talk to him, Mike Douglas was like attacking him. Merv Griffin was supporting him. But in each one, he was very, very gentle, very easy, very slow, but always listening to respond. And I found it so fascinating because he was always, I'm ready for you. Wherever you come from, I'm here. And his response always came from the heart, and I loved it. And even in those moments, even though we say he was on, it was different than when he was doing his speeches, because now he's sitting one-to-one like we're sitting here in the room. So his tone, even his tone is his tone. The way he speaks is very calculated in how the length on certain things, and how you can see him thinking in the moments. So I found that more informative for me because, once again, we're behind a closed door. He's not on stage at that moment, as we say. He's not in front of the millions of people delivering some moving speech. He's being in the quiet mode, just like we are now. Yeah.
Well, and I love this notion of the public and private persona, because we talked a lot about that. And we talked about the figures of today who we admire. You know, I admire greatly Bishop T.D. Jakes, and I've had an opportunity to be in his presence and in the First Lady's presence, and I've observed there's a real quiet tenderness when he's not in the pulpit, and we talked about other people who are iconic figures in our community. What would they be like in their private time? So I appreciate that each night, he hasn't said this, but before going out on stage, he listens to Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech right before he hits, so that that spirit is infused in him. But there is also, in terms of dialect, like when we do Shakespeare, we have something called the iambic pentameter. You follow what Shakespeare has taught us in terms of getting the story across. Mm-hmm. It is the same thing in the African American dialect. The story, you land certain words, you hit certain inflections, and he is an amazing proponent of that, Dr. King, his inflections, you know. I may not get there, but you hold on to that there. You just want to, preachers do.
It's almost like music.
It is music. It is very musical. It is, absolutely. It's musical Shakespeare. Yeah, absolutely musical. Yeah.
Before I knew anything about this show, I would not have expected it to have so much humor in it. I think we should know that the assassination is never played for laughs, and the cause is never played for laughs, but there's some tension, and I think Kamei calls Dr. King a bougie black person.
That's right.
At one point, and there's this idea.
I think she uses another word.
I am not going to use that.
No, okay.
But there's some interesting, she's in some ways like a foil, and it's fascinating because she's a foil from within the black community. She supports what he's doing, but there's also part of her that is not absolutely sure that he can get it done.
Right. But also you have to think about the time period and what was actually going on. There was dissension. Not everybody was in agreement with Dr. King's methods of bringing about change. You know, nonviolence wasn't everything that resonated within the community or within individuals who were seeking a change in what the country was at that time. And we know that for him, he was starting to diversify in where he was going and what he was attempting to do. So he was being challenged on different fronts, even within his community, even within his own followers. So Kamei, in a sense, represents all of that in which he was confronting at that time. You know, there were people within his own organization who was challenging him in the ways and methods that he was using. There were different movements and fractions outside that saying nonviolence was old, and that we should be taking another approach to creating change and equality for us as people. So he was enduring all of that.
And there were it's a horrible thing to admit, but even in Dallas history, there were factions that did not want him in this town because he represented, even with his nonviolent movement, he represented a particular someone who was like a rebel of a sort. There's a great figure, Juanita Craft Jewell, who was one of the first on the council and was very influential in the NAACP movement. So I had done a one-person show, something. I read a lot of information about her during that time, and it was shocking to me that in this community they didn't want him here.
The idea that he was going, that the path to success, according to some people, would be to sort of work within the established parameters.
Some people, right.
Talk a little bit about, at the end of the show, we'll give nothing away here, but there is a sort of a litany of historical events that have happened since Dr. King died. And it was fascinating for me. I was with my 13-year-old daughter who had heard of some of those things and didn't really understand a lot of them. And we had a lot of good conversations. There are references to things that we can be so proud of and look back on with such delight. And there are references to things that are really shameful and cause us to wonder how far we've come, if at all. What's it like every night to hear those, Hassan, and sort of go through? It's almost like from one phrase to the next, you're on this kind of roller coaster.
I think also when we talk about the dream, we talk about the promised land, getting there. I think what happens at the end of the play is a big spotlight on what we've gone through, what we're enduring, what we continue to have to experience, as we can look at the hardship that our country still is involved in. I think that last moment in the play challenges everyone to stand up and make a difference in our world. It says, look at where we've come. There have been accomplishments, yes, but we still have so much to do and so far to go. Yeah.
I've always heard, I don't know, I haven't passed on, I don't have no,
not ready to go.
Yeah, but they say that your life passes before you leave. You know, you've heard things like that. So it almost feels, for me, on an esoteric level and a symbolic level, that life we're dealing with, our life passing before us. America.
Collectively.
Yeah, collectively.
Yes.
You know, and looking at those events, and is our living in vain? You know, have we done all we can to make a difference? So that event that happens almost kind of takes me, even on a personal level, oh, I did live through that. But where was I there? Where was I there? Am I really doing what I'm supposed to be doing?
Yeah, I think that last moment challenges all of us to see, you know, we have made accomplishments, we have made steps, we have progressed, but when you really look at it, it's like some things still kind of remain the same. They're just colored in a different way, you know, and it's a little scary at times when you think, you know, we think of this country and being progressive and being inclusive, but then you can look at certain things and you go, my God, we still have so much further to go. You know, so that last moment I think is powerful just in that sense of it challenges everybody to take an internal look at themselves to see what you've done or what are you capable of doing or how much do you stand on the sideline and just be concerned about your own life. You know what I mean? To say that there's a greater good that we all could do, and it reflects back to me to Dr. Martin Luther King. Because once again, we look at him as being this frail, frightened human man who had children and a wife, everyday concerns, but yet and still he was able to sacrifice himself for the greater good of all mankind.
He wasn't so different from those of us that could be taking up this idea.
Doing the same thing, which is one of the things I think Tori Hall says with taking that picture, you know, two people on the wall, Jesus and Dr. Martin Luther King, and taking Dr. Martin Luther King off of the wall and making him, putting his feet on the ground. He's just like you, he's just like me. And we're all capable of the same incredible, awesome things.
We're speaking this hour with actor Hassan El-Amin, who plays Dr. Martin Luther King, and director Akeem Babatunde about their production of The Mountaintop, which runs at the Dallas Theater Center through November 15th. If you'd like to be part of the conversation, you can call 800-933-5372. We'll come back to it in a few minutes. Right now, we would like to let you know that when you make a contribution in this hour of Think, you've got 25 minutes or so left to go. You will be entered into a drawing not only for that iPhone 6 Plus that we'll be giving away, but this hour only, you can also win one of 3 pairs of tickets to a performance of The Mountaintop at the Dallas Theater Center. You can sign up for yours when you go online to KERA.org, sign up for your chance, I should say, or you can call 1-888-694-6931. Hi, Stephen.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, that performance is going to be for Saturday, October 17th. This is the matinee performance, so you can get out there in the afternoon and still have the rest of your day after the show. So this is a great opportunity to see the play in action, of course, that we've been talking about this hour. You can be entered in to win, again, with a contribution during the 1 o'clock hour. We always, of course, like to thank people who have contributed during the drive. So big thanks to Michael Ireland from Louisville, David Freeholm from Carrollton, and Weston Ward of Weatherford. You can join them by contributing at 888-694-6931 or go online to KERA.org.
Your contribution pays you back every single day of the year, and frankly, it makes public radio available for people who can't make contributions. You know, there was a time, probably in your life, Stephen, certainly in mine, when I was a student or just out of school and I can barely pay the rent, and that was when I listened to public radio on somebody else's dime. Today, when I'm able to make a contribution, I hope that there are folks out there benefiting from the dollars that I send to the station.
Well, the truth is, the programming that you're hearing right now has been paid for by somebody else, somebody who contributed during the spring, somebody who contributed during our winter membership campaign. But the programming you're going to be hearing from now on is going to be paid for by people who contribute during this campaign. And so it's important that we continue this cycle of contribution to make sure that the station's here for you next week, next month, next year. It's building that foundation during these membership campaigns that really keeps the station in a healthy position, and it gives us the confidence to be able to say every time you tune it in to 90.1, you're going to be hearing your local NPR affiliate.
I can tell you that the sustaining membership is really easy to set up. It probably takes an extra maybe 30 seconds beyond just making a one-time contribution. It's great because you can set the monthly amount and then it just happens, you know, month after month. It's very convenient. You can change it if you need to, if something happens. If, say, you were doing $10 a month and you're like, I didn't even notice that, I can do 20 now, or I can do 30 or 50. We make that pretty easy for you. But the terrific thing is, then you don't have to worry. You know that you are supporting KERA. I can tell you that dividing it out on a month-to-month basis makes a pretty significant contribution, quite affordable, regardless of your budget. They start as low as $5 a month to make a sustaining gift.
Maybe you could do a trick and find a number that's not divisible by 12 and just see how we're able to handle that. You know, challenge us on these sustaining memberships. In talking to Pledge Central between the last break and now, apparently a lot of people are really interested in this North Texas Food Bank deal, so I want to make sure we mention that again. And that is, you know, we always talk about gifts that you can receive during these membership drives, but we have a kind of a special gift this drive, and that is your contribution will trigger an additional gift to another North Texas nonprofit organization. And the way this works is, for example, a $60 contribution, I should say we're talking about the North Texas Food Bank, a $60 contribution you make that $60 will go to KERA, but you will also be triggering a gift to North Texas Food Bank to feed one person for a week. That's 3 meals a day, 21 meals for the week. Another example is if you were able to contribute, let's say, $180, that will feed a family of 3 for a week. That's 63 meals. So you'll know that not only are you supporting your public radio station, you're also supporting some folks in our area who really could use your help.
I don't think we've ever done anything cooler to sort of maximize the good that your dollars can do. You can, pay for public radio in your community, help some hungry folks in North Texas. Your contribution makes this possible. We just need you to take action. That's sometimes the hardest thing, is to pick up that phone or to click that mouse. KERA.org or 888-694-6931. It's very easy to do, and the folks who answer the phones are friendly and easy to deal with, and they can answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, they're there just waiting to take your call. This is their favorite time of the year. It's when membership campaign is going. They'd love to hear from you at 888-694-6931.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Lark on the Park in the Dallas Arts District, presenting patio brunch overlooking Clyde Warren Park each Saturday and Sunday. For reservations, you can visit larkonthepark.com. Mercedes-Benz of Plano, offering the GLK Class SUV in gasoline or diesel engine options with agility control technology. Mercedes-Benz of Plano, online at mbplano.com. Water Tower Theater presents the world premiere musical Creep, October 2nd to the 25th at the Addison Theater Center. Dallas playwright Donald Fowler's musical thriller explores the fabled story of Jack the Ripper. Tickets are available by calling 972-450-6232 or online at watertowertheater.org.
An All Things Considered story starts with the news.
2 women set to become the first female Army Rangers ever.
That day, we wanted to follow it with a conversation from a woman who was in the military.
So we just email everybody.
Whittle it down to one. We get her on the phone. Welcome to the program, Sergeant Marquez.
Thank you very much, Holly.
I want to start just with your reaction.
There's more to every story on All Things Considered every afternoon.
This afternoon at 4, following Fresh Air on KERA 90.1.
This is 90.1 KERA. Tomorrow at noon, get your questions and answers ready for your weekly round of anything you ever wanted to know. Hosted by Jeff Whittington. If you've been wondering about something, give us a call during the show or drop us an email and we'll see what the audience has to say about it. Anything you ever wanted to know, tomorrow at noon on KERA 90.1.
Funding for Think comes from SNU Continuing and Professional Education, offering the SNU Certificate Program, where you can take courses in art, architecture, history, literature, and more. Registration online at snu.edu/CAPE.
This is Think on KERA. I'm Chris Boyd, speaking this hour with director Akeem Babatunde and actor Hassan El Amin. We're talking about The Mountaintop, which is about the last night on Earth of Dr. Martin Luther King. It runs at the Dallas Theater Center through November 15th. If you'd like to join our conversation, you can call 1-800-933-5372. We have Sharon on the line in Arlington. Hi, Sharon.
Hi, I had a kind of a comment and then a question. I wanted to tell Mr. Babatunde that I loved his rendering of The Color Purple at Jubilee.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it was a wonderful take on it, and I'm wondering if you are taking The Mountaintop and doing I shouldn't say a twist, because you kind of, to me, when you did The Color Purple, I loved it. When you added I call them the church ladies.
Okay.
I don't remember that being in the piece that I saw on Broadway.
Yeah, they were there.
They were,
Just did
I didn't remember
different.
them. Maybe it's the way they stood out here, but I just love the way that it kind of showcased them at the same time.
Yeah.
But it was a nice piece. In the play, The Mountaintop, is there a way that we can look at who Kamei was? Because I did see it one time. And you guys were talking about your life passing before you, that's kind of who she was, and using that as a way to review his life before he, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I think that's a an interesting way of describing her presence at that particular time. Maybe she is that thing that is put there in a human form to help him address his past, his present, and possibly his future. So I think you're right on target with that.
These two roles are so intense, Akin. I would imagine there were a lot of actors who were very interested in scoring them for themselves. What were you looking for, and what drew you specifically to Hassan and Tiana?
I went to New York. We went all over the country looking for actors to play this particular role. And what I wanted more than anything was the reason why you say something rather than how you say something, which is the essence of acting, why you say what you say. And unfortunately, Joel Farrell and myself, who's the associate artistic director, we saw great actors, but they were acting rather than living. And in our right, because Hassan is playing Scrooge in Christmas Carol, so he's a busy, busy man. And because of that, it could have conflicted with the schedule. And we had to just come back home. And I said that Kevin, Joel, myself, Kevin Moriarty, the artistic, Hassan has got to do it if he's available and has, can work it out. And that's what he brings. He brings an honesty, an openness, a lack of performance. And one of the things that I love so much about this particular production is you peek into this room. It almost feels like you're a voyeur of some kind, just looking in and saying, oh, am I really hearing this or whatever? And I wanted so much for that to be accomplished, and I think that he does that so well, and also the actress playing Cam May does that.
Yeah, for me it was quite an honor. Originally not scheduled to do the role, and then being blessed to get it. And at the time, I was actually teching for Soldier's Play, playing Sergeant Waters, when we began our rehearsal. But again, having the opportunity to play MLK in the mountaintop, being challenged, being frightened, was such a great opportunity that I couldn't wait to do it. It was a lot of hard work. It really was a lot of hard work. And I love the specificity in which Akeem works with as far as what his vision is, and aligning yourself and thinking at a certain age that, this is my thing, I can do this. But being challenged in a way to really open your eyes and see things or approach it differently, or not going to what is literal on the page, that in itself. That's why we talk about other productions. There's not a production like this one.
I don't think so.
No,
not at all.
Not one.
Not in the look,
no,
the feel, the spirit is not one.
No, this one is special.
When you talk about being a certain age and knowing you can do something, I'm always struck every time I'm reminded of the life story of Dr. King, how young he was.
Yes.
39 when he died, and it's explicitly referred to in the script here.
Yes.
34 in the March on Washington.
Yes.
I mean, and for a while you think, well, I knew him as a child, and I learned that story then, and that's why this person seems so timeless and ageless, but he continues to seem that way. But, I mean, to be candid, you are older than 39, Hassan, and you look fantastic.
Thank you.
But if you remember the assassination of Dr. King, you are older than 39.
Exactly.
By more than a few years.
Yes.
I wonder how much you thought about age and about coming across as younger, or if you thought you actually needed to portray how exhausted he was in those moments when no one was looking.
No, age was not an issue or concern. It was the honesty of who the man was in that moment. Mm-hmm. So I can say I'm 14, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We make the statement of he was 39 because he was 39. And I'm an actor who's bringing to life a story. So was I concerned about being too old? Absolutely not. Never was a thought of mine. Mine was the fact that I get to bring this story to life. And how can I be honest to that? So age was never a concern for me. Never.
And I think it's a trap, like Hassan stated, to play the given. anytime you're old or feeling worn, what do? You play against it. You know, you're not walking. We don't see people walking around. Oh, I'm so worn and tired. They're fighting to stay alive, and I think that's what the human spirit does. And that may have a few things I've seen online. I see that they plug into the stereotype of what should be rather than the soul of what kept him going.
And you also think about just what the given circumstances within the realms of the play. A beautiful young woman, May, brings a cup of coffee to Dr. Martin Luther King. Is he going to act old? Is he going to act worn down? No, he's going to lift himself up in the presence just of how do I present myself in this moment. It wouldn't be the other. No, I'm old, I'm worn down. No, it's going to be I'm lifted up and I'm young and I'm vibrant.
The first time, Hassan, that you lit up a Pall Mall, which in the show is referred to as a Pall Mall, a cigarette, and took a slug of whiskey as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. What did that feel?
Well, once again, we're behind the closed doors. Who is he in those real moments when he's not on, when the world is not looking at him, when he can let his hair down, so to speak, and be comfortable in the realms of who he is? So for me, again, I have to challenge my reverence for him, me, Hassan El Amin, for Dr. Martin Luther King. And I have to become the actor or who is bringing to life this character on stage. And if this is honest and true to who he is, then I will not judge him. I will live honesty and truth to him. So for me, it's like, okay, if this is what he does, and if he uses certain language, if this is the way he is, then I want to find reality in that. So we know he smoked. We know that some of his friends said he used colorful language. He was honest and real. So I get to bring that to life. So for me, it's like, hey, let's go there. Let's go there.
I felt like, again, with the reverence, well, how far can we go giving him a drink? He wasn't a drunkard. We're not playing him as a drunkard. But the fact that he takes a drink, is offered a drink, is a very natural thing, you know, to relax in that particular moment. And those essences, those things are what we consistently explore. What was natural? Because not tipping it over and saying, well, now he's a womanizer, we're going to look at him really being a womanizer. None of that. What was the naturalistic, simple conversation that was happening?
This is one of the things, too, that I have to acknowledge once again, a keen on, because for me, it's like, well, how far can we push? You know, and in the sense of there was still consideration of who he is, who he was, what he was enduring, what he meant to the world. All of that was still a part of this production. You know, we still give him his place of reverence. We're not, you know, bastardizing him in any way. In any way.
No, we still love Dr. King at the end of this, at the end of the show.
Yes.
The one thing I want to leave, my final question is about, you know, the sacrifice. We think about him sacrificing his life, and we think about him, you know, working relentlessly. I hadn't given so much thought to the fact that it was truly a sacrifice for him, basically, not to be there to raise his kids and not to be there to enjoy the company of his wife very often.
Yes. Again, you think about, you mentioned his age. He was 39 at the time. He even made a statement that he would not live to see 40. And you think about, once again, how he gave himself to a greater cause. So who sacrificed in it? You think his wife, his children, his immediate family. They didn't get the opportunity to really enjoy who their father was to them because he had a calling on his life, and his calling took him away from them. So I think in terms of that, the sacrifice that was made, not only by him, but by his family as well. They sacrificed a great deal. And you think they lost their father at a tender age of 39. They grew up basically without having dad there at home. So you think about it. And I think, too, we still think now, that was in 1968. Still think of the importance Dr. King still has in our lives. Think of the importance that he has in the world and where we are today. Even some of the congressional things that have taken place, laws that were changed to make the world a better place for not just African Americans, but for everyone. That was an incredible thing that he accomplished.
And I don't want to give this away, but there is an incredible moment in the show of self-confession where it absolutely brings tears to your eyes.
I know the moment.
You know what I'm talking about, where we see that kind of revelation come upon him.
We will leave it there. Director Akeem Babatunde directed the play The Mountaintop. Actor Hassan El Amin plays Martin Luther King Jr. And Tiana Johnson, who wasn't with us today, plays Kim May, the other character in that play. It's open at the Dallas Theater Center through November 15th. Gentlemen, what a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. And I just want to say Tiana Johnson is fabulous.
Fantastic.
She's
fantastic.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Think is produced by Stephen Becker, who has just stepped into the room now to join us, to update us on the progress of our fall fundraising campaign. Hey, Stephen.
As if on cue. Yes.
You knew this was going to happen.
We're making great, we're having, really we're having a very successful morning/afternoon on the first day, which is so nice when, when the station puts out the call for listeners, you all respond. It's been amazing to see how many of you have contributed on day one. Some of that might be because we're, of course, doing this drawing today for an Apple iPhone 6s. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you might as well take advantage of the opportunity. And when you contribute today, you will be entered into that drawing, which is going to happen at 7 o'clock. So make your donation today. You'll be automatically entered in. And somebody's going to be the winner of this phone. It might as well be you.
That's right. And if you've already got a phone, there's someone in your life who would just light up like a pinball machine to receive this thing.
I was watching footage on the news when they released this of people just lining up for what seemed like blocks and blocks. So maybe you're one of those people who has to have the latest and greatest gadget. This is an easy way to get it while also supporting your public radio station.
I remember when cordless phones were a big deal. 888-694-6931 is the telephone number to make your gift of support to KERA. You can also do it online at KERA.org. We know that you listen. You know that you listen to the station. You know how much you rely on KERA. And if you've ever ridden in the car with somebody else who is not into public radio and they want to change it, and you think, I'm missing Morning Edition. I can't listen to Think. I want to hear car talk right now. You can imagine what it would be like to live in a world without public radio, without KERA, and thankfully that world is not coming anytime soon. But it exists because of support from people just like you and me who listen to the station and rely on it. We have fantastic benefactors here at the station who give very large sums of money, but we count, frankly, a lot on support of folks like you and me who do $10 or $20 or $50 or $125 a month and support the station at kind of a real life level for most of us. Your contribution matters. Even $5 a month makes a big difference.
Well, and here's what will happen too: is when you make that step from becoming a listener to a contributor, you're really becoming an investor in the station. And what happens there is, I promise you, when you contribute, you'll listen a little more often because you want to know where your money's going to. It's only natural that you would pay even closer attention than maybe you do now. And then what happens from there is listening begets more listening because, like you said, Chris, it becomes part of your habit. You're hooked, hopefully, because you don't want to miss something, or you want to hear the next part of the news story that you heard, or the continuing coverage of something that's happening. And before you know it, you find that you're listening all the time. And part of the benefit of that, of course, is you'll be informed and up to date on what's going on, but you'll also just be able to know that the money that you've contributed is going to the greater good and honestly going to a service that you are increasingly taking in.
And then when, Courtney Collins or Lauren Silverman or Bill Ziebel or anybody on our news team wins an award, you can think, I helped to pay for that. I helped to finance the coverage that won this award for excellent journalism. And our local news team really is amazing, and the department has really been built up, and that's all been made possible thanks to people who support the station.
Yeah, you should see the shelf. We had to put new shelves in the office to hold just the awards that have come in the last year. And that's less about us and more about you. And what I mean is, like you said, Chris, we could not do that reporting. We couldn't, spend the money that it costs to do that level of reporting if not for contributions from the people who listen to it on a daily basis. So we really thank you for that. We hope that you hear the quality of those reports on the air and that it's worth continuing your financial support of that mission. 888-694-6931. There's one way you can do that, or you can go online to kera.org.
Make your contribution right now, and you can still get in on that drawing for, we have 3 pairs of tickets to see the Mountaintop at Dallas Theater Center. That's just for people who make contributions during this hour of Think. So you are in a great position if you are ready to call 888-694-6931 or to go online at kera.org.
We'd love to hear from you on the first day of the drive. And also, don't miss that opportunity to get in on that iPhone 6s drawing. It's going to happen today at 7 o'clock. 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. And thanks.
Our volunteers are here bright and early each morning, and so is Addison Coffee Roasters, providing our volunteers and staff with coffee during our fundraising campaign. Thank you, Addison Coffee Roasters, for your support of KERA.
This is 90.1 KERA, Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton, and streaming at kera.org.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Emergency personnel are on the scene of a community college in southwestern Oregon where police are investigating reports of a mass shooting. Rob Manning of Oregon Public Broadcasting is near the site of Umpqua Community College, where entry to and from the area has been closed off to most people.
We're hearing there are multiple casualties being transported away from Umpqua Community College, unconfirmed reports of fatalities. Umpqua Community College has an enrollment of about 3,000 students. It's kind of the major college institution in that part of Oregon.
Rob Manning reporting. We're just hearing, by the way, that a fire official has told CNN that at least 2 people have died. Hurricane Joaquin is now a more powerful Category 4 storm, bringing with it heavy rain and top sustained winds of 130 miles per hour to residents and tourists of the Bahamas. Forecasters believe the storm could reach Category 5, the greatest measured level of intensity by the time it reaches the eastern U.S., if its current trajectory doesn't shift. A lot of unknowns still, but New Jersey Governor Chris Christie is not taking any chances after the state endured severe damage from Superstorm Sandy several years ago. Christie talks about what residents can expect this time.
We know that there is definitely going to be moderate and likely to be major flooding events in South Jersey on Friday and Saturday.
Parts of South Carolina are already experiencing heavy rains and floods. At least 1 death is reported. Fierce fighting continues in parts of Kunduz in northern Afghanistan. Afghan government forces have pushed into the city after it was overrun by the Taliban on Monday, but NPR's Philip Reeves reports that their counteroffensive is proving to be difficult.
Afghan government and military officials began the day announcing Kunduz was back in government hands after a big overnight operations. Yet reports flowed in from frightened residents who were still hunkered down because the fighting wasn't over. A police spokesman confirmed that the operation is still going on, saying Taliban fighters are hiding in people's homes. Some reports say the militants are pushing back into the city centre. Although their combat mission's been over for months, US forces at one point fought alongside Afghan soldiers. A coalition forces spokesman says they were special forces advisors who encountered an insurgent threat and returned fire in self-defense. Philip Reeves, NPR News.
A 16-year-old South Dakota student is charged as an adult with attempting to murder his high school principal. He is alleged to have shot and wounded the principal. Authorities say the teen was then restrained by members of the faculty and that no students were hurt. At last check on Wall Street, Dow was down 187 points at 16,098. NASDAQ off 4, S&P 500 up 1. This is NPR. The Russian military is denying reports that its airstrikes are killing civilians rather than ISIS terrorist targets. At the United Nations today, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said, as heard here through an interpreter, Russia's military knows its target.
A terrorist, if it acts like a terrorist, if it walks like a terrorist, if it fights like a terrorist, it's a terrorist, right? I would recall that we always were saying that we are going to fight ISIL and other terrorist groups. This is the same position which the Americans are taking.
is really trying to help Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad eliminate rebels who want him out of office. A new study by the Pew Research Center looks at how much technology is embedded into young teenagers' romantic relationships. NPR's Braxton Booker reports it finds social media play an important role in maintaining those relationships.
The Pew study surveyed teenagers ages 13 to 17. Just over half the teenage girls surveyed said social media make them feel closer to a partner. However, when it comes to boys, 65% say social media sites like Facebook and Instagram help them stay attached to their romantic partner. Amanda Linhart led the study.
They're more likely to say they felt an increased emotional connection and an increased kind of just connection in general to those sort of workings of their partners' lives.
While the study found a relatively low percentage of teens met their romantic partners online, social media plays a significant role in flirting, dating, and the breakup of romantic relationships.
Braxton Booker reporting. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Avalara, tax automation for businesses of all sizes. Avalara's cloud-based technology is designed to simplify business tax by performing real-time calculations and enabling automatic return filing. Learn more at avalara.com.
The World is brought to you by PRI with support from Lumosity.com, brain training designed by neuroscientists that has been used by 60 million people worldwide, with personalized training programs to challenge memory, attention, and problem solving. You can learn more at Lumosity.com.
I'm Carol Hills, and this is The World. It kind of seems like Taliban whack-a-mole. Afghan security forces today say they flushed the militant group out of Kunduz. The Taliban say, nope, they still control parts of the northern Afghan city. Truth is, it's hard to tell who controls what. But for reporter Jean McKenzie, the question of just where Taliban fighters are is beside the point.
They know very well that they can't hold the city, and they really cannot retake Afghanistan. So we can't make too much of their taking territory. But they have made the headlines. They're back in the world's eye view. And they are able to claim that they are still a force to be reckoned with.
Mackenzie has been covering Afghanistan for more than a decade. She's in Kabul now, and she says it would be easy to blame the Taliban's Kunduz offensive on the withdrawal of international forces.
But at some point, unless we want Afghanistan to be occupied for indefinitely, the Afghans have got to stand up and take control of their own destiny.
Where does that leave the U.S. in terms of its plan to withdraw the rest of the troops from Afghanistan by next year?
I would be very surprised if after what has happened in Kunduz, if there were any more troop withdrawals this year, I think, or even over the next year. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the U.S. to stay as involved as it is, if not more involved, and to step up their training of the Afghan forces and to step up pressure on the national unity government to actually unify.
Now, just to rub salt in the wound, this Taliban takeover of Kunduz, which will probably be temporary, it happened on the one-year anniversary of the establishment of Ashraf Ghani's so-called national unity government in Afghanistan. What isn't going right in this government?
Well, quite a lot, I'm afraid. We have a two-headed monster here. We have a president and a CEO who've never really agreed on what their roles are and on what their rights and privileges are.
Did you say a CEO? His second in command is called the CEO as opposed to a vice president?
Well, he has a vice president, too. This is quite a complicated structure. When the election went south in a very big way last year, John Kerry flew in to save the day and brokered a power-sharing agreement whereby Ashraf Ghani, upon becoming president, created the position of CEO. This is nowhere in the Constitution, nowhere in the law. So we've got a government where you have two people thinking that they each have rights and privileges that the other may not agree to, and they seem to be pulling often in very different directions.
How does it play out where Kunduz is concerned?
We have a governor in Kunduz who was appointed by the president, by Ashraf Ghani. And we have a chief of police who was appointed by the CEO, Dr. Abdullah. The chief of police is very involved with the Afghan local police, which are basically militia groups, and the governor has wanted to clean them up. That is not a recipe for success.
I guess my final question is, it seems like the Afghan government will retake Kunduz, and it seems like the Taliban even knows that this is a temporary victory. Why would they take the trouble and loss of life to take a city like Kunduz when they know they're not going to keep it?
It's a public relations thing. The Taliban, they know very well that they can't hold the city, and they really cannot retake Afghanistan. And if you followed the news, this is a very strange invasion. When you say the word Taliban in the international context or the U.S. context, we have a very strong picture of turbaned, bearded men going absolutely wild. That does not seem to have happened here in Kunduz.
Jean McKenzie there, Afghanistan correspondent for our partners at the Ground Truth Project. As Jean says, the attack on Kunduz seems to have been perpetrated by a very different kind of Taliban, a group of guys taking selfies and posting them online. Bashir Ahmad is a correspondent for RFE RL Radio Mashal, which covers Afghanistan and Pakistan. Bashir, tell us about the kind of Taliban selfies you've been seeing on social media coming out of Kunduz.
There are selfies and pictures coming out of Kunduz that people are taking pictures with Taliban. Mostly these pictures are posted on pro-Taliban pages on Facebook. Most of the people are taking pictures with them. It's a kind of new thing that Taliban coming with, these guns and everything, and they have just suddenly get into the city. And there is sensation around Taliban and the guerrilla fighters. So people are taking pictures with them, these young, Afghans, and they just want to just take pictures with them so they can show it later to some relative and boast about it. But the Taliban are using those pictures for their own propaganda and showing to the world or on social media that people are very excited about that.
So it's kind of interesting because it wasn't so long ago that the Taliban banned any use of the internet. I mean, it was strictly forbidden.
Nangarhar Daily from eastern Afghanistan. I have the clippings of that paper, the front page story, that Mullah Omar has personally banned internet, and if anybody is seen using internet, he will be punished according to Sharia. But nowadays, they have realized that internet is something that they cannot avoid, and it's a very powerful media for them, because the radio stations and the TV channels, they are editing their stuff. They have to balance their stories. But on social media, they don't need this. They just post pictures there. And one of the videos that I saw from Taliban, one of the guy was recording the video, and another Taliban member, his friend, is asking him, "Are you going to post this onto the internet, Facebook?" And he said, "Yeah, in 5 minutes it will be there." And Taliban, you can see Taliban encouraging people to record them and record the whole scenario there, and then they can post it on the social media and Facebook, because people, when they see it coming from some local resident or just a common man, they believe it more than Taliban pages. So it's a good technique for them, so they can use people's enthusiasm and the fascination for the Taliban for their own propaganda.
What are you hearing from your contacts in Kunduz about what's actually happening on the ground and the degree to which people there are excited about the Taliban? I mean, is it a whole different story when you talk to people in Kunduz?
They are not so excited about it, because we are hearing that there's food and medicine shortage in Kunduz, and Taliban are using them as human shields, so they are not able to get out of the city. And also now, Taliban are now using locally young men and recruiting them, actually forcing them to fight for them. It's very difficult.
Bashir, I understand one of the selfies was of a Taliban guy high-fiving a citizen of Kunduz. What did you make of that?
It's very interesting, because these young Taliban fighters, when they came in 90s, when they started their government and they put the Northern Alliance back, they banned clapping. Nobody could clap. You could only say Allahu Akbar, and you could shout these holy slogans, but not clapping. But nowadays they have cheering. The way of cheering is different. Now high five is not a forbidden thing for Taliban, and they think it's very cool to attract young Afghans.
So high fives and selfies, the new look.
High fives and selfies, yeah, it's trending. Whatever they do, they want to record it and put it on the internet.
Bashir Ahmad is the reporter for RFE-RL Radio Mashal. Thanks, Bashir.
Thanks.
We're going to pick up on a story from last week. The deadly stampede near Mecca during the Hajj pilgrimage. Saudi Arabia puts the official death toll at 769 people, but Iran insists the number is much higher, saying the Saudis haven't accounted for the many people still missing. It's all flared into an angry exchange between two Muslim countries who already don't get along. I have my colleague Rana Rahimpour to explain. She's with the BBC's Persian service in London.
There's a huge difference between the numbers that the Iranian authorities have released and what the Saudis have confirmed. The Iranians say at least 464 people have been killed, Iranians only, while the Saudis say in total 769 people have been killed, which means that more than half of them were Iranians. But the Iranians say that's not true, and in total they claim more than 4,000 people have been killed in the stampede. So there's a huge difference. There's more than a 3,000 difference between what the Saudis say and what the Iranians say. The Iranians accuse the Saudis of trying to cover up the scale of the disaster.
Without getting into why the numbers are so different, there just seems to be a lot of tension period between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Remind us what that ongoing tension is.
This has been going on for about 37 years when the Islamic Revolution in 1979 happened in Iran. So the Iranian regime is a Shia regime and the Saudi ruling family is a Sunni. So throughout these years it's been a very bumpy road between the two countries, but it has been escalated in the last 3 or 4 years since the situation in Iraq, in Syria, and more recently in Yemen got very difficult and tense. And one can say that you can see an Iranian influence and a Saudi influence in all these areas of conflict.
So basically, in these wars that are going on in places like Yemen and Syria and elsewhere, Iran and Saudi are backing different sides?
That's correct. So the Saudis are obviously backing the Sunni side and the Sunni rebels in Syria, for instance. In Yemen, Iran is accused of supporting Houthi rebels, which are Shia, a very different and narrow branch of Shiism, but they're still Shia. Iran says that they are only giving them advice in the military fight that is going on in Yemen, but Saudis say that Iran's involvement is much more than that.
So we have this historical tension between these two countries. But getting back to the Hajj, a large number of Iranians take part in the Hajj. And it sounds crass, but there's a lot of shopping that goes on at the Hajj, as well as the sacred 5-day pilgrimage. How does this affect how Saudis and Iranians talk about the Hajj?
Of course, this year 64,000 Iranian pilgrims have gone to participate in Hajj, and like any other tourists, they participate a lot. They have to pay for hotels, for transport, for shopping. But obviously, we know that Saudi Arabia is a very rich country. It's not going to be affected by the fact that Iranians might decide not to go to Hajj. But there has been talks by some Shia clerics in Iran who said that perhaps they have to stop going to Hajj until Saudi Arabia can guarantee their safety.
Are you hearing any Iranians who are rethinking their next Hajj pilgrimage?
Yes, certainly. In the last week, there have been many anti-Saudi demonstrations in many cities in Iran. Some had called for Saudi, some have said very anti-Saudi slogans. And I have to remind you, this is not new. The Iranian pilgrims in Saudi Arabia, and in Mecca especially, have reported of mistreatment by the police, for instance. Sometimes they are pushed to one side, they report that they get beaten up. So there's always been this ongoing tension because some are Shia and some are Sunni.
Rana Rahimpour is a reporter with the BBC Persian service. Thanks, Rana.
Thank you so much.
This is the world.
It's 2:20. I'm Justin Martin, your local All Things Considered host, joined by Shelley Canavy. It is our membership campaign, and you know all the wonderful programming you hear on KERA 90.1. All of the stories that influence you, all of the things you hear on the station are on the air in their fullness and the complexity that you enjoy because of your contributions at 1-888-694-6931. Of course, you can go online to KERA.org. You know all the reasons that you listen to the station. Make a contribution today, 1-888-694-6931 or KERA.org. How are you, Shelley?
I'm great, Justin, and we want to thank everybody that's made their contribution so far today on the first day of the fall membership campaign. We've got a goal this hour to keep us on track. We want to raise $3,000 this hour, so we've got about 40 minutes left to go, and so that's completely doable. So make that contribution. Give us a call, 888-694-6931, or you can do it online at KERA.org. Join the people who've already made their contributions on this first day. Thank you to Grant Ryden in Greenville. Thank you to George Tatman in Richardson, and thanks as well to Linda Shapiro in Dallas. They've already made their contributions. They're well on their way to membership. They're in membership. They are members. So that's great. We thank you so much. And we've also got an extra incentive today only, right, Justin?
Oh, I'm looking at this here, a brand new 64 gigabyte iPhone 6S Plus. It's got faster Wi-Fi, a 3D touchscreen. Looks like it's really neat. But making a donation today will automatically enter you into the iPhone 6 drawing and all of the KERA drawings for the fall membership campaign. Drawing ends today at, well, this evening at 7. Do it now, 1-888-694-6931. Online, KERA.org. Again, this is a today-only offer, so this is kind of interesting. Usually you get these kind of big deals as we end the campaign, but this one's coming right up front, so don't turn this opportunity down. 1-888-694-6931. Online at KERA.org. I was just thinking about the story on the world, the incredible music that you hear on the world. This is one of my favorite programs that we broadcast here at KERA 90.1. I also like the whole lineup: Morning Edition, All Things Considered, This American Life, Radio Lab. Pick a reason, pick a show that you enjoy, and make a pledge of support. 1-888-694-6931, KERA.org.
Yeah, The World is such an interesting show, and I listen to it every day, obviously, but what I find so fun about The World is that Marco Warman, you can tell he really, really loves that weird music that he brings every day. I love it. I love his enthusiasm, and he's bringing you something that you've never heard before. Most people have never heard before, some wonky rap coming out of some faraway country. So it's really, really cool to be introduced to that by someone who's really, really into it. You can tell that Marco Warman loves that music. So if you love The World and all the things that Marco brings to you each and every day, support KERA. Get us closer to this $3,000 goal this hour. Make that contribution now. You can do it at KERA.org. You can also call 888-694-6931, and you'll also automatically be entered into that drawing for that iPhone 6S that we're doing, 6S Plus, that we're doing tonight, and all the other drawings, because we'll have other drawings during the course of the fall membership campaign, and you'll already be entered into each and every drawing. So go ahead and make that contribution today so you get in on this first one when there's not as many people, 888-694-6931, or go to KERA.org.
Consider for just a moment how indispensable KERA 90.1 is in your news diet. The world is shifting, it's changing, it's so dynamic today. All sorts of things happening here locally, nationally, and across the world. It is KERA that provides you with the most comprehensive source of information in your news diet. You've got the BBC, you've got NPR, you've got KERA's local news team, which does an incredible job with stories through the Breakthroughs campaign, through all sorts of things. All of this combined provides you with really an indispensable thing. 1-888-694-6931 is the number to call to support it, or you can just take a couple of minutes out of your day, go to KERA.org. Remember, today only, we've got the drawing for the iPhone 6S Plus, 1-888, well, automatically enter you into the drawing, that is, 1-888-694-6931, or KERA.org.
Yeah, we've got more of The World coming up in just a couple of minutes, but go ahead and make that contribution now. Get in on that drawing. Become a member today on this first day of the fall membership campaign. You can do it by calling 694-6931, or just go online to kera.org.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from giftedandtalented.com, offering personalized online courses developed by Stanford University to help K-12 students advance in mathematics, language arts, and beyond. Giftedandtalented.com, where kids become extraordinary. Central Market's Produce Department, offering a variety of peak of season selections, including melons, stone fruit, summer squash, figs, and more. Ideas and recipes at centralmarket.com.
I'm Carol Hills, and you're listening to The World. There's a whole series of web videos dedicated to stuff white people say to minorities, like asking someone of Asian descent where they're from, like really from. Joanna Hausman takes this one step further. She's a white Latino American from Venezuela. Yeah, she gets plenty of questions about it. So where are your parents from?
Oh, I forgot to tell you that Mark and I just got back from Cancun.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm not from there, though.
Oh, crucero? Is it Cancun? Cancun, yeah.
That's one of her popular videos titled Things White Latinos Are Sick of Hearing. So Joanna, your videos are great, and I imagine these questions about your ethnicity come from all races and all stripes, right?
100%. I mean, even Latinos themselves are very confused by my appearance or by my background. So I always say that my life is justifying who I am. And this justification, it kind of gets funny when you're like 26 years old and you're still doing it.
So can you remember when you first started getting these kind of questions?
Yeah, I remember starting elementary school, and I went to elementary school in Maryland, and I'll never forget, this little girl came up to me and she was like, "Oh, my mom told me that you are from Latino America," and I was like, "Yeah," and she's like, "That's very strange because you look more like Mary-Kate and Ashley than anything else," and I was like, "That's a very interesting connection. Never thought Mary-Kate and Ashley was a sufficient descriptor of where someone is from." But my last name is Jewish, so even in when I was studying for my bat mitzvah, I'd get a lot of questions in Sunday school as well. It was very confusing to all my fellow bat mitzvah people, like how I came to be in Venezuela.
I imagine it's a little bit tiring telling people that yes, you can be both white and Latino. At what point did you decide to poke fun at it?
Comedy has always been like my fuel ever since I can remember, but I think I don't think people learn through being taught what to do unless they're in school, and I'm not going to go around and like preaching to people. I just don't think that that's efficient. But if I make people laugh and make people understand my perspective with humor, I think that I'm educating them through like a fun vehicle, and I think that that's honestly one of my favorite parts of what I do is I'm educating people. I'm letting them know of this other side of identity through videos that make them laugh and that they want to share and that they feel identified with in some way.
I want to play a clip from another video, Spanish words white people can't say.
This is refrigerator, and I'm not going to pronounce it the Spanish way.
Refrigerador.
Yeah, no.
Refrigerator.
Refrigerador.
Wait, you roll a single R? Dude.
Refrigerador. I can't say it either, John.
Is there always makes me laugh? I don't know why. I mean, I've seen it a million times. I saw it in the edit, and it still makes me laugh so hard. Oh man, I feel so bad for my like employees and for my coworkers. I made them suffer. I made them suffer trying to pronounce these words.
Now, is there something more you're trying to show than people having a hard time with other languages?
Yeah, I kind of have this perspective that I don't think that being a minority or having having a difficult identity or having a diverse background is something that I personally feel victimized for. I kind of feel empowered in some way, and in this video, I very much felt like the empowered person by like trying to get my friends to pronounce these words accurately. And I live in an environment, I do improv where I don't know who John Candy is. I don't know a lot of like the pop culture references of the U.S. before 2007. So it was like let's turn the tables a little bit. How does it feel that I know something that you don't? But I always see it as like something fun. I mean, I'm not necessarily poking fun of them in a negative way. It's not their fault they don't speak Spanish, but I like putting them in a vulnerable position because vulnerability is funny sometimes, and honestly, usually that's where real humanity comes from, is when you're like vulnerable.
I know another thing you riff on is misconceptions about Latinos. So tell us a few.
Well, that we're all Mexican, that we all pray to all the Virgin Marys. All the Virgin Marys. Clearly, I'm Jewish. I just said all the Virgin Marys, but I know that there's one. It's kind of like, we're all maids. We all love Pitbull. There's so many people in Latin America. There's so many different cultures. There's so many different countries. So many different ways of speaking Spanish. So many different types of music, food. It's like coming here and being placed in a single box of being Latino is kind of odd. I think a lot of it has to do with the portrayal of Latin Americans and Latinos in the media, and I don't think it's anybody's fault. I think it's time for us to step up to the plate and to show our diversity and our humor and our talent, but more certainly than not, like basically our pride and our differences.
Joanna Hausman is a Venezuelan-American comedian and writer, and she makes funny videos for Flama, an online video network of comedy, music, and other stuff aimed at U.S.-born Hispanic millennials. Joanna, thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you very much.
Pero. Is it more of a Spanish R roll, like a tongue roll?
Pero.
I can't do that.
Before we go to the break, the U.S. has been a leader in anti-smoking campaigns, but it hasn't gone as far as Britain just did. Well, not all of Britain. Starting today, you'll be breaking the law in England and Wales if you smoke in a car carrying anyone under the age of 18. That applies to drivers and any passengers. If you're caught, you could be fined about $75, though health officials say the law is more about educating smokers than punishing them. That's not how Lucy Hardcastle sees it. She's a smoker who lives in the greater London area, and she's used to lighting up when she's in the car with her 3 kids. Hardcastle says no one's going to tell her she has to stop.
I see the car as being my own personal space, my private property, and when I'm in the car, it's the only piece of area that I actually own as my own. And when I take the children for long distances, I think, well, they're just going to have to put up with it, and I'm going to open the window.
But Gina Radford, a senior British health official, says cracking a window won't do it.
Even if you drive with the windows open, the levels of the pollutants in secondhand smoke are still 100 times higher than the safe limit. So there is absolutely no safe way to smoke cigarettes in a car when children are present.
And that makes it a serious health concern. But some law enforcement officers wonder whether it should be up to them to police it. Here's Steve White, chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales.
It's not for the police service to determine what laws we have in the country, but of course we have to be able to understand how we can enforce them. And I'm not entirely convinced, in fact I'm not at all convinced, that policing something of this nature is particularly effective use of police time.
Still, supporters of the new law say enforcement isn't the main issue, it's about changing people's attitudes. News headlines are coming up on the world.
Good afternoon, 2:33. I'm Justin Martin, your local All Things Considered host, joined by midday host Shelley Canavy in studio. It is our membership campaign. You know why you listen. Call this number, 1-888-694-6931, and choose what level of contribution you want to do. You want $1 a day, you want to make a one-time contribution of $60, $120, whatever amount you're comfortable with goes to paying for the programming, paying for the journalism, paying for the news that you hear each and every day on KERA 90.1. 1-888-694-6931, 1-888-694-6931, or you can go ahead and go online to KERA.org. Shelley, how are you?
I'm good, Justin. You know, we've always got incentives to give. You can find them at KERA.org. We've got mugs, and we've got bags, and we've got T-shirts and things like that. And so if you're one of those people that has enough public radio mugs, you might be interested in our new incentive. We are doing a partnership with the North Texas Food Bank. We have the Thanks for Giving packages. So each day the North Texas Food Bank provides access to meals for hungry children, seniors, and families right here in our community. And when you make a donation to KERA and choose the Thanks for Giving package, you're not only providing support for KERA, you're also making sure that members of our community are being supported by the North Texas Food Bank. So for an example, if you make a contribution of $60 at KERA.org, you will also be feeding one person for a week, and that's 21 meals. If you make a contribution of $180, that's feeding a family of 3 for a week, so they're getting 63 meals out of your contribution on top of supporting KERA. So it's a good way to make one contribution and support 2 North Texas nonprofits, KERA and the North Texas Food Bank. So you'll be doing good in 2 ways all at one time. So it's a pretty good deal there. Go to KERA.org to see all the details and choose that Thanks for Giving package if you're looking to support the North Texas Food Bank at the same time.
And while you're at the website, KERA.org, you can take a gander at all the thank you gifts that there are to offer. And there are a few new ones. We've got brand new ceramic mugs, as Shelley was talking about, KERA T-shirts. There's this really neat KERA picnic blanket that's wrapped up like a tote bag. It looks really cool. You can get all of those together, this T-shirt, mug, and picnic blanket for a $20 monthly donation. Again, you've got coffee mugs. You've got all sorts of really nifty things that you yourself could keep, or maybe you'd like to give as a gift to a friend or a family member. You might be able to, perhaps you like Downton Abbey. You've got seasons 1 through 6 on Blu-ray or DVD. All 6 seasons of this Golden Globe and multi-Emmy award-winning series available to you, $20 a month. There are tons of things to choose from, but most importantly, whatever thank you gift you choose, whatever contribution amount that you're comfortable with, you give to KERA, it adds up to paying for the programs, paying for the award-winning journalism you hear on KERA 90.1. Again, whether it's the BBC, whether it's in Morning Edition, whether it's All Things Considered, you're covered 24/7 with news and information that helps you make better decisions, helps you understand your world. We know you value this. You tune into the station, so make a pledge of support to make it even better. 1-888-694-6931. You can go online to KERA.org. But do your part. Support the insightful reporting, the educational programming, and the thoughtful conversations you hear on KERA 90.1. Do your part. It'll take just a couple of minutes out of your afternoon. You make a phone call to 1-888-694-6931. Just a couple of minutes. Or you can go online to KERA.org through any internet-enabled device that you have.
And we had a goal of $3,000 for this hour. We've still got just over 20 minutes left to go. We've got just over $1,500 to reach that goal. So thank you so much to everyone who has made their contribution so far this hour and so far today on our first day of the fall membership campaign. I want to thank Gary Oviatt in Richardson. Thank you to Paul Silvernail and Denton, and thanks to Michael McCarthy in Frisco. Those people and many, many others they have us well on our way to our goal to finishing up this membership campaign successfully and on time. So do your part and help support KERA. Give us a call, 888-694-6931, or you can do it online at KERA.org. It's super, super easy, and we really, really appreciate it. Again, we've got just about $1,500 left to go to reach the goal in this hour. So won't you be the next one that gets us closer to that goal of $3,000 for the hour? Do it now at 888-694-6931 or by going online to make your contribution there at KERA.org.
All Things Considered goes where you are and takes you places you've never thought to go.
Right now, the wildfire threat in the Pacific Northwest is...
This month marks 10 years since Katrina bore
Michael Brown in Ferguson, Eric Garner in New York, Shamir Price in Cleveland.
In Kentucky today, a county clerk who refused to issue marriage licenses.
There's more to every story. Listen this afternoon.
This afternoon at 4, following Fresh Air on KERA 90.1.
World is brought to you by Public Radio International and by Soundworks.org, a collection of podcasts from PRI. With Global Voice America Abroad, explore and subscribe at Soundworks.org.
I'm Carolyn Hills in from our open, and you're tuned to The World, co-production of the BBC World Service, PRI, and WGBH in Boston. How many Americans struggle to communicate with their older relatives because of a language gap? Well, Patrick Cox, the host of our podcast on language, The World in Words, is here. And Patrick, how many people are we talking about?
Well, we could be talking about millions. We don't know exactly how many because there's no national tracking of this. There's no national tracking of this figure for, say, to pick the most likely scenario, U.S.-born kids who speak English but who don't speak the language of their immigrant grandparents. What we do know is that of the roughly 40 million either don't speak English well or they don't speak it at all.
So am I assuming correctly that the older you are when you actually arrive in the U.S. as an immigrant, the less likely you are to learn English?
Generally speaking, yes. That's what the studies have concluded. And here's something else, a generational pattern that's been remarkably consistent over the years from one wave of immigration to the next. And this comes from studies that look at 3 generations. The first generation, the immigrants, assuming that they come from a non-English speaking part of the world, they struggle with English to a greater or lesser extent. The next generation is more likely to be bilingual or bilingual-ish, depending on how much of their parents' language they're exposed to. In the old days, parents sometimes didn't want to pass on their native tongue. They wanted the kids to be monolingual English, although that is changing now. Either way, by the 3rd generation, the grandchildren of the people who moved to America, that home language that's usually lost.
And so it's lost on them, but they may still have grandparents who are speaking the native tongue, and they're kind of blocked. Their parents are chatting with the grandparents, and they sort of can't do it.
I has been thinking, as much as I want to, I can't communicate with my grandpa Ye. He only speaks Mandarin Chinese, and I pretty much only speak English. So our conversations start simple and stay simple. I'll let my sister Yolan, who's in the same boat, demonstrate.
你好爷爷, which means hello grandpa. And then I go, 你今天怎么样? Which means how are you doing today? He says, 很好. Like in this childish way, like it's like a kid talking to him. So that means very good. And then I say, oh, that means, are you hungry?
Is that it? Anything else?
Let's see. No, that's it.
And that's repeated every time you see him?
Yeah.
In the late 70s, my parents moved from Taiwan to the U.S., which is where I was born and grew up. Like any good second-generation immigrant daughter, I went to Chinese school and took classes in high school and college. But none of it worked. Even though my parents mainly spoke Chinese at home, I would almost always respond in English. Which is why, at age 27, I still have the Chinese vocabulary of a 3-year-old. So my grandpa Ye and I stick to a basic script. In a lot of ways, we're strangers. I'm not sure why it's taken me so long to realize all this, but I feel like a jerk. Growing up, Ye was the best grandpa. He dragged me to tennis lessons, teach me how to make dumplings, and cheer me on at piano recitals. I couldn't have been very good. He was the kind of grandpa who offered to take me to McDonald's after school, even if he just eaten himself. Considering our history, it's pretty ridiculous we've never had a real conversation. When I recently became aware of the situation, I decided I wanted to get past our language barrier. Ye is 96. I wanted to try and get to know him before it was too late.
So, can you introduce yourself and say your name?
I wish I could tell you I discovered a new app that helped me magically learn Chinese in time for this interview, but no. I took an old-fashioned shortcut.
I'm Chris Shaw. I'm a lawyer husband and nice dad.
I got my dad to translate for his dad.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is,
I am jealous of my friends who are able to communicate no problem with their grandparents because they get to ask them lots of questions and they can communicate sophisticated things, like they can talk about their work, their school, their love life, and also ask for advice. And I don't really get to do that with you.
这年龄大的爷爷来讲
Because of my age, and so I cannot hear that well. And also, when I heard a question, I have to process it in my brain. That process is also very slow.
We never got to my questions about how we met my grandma or what his biggest hopes and regrets are, because we kept going around like this in circles. With each question I asked, Yaya kept responding with some version of, "I'm too old."
Yeah, I think we should probably wrap up pretty soon. Yeah.
Okay. Later, I debriefed with my dad. I don't know, it just made me really sad. I was looking forward to it, and it seems like it's too late. And I think not being able to speak the same language has also kind of masked how much Yaya has aged to me. I feel guilty about not having tried harder and not putting time and effort right now to try and learn Chinese.
Oh yeah. Oh, you don't have to feel guilty about that.
But I do feel guilty. And it made me wonder if other people out there have the same problem as me. I posted the question on Facebook, and judging by the responses I got, it seems like there's kind of an epidemic among children of immigrants from all over the world.
Typical conversation doesn't last very long.
It's a lot of staring, looking at each other, smiling, nodding.
Have you eaten dinner yet?
She would say, "Are you hungry? Like, do you have to poop?" Like literally, because you get diarrhea every time you go to a country like India.
I would try to ask her what she did that day, but I think she couldn't understand my accent.
Yes, we never really could have a full conversation.
It didn't even occur to me that was weird.
Talking to other children of immigrants, what struck me most was just how bewildered everyone was. Why was this happening? Why do we put up with it?
Well, I think we don't have to put up with it.
I talked to this educational linguist, Nelson Flores, and what he said kind of blew my mind because it explained everything.
I think what happens sometimes is that children of immigrants have extra expectations on what their proficiencies in the home language should be, so they don't even try to make the effort because they have this kind of extra embarrassment that goes along with it.
In other words, a self-reinforcing vicious cycle.
But I always tell people that I talk to that are in similar situations that if you understand the language, then the language is already there inside of you. And it's just a matter of releasing it and letting it out.
Like, the power is within you.
Exactly, the power is within you if you believe.
The power may be within me, but time just isn't on my side. Even though I was bummed about my conversation with Yaya, I remembered I still had a chance to talk to my grandma Waipo, my mom's mom. She lives in Taiwan, and I don't get to see her much, which is why I sometimes forget about her. Luckily, my mom was in Taiwan recently, so I tried the parent as translator trick again.
Hey,
while talking to Waipo on Skype.
Mommy,
you have to translate everything she said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I asked Waipo if she thought we had a communication problem. And the amazing thing was that she thought we had lame conversations too.
I would ask, how are you doing? And, recently, are you eating well? Things like that. I haven't really going to any serious conversation with you guys. I really feel very disappointed.
Aww. Oh, we feel the same way then. Here's kind of a big question. Do you feel like we really know each other? Like, do you think we really understand who each other is as a person?
我所了解的就是表面的。I only know you from the outside appearance. As far as the deeper things that I can understand, not really understand me from the inside.
My grandma and I clearly agreed about the issue. So now we just had to fix things by talking. But how do you get to know a stranger in just one conversation? And then it hit me. This was like a first date for Waipo and me. So I turned to the one place I had experience with for getting to know you date night questions. What are 6 things you could never do without? Okay, Cupid, of course.
Anything I do, I like to spend time chatting with my friends over the phone or even visit them. And the second thing would be 看电视. Okay, watch TV. The third one would be having sweets.
She could only come up with 3. So we moved on to the next question. What do you think you are really good at?
I feel that I'm very good at crafts, and I can do the 中国结, Chinese knots.
Traditional decorations you hang on the wall. Oh, I'm looking at it right now in my living room. I had no idea that Waipo made that. Oh, can you tell her that I love it very much and I get lots of compliments? I actually had no idea she made it. Then I asked Waipo if she wanted to know anything about me.
我想问有为，你现在有没有男朋友啊？很重要。She wants to ask you. I want to ask you a very important question. Do you have a boyfriend? And are you guys serious?
Yes, I have a boyfriend. We have been dating for about a year. Do you want to know more about him? Waipo asked me what my type was, and I gave her my list of qualifications, which apparently satisfied her, because after that, she didn't have any more questions for me.
Yeah. I think she's concerned about this, and she now can rest in peace. She's very happy and contented.
I wanted to speak the same language as my grandparents, because I thought they would somehow bare their souls to me, and I would get to know them deep down to their core. Instead, the conversation with my grandma ended up being pretty mundane, and I loved every minute of it. As for my grandpa, even though we failed to have a real conversation, I realized this quest wasn't only about language. It was about the grandparent-kid relationship. We all grow out of it at some point. In my case, I just didn't have the language skills to start having grown-up conversations. And anyway, it's too late for that now with Yeah. I'll just have to find a new way to connect, without language, the way my grandpa did all those years when I was a kid. When I talked to my sisters for this story, there was one particular time when my grandpa really shined. He walked into my room in the morning and caught me in bed with a guy. That's me telling the story. Like just sleeping with my boyfriend at the time. This is in high school. I just remember being really shocked, and I jump up and I go to Yeah. And I can't say anything because I don't know how to I don't know how to make an excuse or lie. Which I later do to Daddy, but I don't know how to lie to you because I don't have good enough Chinese. And he just sort of looks at me and he gives me a hug and says, "I love you."
Oh my God!
That was it. That was it.
See, this is why maybe we don't need the language.
I really hope my sister Yolande is right. For the world, I'm Yowei Shaw.
Yowei Shaw is an independent radio producer in Philadelphia. She's written an essay for us and included some great snapshots of her family. You can find all of that at pri.org/language. You'll also find more on the other people who collaborated on this story, including Alex Lewis, who composed the music.
Good
We're going to
afternoon. Live radio, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, 254. I'm Justin Martin, your local All Things Considered host. This is 90.1 KERA Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton. I'm joined by Shelley Kennedy, our midday host here at KERA 90.1. All of the programs here at the station, this thoughtful exploration of our lives, of our world, of the interactions in this world. I can't think of more entertaining or interesting radio than what occurs here on KERA 90.1, and I'm very, very incredibly thankful for our listeners, for our contributors, and for those here in Texas that made all this possible. I mean, just the things that we've learned together on this trip here at KERA 90.1 each and every day, and it's your contributions, honestly, that add to the level of complexity, add to the level of what we do. It's so in depth. And you make it possible. I'm going to put it in short now. 1-888-694-6931. You could, of course, take a gander at KERA.org. Have a look at the thank you gifts, but do your part today. It's going to take just a couple of minutes, and it will help KERA do what it does best. 1-888-694-6931 or KERA.org. Got a lot of incentives, a lot of thank you gifts, Shelley.
A lot of thank you gifts. Also, an hourly goal. We had an hourly goal of $3,000 to raise by the end of the hour. We've still got about 5 minutes left, and we only have $889 left to raise. So we can do that, but we can only do it with your help. Make your contribution now at 888-694-6931, or you can do it at KERA.org. We've got lots of thank you gifts, like Justin said, on the website at KERA.org. We've got our newest incentive is the Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank. Donating to KERA and the North Texas Food Bank means that you can feed both mind and body with your contribution. So your $60 contribution to KERA also supports the North Texas Food Bank, and they will feed one person for a week with your contribution. That's 21 meals. So go to KERA.org. Check out all of the details on that Thanks for Giving package, and if you have enough public radio mugs and T-shirts, you can choose this Thanks for Giving package and do something great for 2 North Texas nonprofits. So go to KERA.org to find out more about that.
A big thank you to Jennifer Ross in Arlington, Shaquille Ansari in Plano, Marsha Kiefer in Denton, Ned Mohammed in Rockwall, Patricia Farrell in Plano, and Alicia Upton in Dallas. Would love to read your name on the air. Do your part. 1-888-694-6931. You can, of course, go online to KERA.org. If you're passionate about the ideas, about the independence you hear about on KERA 90.1, if you like radio that's engaging, make a pledge of support to KERA. You're already listening. You know while you listen. It's the newscast, it's the BBC, it's the wonderful stories, the engaging journalism you get on the world, or whatever it is. Make a pledge of support, primarily because you realize there's nothing else like this in North Texas. There's nowhere else you can go on the radio dial that's going to give you this kind of access to news and information, this kind of immediacy to things that are important to you. 1-888-694-6931 is the number to dial. You got a busy life, you got a dozen different things to do in just one moment, but this will just take 2 minutes, and it'll go a very long way to ensure that this kind of journalism, this kind of reporting stays on the air. 1-888-694-6931, online at KERA.org.
And just $646 left to raise this hour to keep KERA on track with our goal of the day. So thank you so much for making your contributions today. If you already have, if you are one of the ones who has not made that contribution, you can go ahead and do that. You can call us, 888-694-6931, or you can go online and make your contribution there at KERA.org. And every dollar makes a difference here at KERA, so any amount that you decide is good for your budget, we are very, very happy and thankful for your support. So again, KERA.org is where you go to give, or go call 888-694-6931. Fresh Air is going to be on in just a few minutes, and while you're thinking about it right now, go ahead and make that contribution. Get in on this drawing for the iPhone 6s Plus. We're going to be doing that at 7 o'clock today. So you're automatically entered when you make that contribution 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org.
By the way, making a donation today will automatically enter you into that iPhone 6S Plus drawing, but it'll also enter you into all of the KERA drawings for the rest of this membership campaign. 1-888-694-6931. Not an opportunity you want to turn down. You can, of course, go to kera.org. You'll hear us talk about all sorts of nifty giveaways, all sorts of nifty drawings. Your contribution now will enter you into all of them for the rest of the drive. 888-694-6931. Again, that's 1-888-694-6931. Of course, you can go online to kera.org. And again, thank you so much.
KERA would like to thank Prairie House Catering for providing dinner for our volunteers and staff today. Prairie House Catering has been serving the Metroplex since 1989. You can visit their website at phtexas.com. Thank you, Prairie House Catering, for your support of KERA. Actress Mia Farrow, humanitarian and UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, opens the University of Texas at Arlington's Maverick Speaker Series on Thursday, October 8th at 7:30 p.m. Season packages or general admission tickets open to the public at utatickets.com. The University of Texas at Arlington celebrates record enrollment in fall 2015.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Local authorities in southwestern Oregon say the threat is now over. A suspect is said to be in custody in connection with a mass shooting at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg. Authorities are confirming multiple fatalities, but with conflicting reports on how many people may have been killed or injured. Rob Manning of Oregon Public Broadcasting says Umpqua Community College is an important part of the region where many have been shaken by today's ordeal.
It's kind of an old logging area of southern Oregon. It's kind of been, economically trying to recover from the recession and from, the downturn in the logging industry. And Umpqua Community College is kind of a key part of that because it's a place where a lot of people are going to get workforce training. It's a place where a lot of high school graduates are going to go right after they graduate from high school.
Rob Manning reporting. Maryland is the latest to declare a state of emergency as authorities up and down the eastern seaboard get people ready for the possibility that Hurricane Joaquin will strike. With top winds of 130 miles per hour, the storm has been elevated to a Category 4, the second highest level of intensity. NPR's Craig Wyndham reports the storm is lingering over the Bahamas, but forecasters say it could pose a direct threat to the East Coast in the coming days.
Rick Knapp, director of the National Hurricane Center, says the path Joaquin will take is still uncertain. He says there's
still the possibility that it stays offshore, but we still have some models that bring the system into the United States.
Craig Fugate, director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says people living along the East Coast should be preparing for the storm, whether it comes ashore or not.
Much of this region has received heavy rains and has had localized flooding. So our concern now is any rainfall it brings could produce life-threatening flooding.
Fugate says FEMA teams have been deployed to areas within the possible path of the storm. Craig Wyndham, NPR News, Washington.
The U.S. and Russia are trying to figure out how to make sure their militaries don't fire at each other as they each conduct their own operations against ISIS militants in Syria. NPR's Tom Bowman reports military officials from both nations took part in an hour-long conference today about preventing accidents or mishaps between their pilots during bombing runs over Syria.
Pentagon Press Secretary Peter Cook said each side made proposals, he wouldn't share them, and said he expected some decisions in the coming days. For those familiar with these types of precautions for pilots, say there are several ways to prevent mishaps. One way is to set aside a frequency or channel for pilots to talk with one another. Another option is to set up separate bombing zones for the Russians and the Americans to avoid any collisions. Still, the U.S. is striking targets pretty far away from where the Russians are operating in western Syria, at least 75 miles away from U.S. targets. And at times the U.S. is using drones for bombing runs and not piloted aircraft. Tom Bowman, NPR News, the Pentagon.
You're listening to NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Aussie, a digital magazine dedicated to the new and the next, like Baghdad's first female mayor who's taking on corruption and violence in Iraq. This and other stories at aussie.com/NPR. That's OZY.com.
Good afternoon, it's 3:04. I'm Justin Martin with KERA News. 6 years after the Texas legislature approved $10 million to equip more school buses with seatbelts, the money's been spent, but little of it went for its stated purpose. The Houston Chronicle reports that only about $415,000 was awarded to school districts to equip school buses with seatbelts. That's because the funding approved in 2009 had a loophole, meaning districts weren't required to install them. The only direct funding for school bus seatbelts, therefore, came in 2011 from the Texas Education Agency. The rest returned to state coffers or was used elsewhere in the agency budget. There's no official tally, but most standard-sized school buses across Texas still lack seatbelts. Southwest Airlines is defending a $120 million payment for 2 gates Dallas Love Field, saying the deal was legal and cheaper than the price of access at other airports. The payment to United Airlines is emerging as a key issue in the fight between Southwest and Delta Airlines, which is trying to keep a toehold at the Southwest-dominated airport. The federal judge heard 3 days of testimony and will decide whether Delta gets to stay at the airport by using a Southwest gate. The judge indicated yesterday that he could rule in about a week. Texas and nationwide retail gas prices held steady this week. AAA Texas reports drivers statewide are paying an average $2.05 a gallon. The survey found U.S. drivers are paying an average of $2.29. Beaumont has the cheapest gas this week on average across Texas at $1.97 a gallon. Drivers in El Paso face the highest price of the pump at an average $2.15 a gallon. For the day, it should be cloudy, slight chance of rain with high in the upper 80s tonight, partly cloudy, cool low around 60. I'm Justin Martin, KERA News.
And I'm Rick Holter. I'm here with KERA's brand new Fort Worth reporter, Chris Keimerman. Chris, welcome.
Thank you.
And welcome to you. We're here for the fall pledge fund drive. It is the first day, October 1st, so the perfect day for this. A big news day nationally. In an hour, we will get in-depth coverage from NPR on that school shooting, the community college shooting in Oregon. In the meantime, we have Fresh Air, and we have Chris. Chris, welcome to North Texas.
I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be doing this because I think public radio is a huge thing here in North Texas. People spend a lot of time in their cars. They spend a lot of time listening. Right. And I know if you are like me, you get your news constantly from NPR. It's this constant drip throughout the day. It's Morning Edition in the morning, Diane Rehm, Think with Chris Boyd, and Fresh Air, which is coming up next. And, you know, it's just this constant drip of smart, thoughtful conversation that is civil and it's important. And you can support that. You can be part of that by making a contribution right now at KERA.org or by calling 888-694-6931.
Always a crucial part of our induction process here is saying that phone number, 888-694-6931. Chris is now officially in the house.
I feel so legit right now. I am really too legit to quit, I think, if we really get down to it.
It's a big day today, opening day of the fund drive, and at 7 o'clock tonight we'll be giving away a 64-gigabyte iPhone 6S Plus. This is the latest, the greatest, the state-of-the-art. It will go to anyone who makes a donation today, so call us at 888-694-6931 or go online to KERA.org.
And if you do that, you'll be joining Robert Johnson from Rockwell, Danette Cardone from Wiley, I hope I'm saying that right, Cordone, and Noah Hughes from Granbury. Thank you so much to the three of you for your contribution. Join us, be part of the team, be part of news that matters, that is local, and that is important to your region. KERA.org is where you can make a pledge. You can also call 888-694-6931.
Join Kristen Olson of Dallas, John Geiser of Dallas, and Gordon Clark of Smithville, Missouri. We have a national reach with our website, KERA.org. Even a year ago this time, an international reach with our coverage of the Ebola outbreak here in North Texas. So you saw then, you've seen in the years since the kind of dedication that KERA puts into local news. that NPR puts into national and international news, that the BBC puts into international news. You are a key part of that. So call us, 888-694-6931. Go online to kera.org. Play your part. Help us play ours.
Right, and if you can, I mean, think about making your membership a sustaining membership. You get an automatic monthly contribution taken directly out of your account. It's the easiest way to do it. If you're like me, you forget to do things on a regular basis. So don't worry about it. We will keep you coming. You can do that on kera.org.
It's call us at 888-694-6931, or like Chris said, go to KERA.
This is Fresh Air. I'm Terry Gross. My guest, D. Watkins, describes himself as having beat the streets. He grew up during the crack and semi-automatic weapon era in East Baltimore, where the HBO series The Wire was set. He escaped getting killed several times, but his brother didn't. He was shot to death during the period he was selling crack. D. Watkins managed to go to college after his brother's death, but soon dropped out and became a crack dealer himself. He gave up the business before it was too late, returned to college, and now has 3 degrees, including a master's in education from Johns Hopkins University and a Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing from the University of Baltimore. Watkins will start teaching English at Goucher College in the spring. He's been writing columns for the Baltimore Sun and has been a columnist for Salon. He has a new collection of personal essays called The Beast Side, Living and Dying While Black in America. It's the first in a series of books published by the founder of Salon, David Talbot. D. Watkins, welcome to Fresh Air. You wrote a piece when you were 14. This was for a history class, a paper for a history class, and it was called My Baltimore, the 15 Times I Was Almost Murdered. So you were almost murdered 15 times by the time you were 14?
Yeah, and I wish I could go back and find that paper. I wish, because I would like to compare like the way I wrote back then to some of the things that I've been working on, later, because I kind of feel like that same storytelling skill is still there. But yeah, not just me, and it probably was more than that amount of times. When you live in Baltimore City, especially coming up in the crack era, people dying is not a strange thing. So witnessing murders is not a strange thing. Or being in a situation where you're on a basketball court and somebody starts shooting is not a strange thing. Some people can say that, they almost been murdered 15 times in just a summer. I just wrote down a bunch of stories about things that I saw and things that I've been through.
Tell us one of those stories.
So one of those stories was, I had a friend, a really, really close friend. He's passed away now, but he was being bullied. He was being picked on. He got beat down like 3 times by the same group of guys. And these guys, they were notorious in East Baltimore. They used to roll around in packs of like 35 and 40. And they used to come through neighborhoods, and I got beat up by them before. They used to beat us down. But my one particular friend, they beat him up a couple of times, 3 or 4 times, and the last time he was just, he couldn't take it anymore. He was frustrated, and we're like 12 and 13 years old around this time. So one day, we used to hang on this corner called Robinson Street, the corner of Robinson on Main Street. We was outside. There was some girls outside. There was some people outside, and it was regular summer night. We were having a good time. These guys in the corner, and there's so many of them. They walking down the block, and they spot him, and they see him. And they walk up on him, and it was about 10 of us. So we swelled up and just stood up and was like, what's more than us, but whatever, let's do this. And out of nowhere, none of us expected this. We didn't even know. He pulled a gun out. He started busting shots at the crowd. When he was behind me when he did it, so I felt like bullets passed right past my head. And, I hit the deck, and he ended up shooting his cousin in the hand by mistake. And those same guys, they didn't pick on him anymore. But that was almost like one of the worst situations for him, because after he did that, it was no looking back. He carried that gun like that was his best friend. and it ended up being the way he died.
Well, he was shot after.
Yeah, he was murdered. He was murdered a few years later after that.
So, when you saw that happen, like he had a gun to shoot back at the guys who were beating him up, and then he had to really, really protect himself after that, and ends up being shot anyways. What did you take away from him?
One of my best friends hurt really bad. I didn't become an advocate against gun violence at a young age because it happened, but I understood him. You know, I understood where he was coming from and how, you know, how he felt like he had to act to combat that fear. Like, I got it. I understood it. I didn't think that was the best tool for me. I carried a gun as a teenager too, but you know, I never ever, you know, used it against another person. Might have flashed it a couple times, but to get myself out of a sticky situation. But guns has never been my thing. And some people are shooters and some people aren't. I'm not. I don't fake. You know, I never faked that life. I never tried to pretend to be about that life. I was never into it, but it's kind of, when I was growing up in that crack era, it's something that you needed.
How did you get your first gun? You write in your book, The Beast Side, that in your neighborhood it was easier to get a gun than to get a job. So how did you get yours?
So I bought my first gun for some dudes in the neighborhood that sold guns. It was simple, and I bought it for exactly that reason that we just talked about, to bluff my way out of situations. Half the time, the guns I had wasn't really loaded, and even when I went to the cache to get it, you know, it's crazy because it wasn't like a shock. It wasn't like, hey, what you want a gun for? It wasn't like that. It was more like, yo, what you need? Business as usual. And it's still like that. You know, the gun dealers change, and you know, it's different sets of kids coming up. Some passing away, some going to jail, but the gun culture is the same. This is really, really, really easy to get a gun, and it's, you know, and it's sad.
So growing up and having friends who were shot, some friends who were shot to death. Your brother was shot to death. We'll talk about that a little later. Did you live in fear of getting shot and killed? Like, did you walk around with a worry of that, or did you just were you just like used to it and it was just something you took for granted? Like, maybe you'll be shot.
I live my life like any other kid. I would never say I was desensitized. That's not true. I shed tears for fallen people. But I live my life like anyone else. I knew it was a consequence of living in the neighborhoods where I lived at and going to places I went. Being shot was a consequence. It was a reality that we were all forced to deal with.
So you've mentioned the crack epidemic. What impact did the crack epidemic have on your family and friends? Did you know a lot of people who were addicted to crack?
It trashed my neighborhood. Everyone was looking for an escape. I'm old enough to remember before crack really hit. And once it did hit, it changed the whole dynamic of how drug culture worked. You know, back when it was just cocaine, powder cocaine, and heroin, there was like a couple of dudes, older guys, that used to run like whole regions. So, you know, they would control 4 or 5 zip codes. And you had to buy from them, and then you would make your little money, and it was more of a peaceful type of situation. But when crack came, any and everybody had the opportunity to be a boss, a kingpin. There were like 15 to 16-year-old kids on every corner making like $10,000 plus a week. There was a brand new crew on every corner, and then when the crew on one corner felt like another crew was going better, that's when gunplay started. So it changed everything because almost, you know, my friends and I, we joke about this sometimes, but it's like we almost, you know, don't know people who even, we couldn't, it was hard pressed to find somebody who didn't have a father on drugs, a mother on drugs, both, or at least a father and mother who were strung out for a while before getting themselves together. Everybody's parents were junkies, and all the kids were selling or using, and it was like a super escape. So it was an escape for the person that was putting it into their body. Then it was an escape for a person who was selling it and making money off of it. And it's just, we don't talk about this, but we still recovering from the crack epidemic now, because it's not as crazy as it was, but we still feeling like some of the effects of that.
What about in your family?
Yeah, my dad used for a long time, and then he got clean, and unfortunately, my brother lost his life. He was out there. He was making money. He was one of those guys who popular guy, with a nice car, pretty girlfriend, and all that, and he got gunned down over an unfortunate situation.
He was selling crack or other drugs?
Yeah, crack.
How old was he when he started dealing, and how old were you at that time?
So he started really clicking around the time I was about 10, and he was 15.
What did it look like from your 10-year-old perspective to see him?
Normal, because all the kids were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Normal.
And you started making a lot of money. How did that look to you?
As a kid, it was cool because, I had a dirt bike and a street bike and, some cool clothes and things like that. So
Did he bought for you?
Yeah. So from my perspective, it looked cool.
It
looked cool, but he never ever wanted me to sell drugs, and never like tried to push that lifestyle on me. He used to tell me stuff like, if I sell drugs, I had the opportunity to not sell drugs. If I sold drugs, I would be a clown. If I sold drugs, I would be a follower. Like, I don't really have to be out there. And he has a plan that he's working on, but he's not really ready to talk about that. But I don't need to do it. I need to go to school and try to figure out how to be a good student and things like that. He said that both of us didn't need to be doing that, more or less. That's on him. And at first I wasn't really with it because I wanted to be like him. I was known as Bit or Dead Little Brother. That's who I was known as. That's what they called me. Like, I was in his shadow, and I liked it, because everyone liked him. So a lot of people liked me, so I wanted to be like him. And I used to try to come outside and participate in the drug talk, and his friends, they would laugh me off, or I used to tell them that, I can do stuff too, and, I can work and all that, and they used to, I didn't really understand. And as I got older, and some of my friends started selling drugs, I got it. And it was the worst job in the world. It was like nothing that I wanted to do. Them dudes weren't bosses and they weren't kingpins. They were the guys putting in them long days. Sometimes some dudes that work like 15-hour days outside all day trying to sell a certain amount of vials, before they can chill. And I was wanting to play basketball and ride my dirt bike and hanging out. And, I was like, I never ever want to sell drugs in my life, like, at all.
So at the time when you were 10 and your brother was 15 and he started making money selling drugs and trying to prevent you from doing the same, is that when you were living together?
Yeah. Well, no. Actually, no. We were living with my mom, and we actually didn't leave out until I turned 12.
When he had enough money to...
Yeah, when he had enough money to get his own spot and to build his own thing, do his own life.
So did the fact that he had money and was getting the money from selling drugs, did that make you feel any more safe or any more vulnerable?
It became normal. He wasn't the guy. He wasn't the conflict guy. He wasn't the guy that was going to be out there shooting at people and starting trouble and trying to bang and take territory and things like that. From what I know, I don't know the inner workings of his business, but from what I know, he wasn't that guy. Even to this day, he has a reputation of being like a cool guy, somebody that everybody liked and had love for. And the coolness, it's the game is a monster, and that coolness, eventually didn't work. It can't save anybody. Nobody's really safe. But through those years, I never felt like I was in danger.
Your brother was shot and killed. What's your understanding of what happened?
I don't really know. There's a couple stories out there. I don't know the full story. There was some rumors that it was over a girl and some kids went to war with this other guy because of that. And then there was some rumors about somebody wanted that block he had. So there's a bunch of rumors floating around, but there's no direct link to what happened, and no one has been arrested for that crime. I don't like to speak on things unless I really know what happened.
Right.
So I try to I try to be fair to myself and to that situation. I have my own little theories, but again, they're my theories. There's a lot of stories floating around. Most of it revolves around money.
Well, I want to hear more about your story, but we need to take a short break here. So let me reintroduce you. My guest is writer D. Watkins, and his new book is a collection of personal essays called The Beast Side, and it's about coming of age in East Baltimore, and it's subtitled Living and Dying While Black in America. Let's take a short break here, and we'll talk some more. This is Fresh Air.
An All Things Considered story starts with the news.
2 women set to become the first female Army Rangers ever.
That day, we wanted to follow it with conversation from a woman who was in the military.
So we just email everybody.
Whittle it down to one. We get her on the phone. Welcome to the program, Sergeant Marquez.
Thank you very much, Howdy.
I want to start just with your reaction.
There's more to every story on All Things Considered every afternoon.
This afternoon at 4, following Fresh Air on KERA 90.1.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Environmental Defense Fund, working to reduce the millions of tons of yearly methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. More information is at edf.org/methane. Centenary College of Louisiana, a private liberal arts college in Shreveport with a 90% acceptance rate in the past 5 years for graduates applying to medical school. More at centenary.edu/medschool.
It's day one of the fall fundraising drive here at KERA. I'm Rick Holter, and I'm with our brand spanking new Fort Worth reporter, Chris Connolly. Chris, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
We're here for this kickoff day of the fall fundraising drive. We want to hear from you. The best way to do it, or the way most people are doing it, is through our website, kera.org. You can also call us at 888-694-6931. We have a room full of eager people ready to take your call at any moment.
We do, and you can call just like Alice Ernst did from Grand Prairie. Kim Van Kirk, thank you. She's from Kaufman. Francesca Wood from Fort Worth. Happy to hear somebody from Fort Worth.
We also have Denise Case from Weatherford. Thanks, Denise. Byron Whitmer from Argyle, and Dave DeCarian from Fort Worth. Man, a lot of Tarrant County representing going on.
I'm very happy to see that because I'm glad that people are out there, and you'll be hearing more stories from Fort Worth kind of as I get really up and running and start pumping them out. And here's the thing, we know because you are listening right now, you are passionate about news, you're passionate about stories that matter, you are thoughtful, and you want to hear things that have an impact. I mean, just like this interview right now with Terry Gross, with D. Watkins, talking about Baltimore, talking about some of the, tougher sides of life in that city, that really gives you the kind of understanding you need when there are, when there was big news out of Baltimore earlier this year.
And Chris comes to us from Baltimore. He spent the last 2 years in Baltimore covering the riots and the aftermath through there. So he's a great get for KERA. It's your support that allows us to bring talent like Chris to North Texas. So call us, 888-694-6931. Go to the website, kera.org. Show your support for the kind of breadth that you find here. The stories out of North Texas, the stories nationally, the stories internationally, the stories from Baltimore.
Yeah. And when you go online to kera.org to make your pledge, you have a variety of things that you can look at as gifts that we will give to you for your incredibly generous donation.
I believe there are a few mugs.
There are a panoply of mugs here. I was just so excited to tell you about this panoply of mugs that we have. We have
a beautiful Fresh Air mug. This is a brand new one. Super slick looking. I mean, it's real fresh. You got to go to KERA.org and check it out.
$5 a month.
$5 a month. Or if you don't want KERA, or if you don't want Fresh Air specifically, you want your local KERA brand, you have a couple of options. You can get this collegiate mug, established 1960, it says, brilliant red lettering. You can get one with our classic label on there. I mean, you have so many options for $5 a month. There's a morning edition mug. There's an All Things Considered mug. All Things Considered coming up to give you a rundown of the day's news. They will have, just a range of incredible stories that we know you want to hear. So why don't you go ahead and give us a call at 888-694-6931 to make your pledge, or go online to kera.org.
And if you want to spring for more mugs, I mean, really, it's all the mugs you can get.
So many mugs.
I mean, think of it. I mean, Chris is here with, 4, 5, 6 mugs at $5 a month. I mean, that's
so many mugs.
6 mugs for $30 a month. It's such a deal.
It's true. And listen, I mean, we take coffee drinking seriously here, so we like to have lots of mugs available. They come in a range of sizes, but listen, you can even go a step up in your beverage consumption and get a KERA pint glass for $7.50 a month. $7.50 a month from KERA.org. Super slick. Check it out. It's on our website, KERA.org. And while you're there, please make your contribution.
You can also call us at 888-694-6931, and those mugs are also available through the phone, but if you want to see them in living color, do it there. Seriously, though, I mean, this is we're having a lot of fun, but it is a very serious time. We need to hear from you. 888-694-6931, or go online to kera.org.
This is Fresh Air. I'm Terry Gross, back with writer D. Watkins. He has a new collection of personal essays called The Beast Side, Living and Dying While Black in America. Watkins writes columns for the Baltimore Sun, has written for Salon, and has taught English at Coppin State University in Baltimore. He has master's degrees in education and creative writing. He describes himself as having beat the streets. He grew up in East Baltimore during the crack epidemic. His brother became a dealer and was shot to death. Watkins went to college shortly after, but soon dropped out and started selling drugs himself, mostly crack and cocaine. How did you get started?
So when my brother passed, he left some. He had a safe, and he actually left some.
Some money.
Some money and some drugs.
Oh.
So it was almost like a starter kit. It's like my hood, my ghetto trust fund.
Right.
He left some, and I discovered it, but I didn't know what to do with it first, because I was like, yo, do I really want to do this? Do I want to trash it? Do I want to take the money and start a company? But it's like, yo, what kind of company am I going to start? Like, I'm 18. Like, I don't have a skill. I'm not really sure. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not doing the college thing. I'm not doing that. I don't really know where my place is, but I feel like I have this stuff for a reason. So I'm just gonna go all the way with it. And my friends are already doing it, and they could use the help, and I can just do this for a while until I make a bunch of money and figure out what I want to do. Maybe get out the city, and I didn't have a plan, but I felt like I wasn't going to be that guy that was working 18 hours a day that I saw when I was a kid, and I wasn't going to be that guy going to war with a bunch of other people. But I was gonna, I was just gonna make a bunch of money.
So you had the starter kit. You found the starter kit, so to speak, in your brother's safe. Where was the safe? Because you had already moved out of.
No, we moved the safe.
Got it. Okay.
The safe is huge. It's like heavy, more heavy than huge. Like a 200-pound safe. It took like a couple people to move that joint. And I knew when he passed, I knew it was something in there, because I just remember him throwing stuff in there. And I remember at his time, times when he had real big runs before he had to dump his money out from different places. We used to have to lay on that, I had to lay on my back. With him, I got that from him, laying on my back to keep that safe closed. Because it was so jammed up with street money is not like the money you get from the bank. Street money is like, $10,000 might look like $150,000, because it's so bulky and used and fluffy, and
you know, it
It's
looks like a lot.
small bills.
Yeah, small bill. So you know, I knew, like, even from when I first day I went to college, like, I knew it was something in that safe. I just had to be ready for what was in there. So I wasn't really worried about money. I wasn't really worried about, you know, like what I was going to do, you know, because I already had some money put up that I got from him when you know that I was getting from him anyway. Like, you know, he would leave, here's a couple dollars, whatever. Like, I already had a little bit of money stacked up, so I wasn't really worried about cash. I was more or less worried about what I was going to do. And once I decided to do that, I said, you know what, I'm going to be the best at it.
You'd seen crack really ruin the lives of people. You know, your father used crack. You said most of your friends had a parent who was on crack. And how did you feel about knowing you were selling something that destroyed people?
I used to have these thoughts to myself about how this is what these people want. I'm not putting a gun to their head. I wasn't out there making them do it. Yeah, I saw the effects, and those effects, like, they hit me in different ways, but just felt like we were all just part of this whole big piece of nothingness, and I had to pick my role. I knew I wasn't going to be a person using it.
How did you know you weren't going to be a person using it?
Because the crackhead coming up was like the bottom of the barrel in our community. Like, you know, the crackhead was a person who stole video games. The crackhead was a person who everybody used to laugh at. The crackhead was a person with no teeth. Crackhead was always the butt of everybody's joke, and I never wanted to be that. It was the most embarrassing role you can play in the community, to the point where, you know, the same way how a lot of society looks at me and doesn't really see me as a human, it's kind of the same way, you know, we shifted that energy onto them. You see how that works? Mm-hmm. It's like the hierarchy, and that was never gonna be me. So you know, I justified it by telling myself that if I'm here or not, these people are going to be using it anyway. And I felt like I hit this epiphany. I felt like this is what I was here to do. I thought this was my purpose, my mission in life, and, you know, my limited exposure and the opportunities I had, like, all pointed in this direction. So I dove into it. I didn't have a plan on an exit strategy. I just had a plan on doing it until I, you know, just see whatever was going to happen was going to happen.
So, did you have rivals? Did you have to protect yourself?
Yeah, I had a bunch of rivals, and I took the smart route. Some of these dudes jealous, and I wasn't scared of them, but at the same time, you can't shoot guns and bang guns at people and still make money. I grew up in a time where if you got caught with drugs, which I did, if you gave a police officer a pistol, he would just let you go. Some cops will let you keep the drugs. They just want the guns out the street. So I even set up a spot where we just collected all types of beat down warring guns, Civil War looking pistols, and, you know, we stacked them up in a big cardboard box, and every time any dude who was working with me got caught, they had a gun to go grab so they could just give it to the cop, and they could not be arrested.
Okay, so you were good at selling crack. You sold it out of the neighborhood, so the people in your neighborhood were no longer your competition. You were making money. Why did you stop?
A ton of reasons. Most of the reasons revolve around my friends in the situations that they were in. They were being locked up. Some of them were indicted, and they weren't getting, like, some of them were nonviolent crimes, and they weren't getting like 3 years and all that. They was getting like 20 years and stuff like that. I had one of my best friends, 27 years with nonviolent crimes. So that was one. Two, my sets of friends were changing. You know, I was the last guy left. A lot of dudes who I did business with, they wasn't going to jail. They was dying, and it's just that whole idea of always being alone and knowing that selling drugs is not a team game. You don't link up with some childhood friends and build an empire. That's television and the movies. Selling drugs is one-on-one.
you're always going to be alone. Like you know, because at the end of the day, the business it trumps all of these relationships, and it happens over and over again. There's so many stories about this guy setting up his friend, or this guy losing a friend, or this guy stealing from his friend, and so forth. And I went from being not really caring if I lived or died to caring. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop.
Well, this is probably a good point to take a break. So let's take a break here, and then we'll talk about how you ended up stopping and going to college, back to college. If you're just joining us, my guest is Steve Watkins, and he's written a new book. It's a collection of personal essays called The Beast Side, and it's about coming of age in East Baltimore. It's subtitled Living and Dying While Black in America. Let's take a short break. We'll talk some more after. This is Fresh Air.
This powerful interview from Terry Gross is a perfect example of what your dollars go to support, what KERA can bring you that no one else can bring you on the radio dial or really in the media scene. So if you support this kind of in-depth conversation, the kind you get in Terry Gross every day, the kind you get in Think every day, go to KERA.org, show your support there. Call us at 888-694-6931. I'm Rick Holter, and I'm here with Chris Connolly, who is our new Fort Worth reporter. Welcome.
Hi, Rick.
And Chris comes to us from Baltimore, so you've actually seen a lot of this, what's gone on over the last year or so there, up close.
Up close, definitely. And you know what? This is, I think, a really good point to make about public radio that I think is what attracts so many of our listeners is, you know, we are now 5 months away from the riots, the big news that was in Baltimore. And public radio is still on the story. They're still talking about the issues that are going on there and taking these kinds of deep dives. And you do not get this anywhere else. And you know this. That's why you listen. And so I'm hoping that you're going to join us and help make this possible, help it keep going, help make sure that it's here for people who can't afford to contribute. So you can do it by giving us a call at 888-694-6931, or you can do it online at KERA.org.
Our goal this hour is $3,000. We are still 1,900 away, so we need to hear from you. A big chunk of that could come if you become a Friends level member of KERA. That's $1,500 a year. It works out to something like $4 a day. When you think about what you get back from public radio, what you give is very important. So if you have that room in your budget, go to KERA.org, become a Friends level member. There's a level of benefits that you get there in events and things for becoming a friend. Call us at 888-694-6931. Become our friend.
And, you know, the sustaining membership thing is really crucial. I mean, this is basically, you know, we want to make it easy for you. If you want to donate, we don't want anything to get in the way. So what we can do is set it up so that it just pulls the money out of your checking account every month. You can spread out your contribution over the course of the year. It keeps going until you tell us to stop. It is safe. It is easy. You can set it up on KERA.org, or you can do it over the phone at 888-694-6931. Let me read you some of the things that our listeners say that I think is so important. I mean, we have Paula Welch from Addison. She says she listens all day long. The programming is superb. Vanessa Antoine says she's listened to KERA for several years now, but she just recently found out that when she goes running, well, she's listening to KERA, the miles fly by. It's such interesting content. She says, you guys make me wish that my runs never had to end.
Stay in shape with KERA.
You can do it.
We, feel the power of Justin Martin flowing through your veins. Feel Sam Baker power you through those runs. Call us 888-694-6931. Go online at KERA.org.
I want to say thank you to Kay Boyd in Athens, to Richard and Sally Hoffman from Mansfield, and Carol Stewart from Arlington. I'm not seeing any Fort Worth people on here quite yet, so as the new Fort Worth reporter in this expanding newsroom here at KERA, I would love to hear some people call in from
Fort Worth and say that, the stuff you hear, the news, the stories, the information you get from KERA is important to you. And you can show that by calling 888-694-6931 or do it online at kera.org.
We have heard from Arlington, we've heard from Dallas, from Richardson, from Weatherford, Roanoke, Grand Prairie, Fort Worth. We need you. We need you right now. So call us, 888-694-6931. Go online to kera.org. If you get in today, by 7 o'clock, there is a giveaway, a really, really cool giveaway. It's the new 64 gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. This will be given away today only. You have to donate before 7 o'clock. So call us at 888-694-6931. You can go online to kera.org, see all the rules for this giveaway, and donate there. Thanks very much.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from giftedandtalented.com, offering personalized online courses developed by Stanford University to help K-12 students advance in mathematics, language arts, and beyond. Giftedandtalented.com, where kids become extraordinary. Trinity River Audubon Center, hosting Halloween, a family festival with live owl photo ops, owl-themed crafts and games, live music, and shows. Open to the public October 17th, 10 a to 2 p. More at trinityriveraudubon.org.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from Constant Contact, with email marketing features like drag and drop editing and mobile-friendly templates. Constant Contact is committed to helping small businesses and nonprofits become marketers. Learn more at constantcontact.com. And from Cancer Treatment Centers of America, offering one-day second opinions for patients seeking a better understanding of their diagnosis and treatment options. Learn more at cancercenter.com.
This is Fresh Air, and if you're just joining us, my guest is writer and teacher D. Watkins. His new book is a collection of personal essays called The Beast Side, Living and Dying While Black in America, and it's largely about coming of age in East Baltimore. When we left off, you were talking about how you dropped out of college, ended up picking up where your brother left off before he was murdered, dealing drugs, dealing crack. You were good at it, and then people around you were getting shot or put in prison, and you decided it was time to stop. Also, the business was changing. The crack was on the way out, at least relatively. So how did you decide that you were definitely stopping selling drugs and you wanted to go back to college?
I didn't want to sell drugs anymore. I bought a liquor store. People tell these stories, oh, once you in too deep, you can't come out and gangsters to come and kill you. No. If you don't re-up, they won't sell it to you. Somebody else will be there to take that place. The game, it doesn't stop. Game never stops. It never stops. The players change, but it doesn't stop. So I thought that if I could sell drugs, I could sell cocktails and cold beer, So I bought a liquor store. I put this bar called Stadium Hideaway. It was a cool little place. It was it had a little carry out in the front, and you get buzzed into the back. And it was a lounge, and I did like fish fries on Fridays, and ran a little business, and I did that for a while, and still the same pain and the same hurt and some of the same feelings I felt being the person who operated as an illegal drug dealer. I felt the same thing as a legal drug dealer. It was the same thing. We had poker machines. People dumped all their money in the poker machines. People came in and they drank like crazy, and it was just like, it was almost like the same thing, like escape. So I got rid of that. I sold that, and I stacked the money up, and I opened up a little tag and title shop, and I enrolled in the University of Baltimore, and I went to school for history, and it was there where I started to play with the idea of becoming a writer.
Did you ever wish that you could put successful drug dealer on your resume because you thought you were really good at it, you made a lot of money at it, And even though it's illegal, it was a sign that you could hold your own in a business, an illegal business, an addictive business. But nevertheless, did you wish that you could say, hey, I was good at this?
I mean, it is on my resume kind of because it makes it into everything else I do. As a student, I didn't think the way the average student would think. As a writer, I'm not thinking. I don't think the way that a lot of writers think. When I'm writing out proposals and business plans, everything's strategic. Everything has a point. And so I think it makes it into my life in different ways. I'm not proud of that being my origin, but I understand that if I didn't go through that, I wouldn't be able to do the work that I do right now. So it kind of still, it gives me like, it's on my resume when I speak to young people and I tell them like, yo, I made these mistakes. I was in the street, I've done these things, and I'm here to tell you that it's an illusion. Like it's all a facade. It's nothing glamorous about being a drug dealer, and nothing can ever come from it but hurt and pain, and you don't need to ever even think about trying it.
You write in your book, before I became a reader, I had no problem cracking a Hennessy bottle across the back of some guy's head.
That line sounds cooler when you read
it. It sounds a little different than what you're saying, because everything that you've described so far is more about not being like seeing the violence, but not really being active in being violent yourself. But
yeah, I'm not an angel, but and basically what I write that line, and that's from a situation that happened. It goes back to the failure to communicate. So I had gotten all type. I didn't duck violence. Let me be clear on that. I don't identify as a violent person. I'm not a bully, and I don't look for trouble, but I definitely don't turn it down. And a lot of them situations came from my inability to communicate. I got into some situations, even in college, with some other students. They didn't end up being super violent, but they got kind of nasty because of that communication barrier. So becoming a reader opened up a lot of those things for me. Not just my interactions with people outside of my community, but the more I read, the more I had a better understanding of people.
So you graduated, and you not only graduated from Baltimore University, you went to Johns Hopkins University and got your master's in education, and then you went back to Baltimore University and got an MFA, Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing. So you spent a lot of time in college.
Yeah, college was the safest place in the world for me. It was, despite all the, the weirdo stuff that comes along with it, it was a place where I was being challenged to think and learn and complete tasks, and think and learn and complete tasks, and be exposed over and over and over again every semester. It became a place where I can just hide and get a lot of things that I didn't get coming up.
So you're teaching English now at Goucher College in Maryland, but you also write that one of your big things is literacy and teaching people to read. Where do you do that?
So I do community work all of the time. I just partnered with a school here in Baltimore, the community center of our college called Micah, and we're developing a program where we're teaching young people I'm teaching young people to be journalists, to document their own stories and to write them down and tell them. But for then, I've been affiliated with a bunch of groups around the city dealing in literacy and working with people who are doing reentry work and just trying to recommend, one, explain how important reading is, and then two, explaining why we reject reading it and why we're giving content that doesn't really excite us, and sharing those skills and pushing those skills and why we need them.
So when you're trying to convince people who aren't yet readers that books can really be beautiful and important, what books do you recommend?
In Baltimore, I start with my stuff because it's so relative and relatable, and some of the guys who I've had these conversations with actually lived out or had parts in some of these essays that I've written. So I start with my stuff, and from there I pivot to other Baltimore writers that I know who are doing stuff in city paper or doing stuff with the Baltimore Sun and things like that. And I try to like stay in that article. You know, articles are short, and a lot of times they're accessible, and a lot of times they cover content that people can follow and understand. From there, I step it up to books like Man, Child in the Promised Land and autobiography of Frederick Douglass and things like that.
Do you see yourself in a lot of your students?
Absolutely. Just like many of my students, when I first, and I don't start at Goucher until the spring, so I'm not teaching at all right now. But I'll go back to my college students. A lot of them, when they walk into, they used to walk into my classroom. They used to come in with everybody else's ideas, no original ideas of their own, but everybody else's. So, my job was to try to get them excited about reading, and then help them develop into becoming critical thinkers. And one of the most beautiful things, my biggest accomplishment, is watching a lot of those students come into the classroom with everybody else's ideas and then leave at the end of the semester with their own thoughts and their own ideas and why they feel the way they feel. That's important to me. I love teaching more than anything.
Well, it's been great to talk with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck with your writing and your teaching.
Thank you. Thanks.
D. Watkins has a new book. It's a collection of personal essays called The Beast Side, Living and Dying While Black in America. Coming up, Maureen Corrigan reviews Jojo Moy's new novel about carrying on after the loss of a loved one. This is Fresh Air.
The Clyburn presents pianist Marc-Andre Hamelin on Tuesday, October 6th at 7:30 p.m. at Bass Performance Hall. In describing Hamelin, the New York Times asked, "Is it possible for a pianist to be too good?" Hamelin's career has garnered many accolades, including 9 Grammy nominations. Alex Ross of The New Yorker called Hamelin's hands among the wonders of the musical world. Ticket information at clyburn.org or 817-212-4280. Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Capital One Commercial Bank, a dedicated team of professionals offering customized commercial banking solutions and responsiveness to clients' business needs. More information available at CapitalOne.com/commercial. Baird, a financial advisor to families, businesses, and communities since 1919. Information available at rwbairdtexas.com. Robert W. Baird and Company, member SIPC.
Another powerful interview from Terry Gross, the kind you have come to depend on every day from 3 to 4 o'clock here on KERA. It's time for you to show your support for that kind of interview, for that kind of depth that you get here. It's the fall fundraising drive here at KERA, day 1. I'm Rick Holter. I'm here with Chris Connolly.
Hey there. So listen, we have $1,200 still to go to reach our goal of $3,000 to show the love that we have for Terry Gross right now. This is so important. You make a contribution, and it keeps this on the radio, keeps civil conversation on the radio, thoughtful ideas, things that we know that you value. And if you call 888-694-6931 or go to KERA.org to make a pledge right now of support, you can take part in what I think is one of the best thank you gifts that we have out there. It's actually a Thanks for Giving partnership is what we're calling it with the North Texas Food Bank. It means that you can feed both mind and body with your contribution by making a contribution that helps out people in need. $60 donation will help feed one person for a week, and
Isn't that amazing?
It's really unbelievable. It'll help keep everything that you love on the air, and it'll put food in people's bellies. I mean, there is nothing better than doing both of those at the same time. So please, would you give us a call right now at 888-694-6931 or go to KERA.org and make a pledge there.
You can join Mark Chenoweth of Burleson, Michael O'Leary of Roanoke, and Bruce Boyle of Richardson. Thank you all for your support. Also, Jeff Henning of South Lake, Enrique Montero of Plano, and Mike Hallmark of Dallas.
We also have $850 to go now. We are getting so close, but we are just a couple minutes away. And so I think that we can get there. I think we can make this happen, but we cannot make it happen unless you do your part right now. Jump in.
go online, kera.org. You can do it. It is so simple. It is so quick. We have so many different options for thank you gifts on there that we will happily send to you. You can choose to take part in this Thanks for Giving partnership that we have with the North Texas Food Bank. While you're there, please think about becoming a sustaining member. This is basically the easiest way to give to make sure that everything you love is still here and here for anybody who wants to listen. And that is basically you tell us how much you want to give every month, and it will just come out of your paycheck every month until you tell us to stop. Or sorry, it's not coming out of your paycheck. It's coming out of your checking account. We don't have that ability quite yet, but we could work on that. But think about just you can go to kera.org and do it there, or you can call and talk to somebody if you'd like. 888-694-6931.
And this is 90.1 KERA, Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton. We're also obviously at kera.org, and we're on 100.1 K261-CW in Tyler, 88.3 K202DR in Wichita Falls, and 99.3 K257EV in Sherman.
That is just, that gives you a sense of the kind of range that we have here. We really do serve all of North Texas. We go big. So, that's why Ann Trenton from Arlington made a pledge, why Jamie Hernandez from Grand Prairie, why Melanie Whistler from Plano. We have people from all over the area following support. Now, I will say I don't see anybody from Fort Worth, and this is important to me because I am the newest addition to the newsroom here. I'm the Fort Worth reporter. I would just love to hear somebody from Fort Worth call and help us get that $850 we need to go in the next minute. We think we can do it. We need your help. Please do it. 888-694-6931 or kera.org is where you're going to go to make that pledge, to see the gifts, to read about the Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank so that you can support the radio you love and keep people fed.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. A mass shooting at a community college in Oregon today. Authorities are reporting multiple fatalities after gunmen opened fire at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg. Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon says they're not releasing the number of dead and wounded, but he says the suspect, described as a 20-year-old male, is dead. Hanlon says it's heartbreaking.
This is a small community. It's a community college, so a lot of our friends and family attend this college. And it was the situation that there was no answers for quite some time.
Hanlon says there are well over 100 officers on the scene. The House of Representatives today passed a $612 billion defense spending bill. But President Obama has threatened to veto it because of the way in which it increases Pentagon funding. NPR's Tim Fitzsimmons has more.
Back in 2011, the President and Congress were locked in a battle over raising the debt ceiling. The two sides diffused the crisis by passing the Budget Control Act. That's the law that forced across-the-board domestic and defense spending cuts, also known as the sequester. But the Overseas Contingency Operations Fund, which is for war spending, is exempt from the sequester. The spending bill passed today funnels billions of dollars through that fund, while caps on domestic spending remain in place. Many Democrats and the president oppose this use of the war fund to avoid the sequester and support removing caps on domestic spending. Tim Fitzsimmons, NPR News, Washington.
Over the Atlantic, Hurricane Joaquin is now a powerful Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles an hour. It's battering the Bahamas and heading toward the U.S. mainland, where it's expected to travel up the East Coast. Meanwhile, an unrelated storm is hitting parts of South Carolina with 5 or more inches of rain. Nor'easter is also dumping heavy rain up the East Coast to New England. The FBI director says he is monitoring the Bureau's security investigation into the possible compromise of information from Hillary Clinton's email server. NPR's Carrie Johnson has more.
In a pen and pad session with reporters, the FBI director says the Bureau's work will be professional, prompt, and independent. James Comey says he has a 10-year term to help insulate the FBI from political considerations, such as this investigation, which touches on a Democratic presidential candidate. Comey says his agents, quote, don't give a rip about politics. Comey declined to provide details about the FBI review of Hillary Clinton's private server. No comment on whether agents have been able to recover information or how long the probe may take. Comey says part of doing the work well is to make sure we don't talk about it. Sources have told NPR Clinton herself is not a target of the investigation. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
Wall Street into the day in mixed territory. The Dow down 12 points at 16,272. The NASDAQ up 6 at 4627. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the School of Public and Environmental Affairs at Indiana University Bloomington. In the public and private sectors, nonprofits, and the arts, SPIA is committed to advancing knowledge for the greater good. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Good afternoon, it's 4:04. I'm Justin Martin with KERA News. Bluebell is scheduled to return to North Texas stores November 2nd. The Texas-based company announced it will also stock store freezers with ice cream at Waco, as well as parts of Oklahoma, including Oklahoma City and Tulsa. In late August, Bluebell had resumed ice cream sales at Houston, Austin, and Brenham, and parts of Alabama. Sales had been halted due to listeria contamination. Bluebell voluntarily recalled its products in April, and they were linked to 10 listeria cases in 4 states, including 3 deaths in Kansas. The Texas Attorney General's office has established a website for online reporting of officer-involved shootings. The public website, as required by new law, lists where Texas law enforcement agencies must submit reports on shootings by officers and of officers within 30 days of the incident. Attorney General Ken Paxton's office then has 5 days to compile the information. The website, operating since shortly after Labor Day, had 4 reports today from police in Houston, Freeport, Balch Springs, and El Paso. There's also a reporting site for citizens shot by officers. No reports were listed today. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, the Texas District and County Attorneys Association have worked together to publish the website, which was required to be available today. A Dallas police officer has been fired after being charged with soliciting a prostitute in Arlington. Dallas Police Chief David Brown fired 35-year-old Senior Corporal Marquion Skinner yesterday. Authorities say Skinner told police he hired a prostitute on Craigslist, and while in her apartment on June 30th, a man and woman entered and robbed Skinner at gunpoint. Mostly cloudy skies with a slight chance of rain today with a high in the upper 80s. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 60. 78 degrees in Dallas, 80 in Fort Worth. I'm Justin Martin, KERA News.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Mark Linehan's Linehan Law Firm, representing a limited clientele with severe and fatal injuries from DFW highways to West Texas oil rigs. The Linehan Law Firm believes that severe injuries deserve premier care. Details, DallasSevereInjuryLawyers.com.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Ari Shapiro.
And I'm Robert Siegel. The U.S. and Russian militaries are talking today. It's about ways to avoid conflicts in the skies over Syria. Those concerns have risen in the past 24 hours after Russia began a series of airstrikes on rebel targets. The United States is conducting airstrikes of its own, and Defense Secretary Ash Carter says the Russians aren't giving proper advance notice about their operations. The two sides are also disputing what targets the Russians are actually hitting. NPR's Corey Flintoff joins us now from Moscow. And Corey, Secretary Carter says the Russians have been hitting rebel areas, but not rebel areas controlled by ISIS, which is the group Russia promised to engage. What's Russia saying about that?
Well, Russia is insisting that it has only hit targets belonging to the self-described Islamic State. And in fact, the Russian Air Force general just came out with an analysis saying that Russian warplanes damaged about a dozen ISIS targets, including a command center and some ammunition depots. Russian TV's been showing video of what officials are calling pinpoint strikes on rebel bases, but there's a big discrepancy because other rebel groups in Syria are now saying that their bases were being hit and not the Islamic State. And that's important because these rebel groups say they're receiving support from the United States and its allies.
Yes, Senator John McCain said something similar on CNN today. But here's what he said.
I can absolutely confirm to you that they were strikes against our Free Syrian Army or groups that have been armed and trained by the CIA, because we have communications with people there.
You know, President Putin's spokesman said today that Russia's been choosing those targets in consultation with the Syrian army. So it may be that President Assad and the Syrian army see the Free Syrian Army and similar groups to that as a bigger immediate threat than the Islamic State. It basically all boils down to the fact that Russia strongly supports Assad, and they say that he has to be part of any solution in Syria. So Russia's military action is going to be aimed at defending him from any enemies. And in fact, the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, said today that Russia's not going to try too hard to distinguish among the rebels.
Now, Russian officials have reacted very sharply to criticisms of their military mission. What's going on there?
President Putin responded to the reports of civilian casualties. He called them information attacks. He actually charged that the first reports of civilians being hit came out even before Russia's jets took off. So this has been an ongoing theme among Russian officials over the past couple of years. You know, they said the United States has been waging a propaganda war against Russia, but it's gotten much more intense in the past couple of days. One of the prominent TV news channels today led its broadcast with that line about the information attacks. It was a headline even before the stories about the Syrian airstrikes themselves.
Most Russians don't get much exposure to Western news media. Why would Vladimir Putin be so worried about Western criticism?
Well, you're right, Robert. Most people in Russia get their news from state-controlled TV, so they don't hear much independent criticism about the government's policies. But I think Putin really wants to control the international narrative about the airstrikes in Syria as well. So all these charges about Western information war are just a way of deflecting any criticism and making sure that Russia's campaign in Syria looks good in the eyes of the world.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Robert.
It's NPR's Corey Flintoff in Moscow.
And now the latest on a mass shooting today at a community college in Oregon. Though the exact number of people dead is not yet confirmed, we've been hearing that anywhere from 7 to 13 people were killed, with many more injured. We're expecting to learn more at a news conference that begins in about 20 minutes. The shooting happened at Umpqua Community College. Oregon Public Broadcasting's Rob Manning is following the story. He's on the line with us now. Hi, Rob.
Hi.
What can you tell us about what happened today?
Well, our understanding is that there are at least 7 people who were killed and upwards of 20 people wounded. The shooting was first reported at 10:38 this morning to Douglas County Emergency Dispatch. Douglas County sheriffs responded, as well as other law enforcement agencies from the area. They worked to neutralize the shooter, but there were obviously there was a lot of damage. I mean, that's just a horrific shooting happening in the southwestern part of Oregon.
You said they were able to neutralize the shooter. The state attorney general apparently told a local NBC affiliate that he was killed. Can you tell us any more about that?
Well, that's about all we know, that it was likely that the shooter was killed. Unfortunately, we've kind of become somewhat accustomed to covering these and reading through what neutralized might mean. So that the shooter was killed, and shortly after that happened, they were able to basically contain the area. For a long time this morning, they were telling people to avoid Umpqua Community College, to stay away, as they were sort of corralling the situation. Now it's a crime scene. Students who were there on campus who were not caught by the shooter have been transported some miles south of Umpqua Community College to reunite with their loved ones at the fairgrounds. And so, that's the situation now. I'm sure it is a heart-wrenching situation outside of Roseburg, Oregon.
Now, Umpqua Community College is, as you say, in Roseburg, Oregon. It's southern Oregon, a rural area. Can you tell us more about this area, the school, this community?
Sure. Roseburg is kind of a logging town, had been for a long time, and has been since trying to diversify its economy. And Umpqua Community College would really play a big part in that, in terms of the workforce development that it would be offering to people in the area. It's also a place where students from Roseburg and surrounding small towns would be going. Roseburg is kind of the big town for at least an hour in every direction, so it's kind of the heart of that part of southwestern Oregon. So this is just really going to be a brutal, devastating blow to that town.
Now, here in Washington, D.C., we're told that President Obama was briefed by his counterterrorism advisor, Lisa Monaco. What kind of reaction are you seeing out there in Oregon?
Well, we are also hearing from pretty much a who's who of our congressional delegation have responded. There are, outpourings of support that are coming out on social media. The hashtag UCC shooting has been running, has really been extremely active. And it's a lot of just people being, not believing that this kind of thing could happen. A lot of condolences and worry about who the people are that were affected. We've heard that there were victims as young as 18 who were affected by this. So, you know, certainly this is a heart-wrenching thing that is attracting attention and support from all over Oregon and the Northwest.
All right, Rob, thanks for that update.
You're welcome.
That's Rob Manning of Oregon Public Broadcasting talking about the shooting today at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon. At least 7 people were killed, and we will bring you more details as we learn them.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Hop Dottie Burger Bar, serving burgers with no added hormones and no antibiotics, ground in-house with buns baked fresh throughout the day. Hop Dottie Burger Bar, good karma never tasted so good at Preston Center, Uptown, and Addison. The Meadows Foundation, believing in giving every child the opportunity to enter school ready to succeed. UT Austin's McCombs School of Business offers the Texas MBA at Dallas-Fort Worth. This program enables students to engage in an environment that can spark personal and professional growth. Graduates can earn the equivalent to an MBA from UT Austin in Dallas on alternating weekends. More at texasmbadfw.info.
Joaquin is churning through the Atlantic and may hit the U.S. coastline over the next 4 days. Or maybe not. The models forecasting this hurricane's path diverge widely. They point to landfall in Georgia, in the mid-Atlantic, around the District of Columbia, or not at all. Jeff Halverson is a meteorologist who teaches at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and he joins me now to explain why Hurricane Joaquin is proving so difficult to analyze. Welcome to the program.
It's great to be here.
First, I mean, roughly how many big models are there, and how divergent are they?
There's quite a few models that the Hurricane Center uses. There are 2 heavy players, what we call the Global Forecast System, which is the American model, and the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, or the ECMWF. Those are the 2 big players.
And they have quite different forecasts where the storm is heading, those 2 big ones.
They've had different forecasts for several days. However, today they're actually starting to come into some agreement.
Really? What's the consensus?
Well, the consensus seems to be shifting the track of the storm, the most likely track, further and further east, away from the D.C.-Baltimore region, and perhaps more to a concern, let's say, from New Jersey through New York City up through Boston.
Now, would that mean that the Europeans have had this one a bit more right than the American model to date?
Well, the European model has had some remarkable consistency on this. It is basically maintained all along that this storm was going to stay further to the east than many of the other models.
But isn't everyone who's forecasting this and has a model for it, aren't they all using the same data provided by the U.S. government?
The data is very similar, but the way that these models are formulating it is, or constructed, very, very different. There are different scientific teams that put these models together. There are different assumptions that are made about what physics to keep in, what physics to keep out. And, you know, it's a trade-off. The more physics you put in, the more accurate the model, but it would take much, much longer to run. So you trade accuracy of the physics versus the efficiency of computation.
Hurricane Sandy, I guess where it hit the east coast of the U.S., that was much more in keeping with the European model, wasn't it, than with the American?
Well, the European, that was a dead ringer for 5, 6, even 7 days before that storm made that infamous left hook. The European never wavered from that solution, and that's why it gained such a reputation.
After the American model did not gain quite that reputation, there was talk of really beefing up weather tracking and forecasting. Did that happen?
That's in the progress. Congress has released what's called Sandy stimulus funding. A lot of that money went to NOAA, to the Weather Service, to beef up the computational speed and efficiency of the American models. But, you know, in all fairness, the ECMWF has had its share of flaws. It has missed some significant storm events. It's not the silver bullet. It's not the perfect model. And that's the challenge to meteorologists. That's the art of interpreting all this guidance in front of you. You have to really know what are the strengths and weaknesses of each individual model. Some models do better in winter, some do better in summer, and that is where the human interpretation is so vital.
Okay, thanks. Jeff Halverson is a meteorologist with the Washington Post's Capital Weather Gang, and he's on the faculty of the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Thanks for talking with us.
It's been a great pleasure. Thanks.
There are 1,000 reasons to support KERA. What's yours?
Programs like All Things Considered, which you're listening to right now, are independent, intelligent, and indispensable. KERA can continue to be all these things because of the support of members like you. It's 4:18 here on this somewhat overcast afternoon in North Texas. Good afternoon. I'm Alan Nelson, and I'm here in studio with Chris Wagley, asking for your help on this first day of our fall membership campaign. Hey, Chris.
Good afternoon. And it is the first day of our fall membership campaign, and we would love to hear from you. We've heard from so many folks all across North Texas today, but if you haven't made a gift yet, you can call 888-694-6931, or you can go online and make that donation at kera.org. We have a bank of wonderful volunteers here who would love to be put to work, so put them to work and by making your donation, 888-694-6931. And if you make your donation today, we have a 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus that we are going to be giving away tonight at 7 p.m. And you are automatically entered to win when you call 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org.
Now we have a goal of $12,000 to raise during All Things Considered. We've already heard from a number of folks like Elizabeth Begay in Dallas. Thanks so much, Elizabeth. We are down to about $10,890 left to go, so don't wait. Go ahead and make that call now, and you can already say you've done something great for the community. Speaking of doing great things for the community, our Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank means you can feed both mind and body with your contribution. When you make a gift to support KERA, you can also feed people in need across our region. You can read more about that when you make your contribution at kera.org, or of course you can call toll-free 888-694-6931.
You know, and as Alan said, there are literally thousands of reasons to support the shows that you love on KERA. So, you know, what's your reason? Make the reason you love KERA the reason you support KERA. And as when you make that donation, when you call 888-694-6931, or when you go online to make your donation at kera.org, leave that reason with us so that we can read your name on the air, read where you're from, and the reason why you give. You give because not only do you love the station, but you want to make sure that it's here for the entire community. So become a part of that community, 888-694-6931, and when you make that donation, you are automatically entered to win that 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus, which this is that brand new one that just came out. The drawing ends today at 7, so you need to make that donation right now.
Every member has their own reason for listening to KERA, and as Chris mentioned, there's a place for you to leave those when you make your contribution at kera.org, or you can share them with the nice volunteers waiting to hear from you at 888-694-6931. I want to share a few of those with you right now before we get back to more news from All Things Considered. Richard Hoffman of Dallas says, KERA gives me the opportunity to get up-to-date information on news and events that are important to me and my family. Thank you for all you do to provide accurate, informative news. Thanks, Richard. Also, Jolene Shumsky at Fort Worth says, KERA has great informative shows that we can learn from and also give us a good laugh. Thanks also, Jolene. Again, you can share your comment with us now when you get at kera.org or by calling 888-694-6931.
And once again, you can be entered automatically into that drawing for the iPhone 6s Plus, and that means you're also automatically entered into all of the KERA drawings for the fall membership campaign. So if you don't get a chance to get that phone this afternoon, then you definitely will have more opportunities to win. 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. And you know, as we've been saying, there are literally just as many reasons as there are listeners to give and to love KERA. You come here probably most every day at this time to get the news and the accurate news that you know that you can only receive here at KERA. The breadth of news. We've just learned about the hurricane, the forecasting for all of that. We're also looking at different events that are happening around the country, but also right here in North Texas. So call and support that news from national, international, and local. 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org.
It's 23 minutes after 4 o'clock. We're just a few moments away from more news from NPR and from the local news team right here at KERA. And you make all of that happen. Every single member, every single dollar that you give really does make a difference here at KERA. It's about community, a sense of belonging, shared values, and helping change the world. You can change the world a little bit right now with your contribution to KERA. $10,890 left to go to meet our goal for all things considered. So don't wait for somebody else to give. You can make a difference right now on this first day of our fall membership campaign and get us that much closer to the goal. The place to go online is kera.org. And the toll-free number, we've got lots of great volunteers waiting to hear from you right now at 888-694-6931. Thanks so much.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Robert Siegel.
And I'm Ari Shapiro. Presidential candidates have been sending a lot of emails lately asking for money. We're going to focus on the Democrats for the moment. From Hillary Clinton's campaign, one email was a challenge to prove her detractors wrong. This is a dramatic reading.
Friend, there are a lot of people out there hoping that we don't hit our fundraising goal before midnight tomorrow.
Midnight last night was the deadline, and from the Bernie Sanders campaign, also read here by a voiceover actor, there was this.
Friend, I wanted you to hear it from me first. Just a few minutes ago, we flew past our goal of 1 million online contributions to our campaign. Let's keep going.
Well, today we got some numbers, and to tell us what they are, we're joined by NPR's Peter Overby, who covers campaign finance for us. Hey, Peter.
Hi, Ari.
Okay, what are the numbers?
The numbers are, for Hillary Clinton, $28 million raised in the third quarter. For Bernie Sanders, $26 million. Things to notice here are that he raised almost as much as she did, and that he raised a lot more than he did in the previous reporting period. She raised less than she did in the previous reporting period.
What can you tell us about where these donations came from? Big donors, small donors?
Well, for the Sanders campaign, very much from small donors. The 1 million online contributions they were bragging about in the email, that's kind of the epitome of what their campaign is about. The Clinton campaign, on the other hand, is, it has a big online operation. They're doing a lot of online fundraising, but they also have her on a really heavy schedule of traditional fundraising things, $2,700 admission, reception, stuff like that.
To give us a little bit of context for these numbers, NPR political editor Domenico Montanaro is here in the studio with us. Hey, Domenico.
Hey, Ari.
How worried should Hillary Clinton be that Bernie Sanders is raising so much more money than people expected?
Well, it's really remarkable what Bernie Sanders has been able to pull off, coming from so far behind at the very beginning of this, having only about a third of the money that Hillary Clinton had, and now pulling even with her in the polls, and pretty much on par with where she is on fundraising. Here's the thing. Anyone who doubted that Bernie Sanders' surge was real, these numbers should really dispel that.
We're in a moment now where candidates are not required to disclose their totals. Those who have impressive totals have chosen to disclose. And Ben Carson announced today that he raised $20 million in the last quarter. That seems like a really impressive number.
It is a very big number when you consider that Ben Carson's campaign has collapsed midsummer. There isn't much infrastructure there that he has. But one thing that I have noticed with Ben Carson is somebody that I've covered. I've seen him since 2010 with the Tea Party, and every single Tea Party supporter that I've talked to, the name on the tips of their tongue every single time is Ben Carson. What do you think of Ben Carson? I really like Ben Carson. So it's not surprising for people who've seen him and have seen the Tea Party for a while know that Ben Carson is surging here.
Sounds like the passion for outsiders that we've been seeing all summer, whether it's Ben Carson on the Republican side or Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side, is really translating to money, Peter.
Yeah, the downside for Ben Carson is that his cost of raising money is unusually high. You have to spend money to get money, and he depends on a lot of very traditional methods, direct mail, buying mailing lists, things like that. And so his cash on hand is usually very low.
And Hillary Clinton has spent a lot of money as well. She's only $7 million ahead of Bernie Sanders in cash on hand because it takes a lot of money to create a field organization that can go the long term, and that's what she's built so far.
That's NPR's Domenico Montanaro and also Peter Overby. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Environmental Defense Fund, working to reduce the millions of tons of yearly methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. More information is at edf.org/methane. Raise Your Hand Texas, which helps advance public education by igniting leadership, innovation, and advocacy for millions of students. More information at raiseyourhandtexas.org. LookoutTexans.org is reminding you to treat cyclists on the road the same as motor vehicles. Your bicycling friends and neighbors use roadways for transportation to work, school, and other destinations. By providing a minimum 3-foot safe passing distance, motorists and cyclists can maneuver safely and avoid sideswiping collisions or accidents. Look out, think ahead. More at lookouttexans.org.
This is NPR News.
In Pakistan's Swat Valley, Ziauddin Yousafzai had great expectations for his daughter.
I just looked at the family tree and there are all men, and I had only daughter. I just picked up the pen and wrote there, Malala.
Who grew up to win the Nobel Peace Prize as a teenager. I'm Renee Montaigne, Malala and her family, and the new documentary about them tomorrow on Morning Edition.
Tomorrow morning from 4 to 9, KERA 90.1.
Morning Edition is everywhere.
Lourdes Garcia,
Shapiro, NPR News.
Live reporting from bunkers, streets, alleys, jungles, and deserts. But most importantly, we're wherever you are. Start your day with a trip around the world and wake up with Morning Edition from NPR News.
Tune in to Morning Edition tomorrow morning from 4 to 9 on KERA 90.1.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lisa Johnston. At least 7 people are reported dead after a mass shooting today at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon. Local authorities are also confirming the shooter is dead. Oregon State Police Superintendent Richard Evans says their primary focus right now is communicating with the victims' families.
We're working through a family unification center. As we know, the families in these type of events become very frazzled, and they continue to make sure that we're communicating what we need to with them as we move forward.
Officials say a number of others were wounded in the shooting. Tensions are escalating between the U.S. and Russia over Russian airstrikes in Syria. The military efforts are purportedly aimed at taking out ISIS targets, but U.S. officials have expressed concerns that Russia is instead targeting opponents of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. White House spokesman Josh Earnest says Pentagon officials spoke with Russian officials today about the latest strikes.
The discussion focused on ways the United States and Russia can communicate and effectively deconflict our operations inside of Syria.
Russia claims it's hit 12 targets in Syria belonging to the Islamic State group, but the Pentagon says Russia is launching strikes in the country where few, or if any, ISIS fighters are operating. Hurricane Joaquin has grown to a Category 4 storm. The National Hurricane Center in Miami says it expects it to gain strength over the next 24 hours as the storm moves past the Bahamas and heads toward the U.S. Joaquin is currently packing winds of 130 miles per hour. Stocks are getting the fourth quarter off to a weak start as investors wait for the government's monthly jobs report. On Wall Street today, stocks were mixed. The Dow was down 12 points at 16,272. The Nasdaq up 6 points. The S&P up 3. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. It's 4:32. I'm Justin Martin with KERA News. American Airlines and a union have reached a tentative agreement offering higher wages for about 14,500 customer service and gate agents. Forward-based American, the Communication Workers of America, and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters announced the deal in separate statements yesterday. Terms have not been released pending ratification by union members. No voting deadline's been announced. American's statement says the agreement will mean significant pay raises for workers while preserving jobs and facilitating growth. Union official Ron Collins, in a letter to workers, says employees can expect major improvements in wages and benefits. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram reports that the affected employees mainly work in Texas, North Carolina, Florida, and Arizona. Prosecutors say 4 North Texas relatives have been accused of faking mental illness to get government benefits in a scam since 1978. Doreen Mitchell and her 2 sons and their cousin face detention hearings tomorrow in Dallas. The complaint says the Arlington residents are charged with conspiracy to defraud the Social Security Administration of nearly $500,000. Doreen Mitchell began receiving benefits in November 1978. Records show officers followed Doreen Mitchell in 2014 as she drove, shopped, and scrolled through her cell phone. She attended a benefits revocation hearing days later and mumbled, appeared disheveled, and had said she couldn't leave the house alone. Court records don't list attorneys for the Mitchells. Texas and nationwide retail gas prices held steady this week. AAA Texas reports drivers statewide are paying an average $2.05 a gallon. The survey found U.S. drivers are paying an average $2.29. Beaumont has the cheapest gas this week across the state at $1.97 a gallon. Drivers in El Paso face the highest prices at pump at an average $2.15 per gallon. For the rest of the day, it should be mostly cloudy, perhaps overcast, a slight chance of rain with high in the upper 80s. Tonight, partly cloudy, around 60. Tomorrow should be sunny and a slightly cooler high, around 79. About 78 degrees in Dallas, 83 in Fort Worth. I'm Justin Martin, KERA News.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Ari Shapiro.
And I'm Robert Siegel. Today is the Pentagon's deadline for recommendations on what ground combat jobs should be opened to women. And a defense official has told NPR that the Marine Corps is seeking to bar female Marines from some ground combat jobs. That decision would be in keeping with the results of a year-long study the Marines conducted. It found mixed gender units were less effective than all-male ones. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts is a member of the House Armed Services Committee. He's a Democratic congressman, also a Marine veteran who served in Iraq. Congressman Moulton, welcome to the program once again.
It's great to be back. Thanks, Robert.
The study that I mentioned would apparently be the basis of today's recommendation by the Marine Corps. You were briefed on the methodology of that study. Do you have any problems with it, or does it strike you as a legitimate and authoritative study of mixed gender units in the Marine Corps?
So I was impressed by the approach that they have taken. But we really need to see the results of the study, which is why I've called on the Secretary of Defense to release the study so we can examine this in the most transparent way possible.
What's your reaction to the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mabus, who would be the service secretary receiving the recommendation from the Marine Corps? His statements that he has problems with the methodology of the Marine Corps study.
Well, I understand he said that without even having read the study. So again, we all need to read the study. We need to see what the data say.
But how do you regard the virtue of having women in those combat roles? That is that a value in itself that is positive, or should the Corps simply be gender blind when it comes to who's serving where?
Well, I served 4 tours in Iraq, 2 on a small male-female team working with the Iraqi security forces, and 2 in an all-male infantry combat unit. On the small team, we survived because we learned how to build cross-cultural relationships and get the best intel on whom to trust. And my teammate Anne, who's one of the best Marines I know, made us safer and more combat effective because she gave us access to half of the Iraqi population, whom we otherwise weren't even allowed to talk to as males. Now in the frontline infantry platoon, we were breaking down doors, living in foxholes, facing mortar and machine gun fire head-on. We survived by working hard to be the best trained, most physically fit combat unit we could be. Now the Marine Corps is looking at whether women in the infantry will make our military more combat effective. And for any issue that affects our national security and the lives of young Americans on the front lines, we have to make an unbiased, data-driven decision.
Do you sympathize at all with those who say that this is a political end that's being forced upon the services, and that it's not about combat effectiveness, it's first about becoming gender neutral?
Well, I have heard that, and I think it's very important that we hold the line. You know, when I went down to Fort Benning to watch the first women go into Ranger School, that's something I heard consistently from all the women. They said, don't change the standards. They don't ever want to be in a combat unit and have their fellow soldiers think they got there because they met lower standards than everybody else.
They don't want to be seen as symbols. They want to be seen as regular Rangers, is what you're saying.
That's right. They want to have earned the Ranger tab like everybody else and know that they can rely on the soldiers next to them and that the soldiers next to them can rely on them.
Congressman Moulton, thank you very much for telling us.
Thank you, Robert.
That's Representative Seth Moulton, Democrat of Massachusetts, Marine veteran, and a member of the House Armed Services Committee. And now to a different contest. It's week 4 of the National Football League season. Tonight, the Pittsburgh Steelers host the Baltimore Ravens. The Steelers don't have starting quarterback Ben Roethlisberger. He injured his knee last Sunday and joined a growing list of bruised and harried quarterbacks. That list is growing in part because some offensive linemen, players who are supposed to protect the quarterback, aren't. Here's NPR's Tom Goldman.
Quarterbacks are most effective upright, but the images that define this young season are QBs in varying stages of free fall. After Detroit's Week 2 loss, one of the first questions for quarterback Matthew Stafford was, what body parts were x-rayed?
My ribs and chest.
X-rays were negative and Stafford got to play on. Not so with Dallas's Tony Romo and the Steelers' Roethlisberger, both out for multiple games, both injured by defenders. The blame is falling squarely on the broad shoulders of offensive linemen. They're used to it. They know nobody pays attention to them unless they make a mistake. But the mistakes are perceived as so numerous now that longtime NFL executive and ESPN analyst Bill Polian described the problem as an epidemic.
It is a sad state of affairs, and if it keeps up, we're going to be talking about backup quarterbacks playing a lot.
You know, so I played 7 years in the NFL as an offensive lineman.
Scott Peters says he was frustrated throughout his career, which ended in 2009, because he never truly learned the technique necessary for his position. Peters, who now teaches line skills using mixed martial arts, thinks it's still an issue in the league and a big reason for the current problems.
Offensive line is not an intuitive position. It's one that requires a tremendous amount of skill that goes against your intuition. Whereas defensive linemen, not to put them down, but it's more reactive and responsive.
Offensive linemen are taught how to repel defenders with hands, arms, foot placement, body angle, all while backing up. But Peters says it's not taught enough, and the player's current labor contract is partly to blame. The 2011 CBA aimed to promote more player safety by reducing off-season practice time, 5 weeks less, in fact. But Peters says that's leaving O-linemen less skilled and quarterbacks more at risk.
The real issue there is the restrictions that say you can't do quote-unquote football activities. So you can lift weights, but you can't work on your skills that make you better at football. At least you can't do that with coach's supervision, and that's what you need.
Yeah, I think that's like a pretty flimsy argument in my opinion.
When Eric Winston says that, understand a couple of things. He's the president of the Players Union that fought for that contract with its reduced practice time, and he's a veteran offensive lineman for the Cincinnati Bengals, a team with one of the league's best O-lines.
Dalton throws, penetrating to 50.
That's been more responsible for this
Touchdown, Cincinnati!
than miscues and hurt quarterbacks. Winston says offensive linemen have ample time in the offseason to work with coaches, even with the restrictions, 7 weeks worth. He thinks O-lines struggle because teams have patchwork units instead of lines that have played together several years, like the Bengals, and because of bad drafting or teams not wanting to pay a lot for skilled linemen. Also, the current emphasis on spread offenses and passing has turned defensive linemen into huge, speedy quarterback hunters.
I don't think there's ever been a time in this league where it's been harder to be an offensive lineman. The athleticism now on the defensive line is so great that it makes it so hard to block these guys.
As the season goes on, struggling lines will try to come together to play and protect and keep those backup quarterbacks off the field. Tom Goldman, NPR News.
You are listening to KERA, and this is the first day of our fall fundraising campaign. We'll get you back to more of the news in just a moment, but we would like to hear from you right now at 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. You can make a gift in support of the public broadcasting and public radio that you love. And there are literally thousands of different reasons that you can support, as many reasons as there are listeners, but what is the reason that you want to give? So call that number, 888-694-6931. Make your donation and leave us the reason why you give. I'm Chris Wagley, and with me is Alan Melson.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, we are also giving away an iPhone 6s Plus. It's the new 64-gig version with faster Wi-Fi, 3D touchscreen, better camera, and again, 64 gigs to hold all of your photos and apps and all of that stuff. We'll be giving that away. You can enter into that drawing when you make a contribution at 888-694-6931. You can also visit kera.org and click the donate button. All the official rules for the drawing are posted on that donate form as well. But just think about the reasons you listen to KERA. Every single member who gives has a different reason, and we love the fact that so many folks are sharing those with us today. Martha McSweeney of LaRue said, KERA is where I get in-depth news coverage from reporters and experts who are civil to one another. Imagine that. Also, Richard Rios of Louisville says, our mornings would not be complete without KERA to inform us about the news events around the world. And that's a great point, because NPR has a network of correspondents all over the globe that is unmatched. And you hear from those folks every single day. And NPR and KERA, by extension, bring you news both here in North Texas and globally in a way that isn't sensationalized, in a way that is smart and respects your intelligence. And you support that with your contribution at 888-694-6931 or kera.org.
You know, and maybe KERA helps to sustain you. Maybe, you enjoy not only the in-depth news and coverage that you hear, not only from our local news folks, but also from national and international folks, but also the programs like Think or Texas Standard or the Diane Rehm Show, where they drill down a little bit more on specific topics you want to learn more about. Well, if that sustains you, why don't you help to sustain KERA by making your contribution as a sustaining member? That means that you have an ongoing contribution directly from your checking account or your credit card. It's easy, affordable, and secure, and your KERA membership is always current. So that way you know that you're supporting the radio station that you love every month. 888-694-6931 is the number to call, or you can make that sustaining membership gift at kera.org.
And speaking of gifts, there are a lot of great thank you gifts for you to choose from. You can browse those when you make your contribution at kera.org. And one of the most popular today has been our Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank. That means you can feed both your mind and body with your contribution. Make a gift to support KERA, and you'll be feeding people in need across our region. A $60 contribution feeds one person for a week. A $120 contribution feeds two people for a week. Or if you go up to $240 as part of the Thanks for Giving packages, you can feed a family of four for an entire week and support KERA at the same time. We are proud to partner with the North Texas Food Bank, and you can choose to be a part of that with the Thanks for Giving options under the thank you gifts at kera.org, or ask about them when you call and make your contribution to KERA at 888-694-6931.
And we would love to read your name on the air and read your comment about why you love KERA, one of the reasons why you want to support the station. Just like Richard Rios of Louisville, who says, our mornings would not be complete without KERA to inform us about the news events around the world. Thank you, Richard. Or Terry Gratton of Arlington says, KERA is quality news and entertainment without all the hype. And Blaine Juno of Roanoke says, KERA is smart news that is refreshing. Well, I bet that majority of you out there probably agree with Blaine, Terry, and Richard. So make that contribution right now, 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. And remember that you are automatically entered today by 7 p.m. for the new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. That is a lot to say. But yeah, so that new iPhone 6s Plus, the one that was just released, your donation will automatically enter you into that drawing, but you have to do it tonight before 7 p.m. So 888-694-6931.
We're going to be getting back to All Things Considered momentarily here, about 13 minutes before 5 o'clock. The news is coming up at the top of the hour, but there's more great content as part of the show coming up even before that. Our goal for All Things Considered today is $12,000. We are down to just over $10,000, $10,011 to be exact. We want to keep whittling that number down. There's a room full of volunteers. They're wonderful. We thank them for being here, and they are waiting to hear from you. 888-694-6931 is that toll-free number, 888-694-6931, or, of course, anytime, like right now, at KERA.org.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Lark on the Park, across from Clyde Warren Park. Lark on the Park in the Dallas Arts District serves their late-night menu until midnight every Monday through Saturday. Reservations at larkonthepark.com. Texas A&M's Mays Business School offering MBA, Master's, and Custom Executive programs. With Dean Eli Jones, Mays can help develop ethical leaders for a global society. More at mays.tamu.edu/stepup.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Ari Shapiro.
And I'm Robert Siegel. We're exploring the future of cities and urban transportation in the new round of the NPR Cities Project.
Becoming a world-class city.
We have to find a way to move people a lot more efficiently.
Take a ride of the future.
Really feel that futuristic feeling. We need some more time.
Getting around a city is one thing, and then there's getting from one city to another. One vision of a perfect future city is one that offers super easy access to air travel. A few years ago, a University of North Carolina business professor named John Casarda published a book called Aerotropolis, The Way We'll Live Next.
Aerotropolis means aviation-oriented or aviation-connected businesses.
Casarda says future cities should be built intentionally around or near airports, offering businesses, as he's put it, rapid, long-distance connectivity on a massive scale.
The 18th century really was a waterborne century, the 19th century a rail century, the 20th century a highway, car, truck century, and the 21st century will increasingly be an aviation century as the globe becomes increasingly connected by air.
One of Casarda's prime examples is a city recently built from scratch in South Korea. It's been open for just a few years. It is called Songdo.
From the get-go, it was designed on the basis of connectivity and competitiveness. The government built the bridge directly from the airport to Songdo International Business District in New Songdo City, but it also built subways that go to the downtown, and the surface infrastructure was built in tandem with the new airport.
A big selling point on the Songdo International Business District website is 3.5 hours to a third of the world's population. And Ari, you went to Songdo.
I did, and I even met the guy who planned both the city and the airport. It is not yet the global magnet that he imagined. The man's name is Young-Soo Park, and in 1986, he set out to build what he thought would become the city of the future.
I am a visionary.
Does it feel like a child that you gave birth to and raised?
Sure. Exactly.
This is your baby.
Yes.
30 years after he imagined the city of Songdo, Dr. Park's baby is close to 70% built, with about 36,000 people living in the business district. It took me an hour to drive there from Seoul, and it's a stone's throw from the airport. Chances are you have actually seen this place. Songdo appears in the most famous music video ever to come out of South Korea.
Oppa Gangnam Style!
Gangnam Style refers to the fashionable Gangnam district in Seoul, but some of the video was filmed in Songdo, as Professor Jung Won Sung explains. He teaches urban development at the Bartlett School of Global Planning in London.
I don't know if you remember, there was a scene in a subway station. That was not in Gangnam, that was actually in Songdo.
So it has become part of this global Korean brand, but not in the way that Korea wanted it.
Exactly. So part of the reason that there was a shoot there was it's new, it's nice, but it's empty. So it's easier to shoot things there.
Songdo was supposed to be a hub for global companies with employees from all over the world. That's not how it turned out. When I showed up, I expected to find a futuristic ghost town. That's its reputation these days. The reality is more complicated. We're entering Songdo going over a bridge with these big light blue loops. And in the center of the street, there is a long line of flags of the world. And on the corner, there's the Starbucks coffee and 7-Eleven and all of the international brands that you see all over the world nowadays.
The city is not empty. There are mothers pushing strollers, old women with walkers, even in the middle of the day when it's 90 degrees. Byung Young Jin gives us a walking tour. He chairs the Songdo Real Estate Association and started selling property here when the first phase of the city opened in 2005. He says just in the last couple of years, demand has boomed.
여기가 이제 송도에서 가장 넓은 이제 송도 2교입니다.
This is the largest road in Songdo. The Coast Guard building is on the left, the tall trade tower is on the right. If you go even further, there's a golf course, the university, and if you keep going, there's the ocean.
Are most of your clients Korean or international? Where do they come from?
아직은 한국 국내분들이 제일 많죠.
For now, there are many more Koreans than internationals.
In fact, the developer says 99% of the homes here are sold to Koreans. Young families move here because the schools are great. And that's the problem. Songdo is a popular Korean city. It is not the futuristic international business hub that planners imagine.
Wow. Oh my God. This is incredible. Now I really get a sense of it.
We are on the 25th floor of the tallest skyscraper in town. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlook Songdo Central Park, the canal full of kayaks and paddle boats. Shimmering glass towers line the perimeter. 20 years ago, everything we're looking at was ocean.
It's a great place to live, and it's becoming a great place to work.
Scott Summers is the vice president of Gale, the developer behind this project. We're in his company's offices.
What's happened is because we focused on creating that quality of life first, which enabled the residents to live here. What has probably missed the mark is for companies to locate here, there needs to be strong economic incentives.
The city doesn't feel all that futuristic. There's a high-tech underground trash disposal system. Buildings are environmentally friendly. Everybody's television set is connected to a system that streams personalized language or exercise classes. But Star Trek, this is not. And to some of the people here, Songdo feels hollow. This woman in her 20s could get fired for talking to us, so we're not using her name. She goes back to Seoul every weekend.
I'm like in prison for weekdays. That's what we call it in workplace. Like,
You and your colleagues call it Songdo prison?
I feel like, so I call it like, I'm prison breaking on Friday nights.
But she has to make the prison break in her own car. There's no high-speed train connecting Songdo to Seoul just over 20 miles away. Songdo is still unfinished, and it feels a bit like a theme park. The man who first imagined Songdo feels frustrated too. Remember Yeon-soo Park, who called this city his baby? He says he built South Korea a luxury vehicle.
Like, Mercedes or BMW is a good car now, but we are waiting for some good driver accelerate.
And there are lots of other good cars out there too. The world is dotted with futuristic, high-tech cities trying to attract the biggest international companies. Songdo's backers argue it's still early, and business space is filling up, they say. When we checked today, a spokeswoman said about 70% of finished offices are now occupied. Professor Brent Ryan teaches urban design at MIT, and he says Songdo proves a universal principle.
There have been a lot of utopian cities in history, and the reason we don't know about a lot of them is a lot of them have vanished entirely.
In other words, when it comes to cities, or anything else, it is hard to predict the future.
Support for the NPR Cities project comes from the School of Public and Environmental Affairs at Indiana University Bloomington. To support thriving cities and a more sustainable world, SPIA is committed to preparing leaders for the greater good.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from UNT, offering accelerated online MBA programs in organizational behavior and human resource management or strategic management. Classes start every 8 weeks. More information at accelerateyourmba.unt.edu. Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from the Horchow family, celebrating the vast array of ideas found on KERA.
It's 3 minutes before 5 o'clock here at your source for NPR News in North Texas, 90.1 KERA, Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton, and streaming online worldwide at kera.org. More All Things Considered coming up right after the news, but first, a brief word about the first day of KERA's fall fundraising campaign. I'm Alan Nelson here with Chris Wagley. There are so many reasons to support KERA. What's yours?
That's right. What is yours? Let us know when you make a donation at 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. We have a $12,000 goal for All Things Considered on this great first day of this fall campaign, and we have $9,180 to go. So what that means is we need to hear from you. Make this first day a really amazing kickoff to this fall fundraising campaign. 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. And if that's not enough, you also are automatically entered in to win a new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. So that's the one that was just released. It's that really nice large-sized phone. Any donation you make today will automatically enter you into winning that, and it'll also automatically enter you into all of the drawings for the rest of the campaign. So call 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org.
We've got those official rules posted at kera.org when you click the donate button. And while you're there, make that contribution and leave us your comment to tell us the reasons why you love KERA. Kirsten Wyman of Roanoke. You know, I think that's the third comment we've read from Roanoke.
Yeah,
Roanoke is stepping up. Kirsten Wyman says, I'm a daily listener and I love the content of your shows. Thank you. Thank you, Kirsten. Also, Joe Pace of Flower Mound says, keep up the good work. What is your reason? Why do you love KERA? Why do you tune in and day out on your radio or stream it on your phone? Wherever you happen to listen, make the reason you love KERA the reason you support KERA. And you can do that right now before the top of the hour by calling toll-free 888-694-6931 or, of course, on the web at kera.org.
And when you make that donation at 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org, you can choose as a thank you gift. Our Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank means you can feed both your mind and your body, or mind and body, with your contributions. So make a gift to support KERA, and you can also feed people in need across our region with this wonderful partnership with the food bank. And you can also make it a supporting or a sustaining gift.
Absolutely. These sustaining gifts are great because it is a way to keep your gift going on and on and on in support of KERA without having to worry about it. It's an ongoing contribution directly from your checking account or your credit card. It's easy, affordable, secure, and it keeps your KERA membership always current. So we have about $9,180 left to raise during All Things Considered. That's about 2 hours.
We actually have an update.
There we go, $8,850. So don't wait for somebody else to give. You could be the very next one to make a difference and support KERA with your contribution. Again, a couple ways you can do that. You can call toll-free 888-694-6931. Talk to our friendly volunteers. Again, that's 888-694-6931. or online at kera.org. Thanks so much, and here's the news.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. In Oregon, officials say there are multiple deaths after a gunman opened fire at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon this morning. There have been conflicting reports all afternoon on the number of those killed. Oregon Governor Kate Brown.
Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male.
Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon says officers exchanged fire with the gunman, but it's not clear if he was shot by officers or if he killed himself. A number of others were wounded, but details have yet to be confirmed, and there is no word yet on what motivated the shootings. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told the UN General Assembly today he's ready to restart peace talks with the Palestinians. He doesn't believe the Palestinian leadership will come to the table. As NPR's Emily Harris reports from Jerusalem, Netanyahu spoke extensively against the nuclear accord with Iran.
The U.S. contends the deal will prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons, but Netanyahu focused on a different threat. He said lifting sanctions against Iran as part of the deal will increase Iran's funding of what he called terrorist groups.
You think hundreds of billions of dollars in sanctions relief will turn this rapacious tiger into a kitten? If you do, you should think again.
The Israeli leader also responded to Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas's declaration yesterday that due to Israeli policies, he is no longer bound to uphold agreements with Israel. Netanyahu said Israel expects the Palestinians to stick to their commitments. Emily Harris, NPR News, Jerusalem.
Authorities are saying that a fire at a Planned Parenthood facility in Ventura County, California, Wednesday was arson. NPR's Nathan Roth has more.
The fire alarm at the Planned Parenthood facility in Thousand Oaks went off at about 11:30 p.m. Wednesday. Firefighters and sheriff's deputies arrived to find a broken window and a small fire burning inside the building. Nobody was in the facility at the time, and the damage is said to be minor, but authorities are saying that it appears someone used an accelerant to try to speed the fire's growth. The apparent arson comes at a time when Planned Parenthood is under scrutiny nationally from anti-abortion activists and congressional Republicans who say that the women's health care provider is profiting from the illegal sale of fetal tissue for medical research. The president of the organization faced intense questioning earlier this week during a congressional hearing. She defended Planned Parenthood, saying that it had not broken any laws and is just the target of people who want to make abortion illegal. Nathan Roth, NPR News.
Slowing global growth and cutbacks in oil and gas drilling have U.S. manufacturers expanding at the slowest pace in 2 years. The Institute for Supply Management says its index fell sharply to 50.2 in September. That's down from 51.1 in August. That's the lowest level since April of 2013. Wall Street closed in mixed territory today. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from Emily and Antoine Von Achmael, supporting New Futures, which works to help low-income D.C. area youth graduate from community college or certificate programs and become financially self-sufficient. Information is available at newfuturesdc.org.
Good afternoon. It's 5:04. I'm Justin Martin with KERA News. A date for Bluebell's return to North Texas is known. It's November 2nd. The Texas-based company announced it will also stock store freezers with ice cream in Waco, as well as parts of Oklahoma, including Oklahoma City and Tulsa. In late August, Bluebell had resumed ice cream sales in Houston, Austin, and Brenham, and parts of Alabama. Sales had been halted due to listeria contamination. Bluebell voluntarily recalled its products in April after they were linked to 10 listeria cases in 4 states, including 3 deaths in Kansas. Southwest Airlines is defending a $120 million payment for 2 gates in Dallas Love Field, saying the deal was legal and cheaper than the price of access at other airports. The payment to United Airlines is emerging as a key issue in the fight between Southwest and Delta Airlines, which is trying to keep a toehold at the Southwest-dominated airport. Now, a federal judge heard 3 days of testimony and will decide whether Delta gets to stay at the airport by using a Southwest gate. The judge indicated yesterday that he could rule in about a week. Texas and nationwide retail gas prices held steady this week. AAA Texas reports drivers statewide paying an average $2.05 a gallon. The survey found U.S. drivers are paying an average of $2.29. Beaumont has the cheapest gas this week across Texas at $1.97. Drivers in El Paso face the highest prices at the pump at an average $2.15 a gallon. This evening looks to be partly cloudy with a cool low around 60. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 79. It's currently 79 degrees in Dallas, 82 in Fort Worth, Tyler, and Wichita Falls. I'm Justin Martin, KERA News.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from UT Southwestern, the only stroke center in Dallas that's nationally certified by the Joint Commission and the American Stroke Association. UT Southwestern, the future of medicine today.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Robert Siegel.
And I'm Ari Shapiro. There are still many questions about what happened today on the campus of Umpqua Community College in Southern Oregon.
Here's what we know at this hour. Oregon's Governor Kate Brown says the shooter is dead. She described him as a 20-year-old male. There have been reports that up to 13 people were killed and another 20 wounded, but the sheriff of Douglas County would not confirm that number during a news conference.
The sheriff described the scene on campus as a very active investigation, with the FBI and U.S. Marshal Service supporting that effort. We'll be updating this story throughout the program and this evening as we learn more.
Another story we're following is what the Volkswagen scandal has done to sales of its cars. The German automaker has admitted to rigging software in diesel models in order to get around emissions tests. And while other companies, including GM, Ford, Honda, and Toyota, all saw double-digit gains in sales for September, VW was flat. Several of its models actually saw losses from last year.
What happens with sales going forward depends on how Volkswagen fixes its diesel vehicles, and perhaps just importantly, how it will fix its image. Here's NPR's Sonari Glenn. tell this story, we have to understand first a fairly basic engineering challenge. Margaret Wooldridge has been helping us understand the technical parts of the story. She's a mechanical engineering professor at the University of Michigan. Wooldridge says there are two competing challenges when dealing with modern engines: emissions and fuel economy.
As you get more efficient, so you're trying to meet that challenge, at the same time, you're limited by the emissions out the tailpipe. And those technologies are at odds with each other. The things that we can do to reduce the air toxics tend to reduce the efficiency of the engines.
That's the tension. From the get-go, diesels are more efficient and they're dirtier. For a company, the challenge is, how do you get more fuel efficient while keeping the car clean? That's where Volkswagen's TDI technology came in, and it's also where the cheat came in. It was the technology that was supposed to clean the exhaust, called the aftertreatment, and it's where VW got into trouble.
What you saw was a choice to go with a specific after-treatment technology that was particularly challenging the fuel economy side of it. That workaround, for lack of a better way of describing it, that workaround was directly to make sure they could meet fuel economy standards.
Many of the 500,000 VW and Audi diesel car owners in the U.S. are wondering if any potential fix will not only hurt the fuel economy, but the residual value of their cars. Fixing the vehicles is a huge engineering and software challenge. Peter McClintock is an emissions consultant. He found discrepancies in Volkswagen's diesel claims even before news broke. I reached him by phone. He says the challenge for Volkswagen could be insurmountable, especially now that they have to do it on the up and up.
Maybe they'll come to an agreement with EPA where they'll come to some other way of reducing an equivalent amount of NOx emissions through some other source.
Beyond fixing the cars, there are many other ways for Volkswagen to deal with a problem of cars that are on the road but still polluting. The company could buy back outstanding vehicles or compensate buyers by settling the growing number of class action suits. McClintock says the bigger question for us all is how to stop the cheating. He says there needs to be real-world emissions tests.
Yeah, I mean, the way to prevent cheating entirely is to measure vehicles on the road, and I'm going to say as well as, doing the existing laboratory testing.
Volkswagen diesel cars are legal to drive while the company figures out what it's going to do, but there are no details from the company except for a reassuring statement from the new CEO.
The question I want to know is, what is Volkswagen going to do, and when are they going to do it? It's their question too.
Cheryl Krebs is with Autotrader.com. She says Volkswagen diesel buyers tend to be more sophisticated consumers, and they're likely paying more attention to bad car news.
This is not normal because it's being perceived by the consumer as an intentional deceit, and that has generated a lot of mistrust. And once you lose that, then it becomes much more difficult to win that consumers back.
Consumers have done a lot of forgiving of car companies in the last few years. Krebs and other analysts say how soon VW makes a fix and how it handles it will determine how much forgiveness Volkswagen will get, if any. Sonari London, NPR News.
Nation's largest police force announced some major changes today. Starting next year, officers in New York City will have to document every time they see other officers using excessive force. This new rule comes more than a year after the death of Eric Garner, who died in police custody after he was put in a chokehold. NPR's Hansi-Lo Wang has the story.
NYPD Commissioner Bill Brandt addressed problems with his department head-on today.
We as an organization were very deficient in the reporting of use of force by department members, as well as reporting of force that was used against them.
Brandt unveiled a new system for the NYPD to report and investigate those kinds of incidents. While he says his department has actively tracked each gunshot fired by the NYPD, he admitted it was lagging on its policies and training on other uses of force, like hitting with a baton, using a taser, spraying mace, or striking by hand. His announcement came shortly after the city's police watchdog group, the Office of the Inspector General, said that tracking those kinds of incidents should have been in place long ago.
I was surprised because I've been familiar with some of the practices of police departments around the country. NYPD was living a little bit in the dark ages with respect to its use of force policies.
That's Inspector General Philip Ure. His report looks at almost 200 cases between 2010 and 2014. It found that police officers in more than a third of cases with evidence of excessive force were not disciplined. The city's Department of Investigations Commissioner, Mark Peters, says the NYPD's new tracking system would address that issue, but he says there's still plenty of work to do.
We have not seen a detailed plan for proper training, even though our training trails that of most major departments, and discipline remains inconsistent.
The NYPD says more officers will be trained on how to de-escalate tense encounters with the public. Still, some longtime advocates for police reform say they're taking a wait-and-see approach. Ju Hyun-Kang is the director of Communities United for Police Reform.
Until there's a clear signal from NYPD leadership and that officers actually will face consequences for excessive force and abuse of New Yorkers, there's no incentive for officers who do engage in those kinds of behaviors to change their behavior.
How the NYPD interacts with the public, as with many of the nation's police departments, has been under close scrutiny. Last year, a cell phone video captured an NYPD officer putting his arm around Eric Garner's neck in a banned chokehold. Garner's final words, "I can't breathe," were chanted around the country by protesters against police brutality. And just last month, an NYPD officer tackled and handcuffed retired tennis player James Blake, who was mistakenly believed to be a suspect in an identity theft ring. Blake later met with the police commissioner and the mayor.
We're not looking for a quick lawsuit. We're looking for a lasting, positive impact on the city and on the police force.
For now, the NYPD is betting on a new system that will require officers to fill out a new form anytime they use force. But it won't be an easy sell to some of NYPD's rank and file. In a statement, the president of New York's largest police union, Patrick Lynch, said more paperwork coupled with a serious shortage of police officers and the continual second-guessing of their actions is a formula for disaster. But Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams, a former NYPD captain, says these reforms are a good start.
We can either pay for proper, well-trained, emotionally intelligent police officers, or we can pay the lawsuits and the millions of dollars that we have been paying to the use of force and the excessive use of force.
Earlier this year, New York City agreed to pay almost $6 million to head off a lawsuit by the family of Eric Garner. Adams says it's better to pay in the front end for a well-trained police force so the city doesn't have to pay in the back end. Hansi Luong, NPR News, New York.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Park Place dealerships. You can find a wide selection of new and certified pre-owned luxury vehicles at 16 Dallas-Fort Worth dealerships. Park Place dealerships, experts in excellence. ParkPlace.com. Hot Dottie Burger Bar, serving burgers with no added hormones and no antibiotics, ground in-house with buns baked fresh throughout the day. Happy hour weekends from 3 to 7. Hot Dottie Burger Bar at Preston Center, Uptown, and Addison. Trinity University in San Antonio has been ranked #1 in the West for 23 consecutive years by U.S. News & World Report's Best Colleges Guide, and #8 in the nation as one of America's most entrepreneurial colleges by Forbes magazine. Trinity University helps prepare students with hands-on experience and class sizes with a 9-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio. Trinity is now accepting admissions. You can discover Trinity University at trinity.edu/admissions.
New York's Police Commissioner Bill Bratton says the department's new policy could become a national template. In fact, this kind of detailed reporting is already a favorite tool for police reformers in other cities. NPR's Martin Costi explains why.
Whenever a police department gets in trouble with the Justice Department over excessive force, one of the first things they're told to do is to start keeping detailed records. Here's Attorney General Loretta Lynch last week explaining why.
To be able to document citizen and police interactions in terms of number and in terms of type is very helpful as we look to see what are the trends.
But it's not just about finding trends. Merrick Bob is a longtime consultant on police reform efforts. He says the very act of measuring use of force changes things in the department.
It demonstrates what's important to the brass.
He says when police commanders are just counting arrests, then that's the priority for their officers. But if the commanders are forced to count the instances of use of force, then the officers pick up on that, and they change their behavior.
If using force more judiciously and carefully is what is being measured, you're going to try to conform your behavior to that.
Over the years, this technique has been used in Pittsburgh, Washington, LA, and more recently in Seattle. Reformers say it works, but there have been some bumps along the way. Officers complain about all the new reports they have to write. They say it takes up valuable time that they could spend on patrol. And some of them talk about deep policing. That's what they call the temptation to avoid making stops altogether, just to avoid the paperwork. Merrick Bob calls deep policing an urban myth. But in Seattle, Lisa Dugard says reformers should be more sensitive to cops' complaints.
If that is how we are asking officers to spend the bulk of their time, obviously there are opportunity costs.
Dugard is a public defender who co-chairs the Seattle Community Police Commission. It's a civilian oversight body. She says when Seattle first started tracking use of force a couple of years ago, it did go too far. Something as minor as a suspect complaining about tight handcuffs would set in motion a whole reporting process.
Full reporting, detailed justification of why the force was needed, and then supervisors would have to review that documentation and any video that was available.
Under pressure from Seattle Police and the Community Police Commission, those were revised, and officers no longer have to do detailed reports on low-level use of force, though those instances are still counted to catch officers with certain bad habits. Dugard says overall measuring use of force works, but it is possible to have too much of a good thing. Martin Costi, NPR News.
You are listening to KERA, and this is the first day of the KERA Fall Fundraising Campaign. I'm Chris Wagley, and with me is Alan Melson, and we are here to ask you to donate in support of the radio station that you love, the news and information you rely on every day. We have a $12,000 goal for All Things Considered, and the great news is we only have $6,521 left to go. And so help us to get that number down to zero by calling 888-694-6931 or online at KERA.org. And there are literally thousands of reasons to support KERA. So what's yours? When you call 888-694-6931, leave that with us. Let us know what your reason is to give, and we'll read it on the air, just like with Ann Adams from Decatur, who contributed and said, I love KERA and listen to it daily during my commute. Don't ever stop doing what you do. Well, thanks to Ann, hopefully we never will stop doing what we do so well.
That's right. Also, Michelle Griffith from Arlington says, the best radio station ever. My son and I listen all the time, and now that he is driving, he listens in his car too. And that's a great point. If you have younger folks, not little children, but maybe teenagers or college kids that are at home, this is a great way to introduce them to kind of learning more about the world and caring about the world, wanting to know what's going on in terms of current events. NPR is such a great window into that world because it's news presented objectively, it's news presented fairly. It is news that really gets in-depth into what's happening, and you make all of that happen. Every single member, every single dollar really does make a difference. 888-694-6931 is the number to call, or you can give right now at KERA.org. And it looks like we have a drawing to remind people about as well.
That's right, we do. Since it is the first day of the fundraising campaign, we also have a great giveaway. So if anybody that donates today by 7 p.m. is automatically entered into win a new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. So this is the big phone that was just released just in the last few weeks. But any donation today will automatically enter you into winning the iPhone 6 Plus and all of the KERA drawings for the rest of the fall membership campaign. So now is the perfect time to give. 888-694-6931. You can make that donation a sustaining contribution, and a sustaining contribution is an ongoing contribution directly from your checking account or your credit card. It's easy, it's affordable, it's secure, and you know that your KERA membership is always current, just like you're always supporting the station that you love. 888-694-6931 or online at KERA.org.
And again, we had that goal of $12,000 to raise during All Things Considered. We are now at $6,521 left to go, so we're almost halfway there. We're almost halfway through the show, so we've got to keep pushing forward to meet that goal, and we want to thank every single person who has already given to help us meet that goal, including Sharice Bell in Richardson, my hometown, go Richardson, Rebecca Graves in Allen, Mary Furlong Ferguson in Euless, Joey Skinner in Denton, Doris Futoma in Benbrook, and David Arment in Dallas. Thank you to every one of you. Your name could be the very next name we read. When you give at KERA.org or when you call 888-694-6931, just tell us that you want us to read your name on air, and we will gladly tell the world that you supported great public radio here at KERA.
And give the reason why you love it, because you know that when you give, you're becoming a part of a community of listeners and an audience that loves the same things you do. You make that donation, you start to feel that wonderful wave of goodness that flows over you after you've made that donation, just like you do with any nonprofit when you support that. You know that you are doing something good not only for yourself but for other people in the community. 888-694-6931. We'd like to thank Mehul Desal of Flower Mound. Thank you. Thank you to Marianne Clymer of Dallas. Thank you to David Rogers of Corpus Christi, Otto Gillen of Fort Worth, Karen Riley of Arlington, and Rhonda Blair of Arlington. Thank you to everyone who has already donated today at 888-694-6931. Update from Pledge Central, we have $6,348 left to go, and the phones are ringing. We have wonderful volunteers that are in the room here right next to us, and they want to hear from you. 888-694-6931.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, those volunteers have been chowing down on dinner from Prairie House. The Prairie House brought us in dinner tonight, so thank you very much for that. But there's a few of them still not on the phone, so they would love to hear from you now. Remember, you can make a contribution as part of the Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank. Make a gift in support of KERA, and you can also feed people in need across North Texas at the same time. You can see that and many other thank you gift options at KERA.org. Or, of course, you can make your contribution by phone. 888-694-6931. That's toll free, 888-694-6931. Thanks so much.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Baird, a financial advisor to families, businesses, and communities since 1919. Information available at rwbairdtexas.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, member SIPC. Sewell Automotive Companies, dedicated to treating every customer like a lifelong customer at their 9 Dallas-Fort Worth locations. More at Sewell.com. Sewell, obsessed with service since 1911.
Europeans are desperate to stop the flow of refugees from Syria. That means not only countering ISIS, but also stopping Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's indiscriminate bombing campaigns. Making things more difficult? Russia's actions to prop up Assad. NPR's Michelle Kellerman reports now from the UN, where diplomats are struggling to find a way out of this conundrum.
Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov insists that his country is not in Syria only to help one side in the civil war. He says it's to go after ISIS and other terrorist groups. And though the U.S. says Russia seems to be hitting other opponents of Assad's regime, Lavrov thinks the U.S. and Russia should be able to agree on the targets.
If it looks like a terrorist, if it acts like a terrorist, if it walks like a terrorist, if it fights like a terrorist, it's a terrorist, right?
He says he understands the need for a broader solution to the conflict in Syria, but he's warning the U.S. not to try to topple Bashar al-Assad. He says the U.S. and its partners should learn from recent history.
Saddam Hussein, hanged. Is Iraq a better place, a safer place? Gaddafi, murdered in front of the viewers. Is Libya a better place? Now we're demonizing Assad. Can we try to draw lessons here?
The Russian military moves have put Secretary of State John Kerry in a difficult spot. He's trying to force Assad out in an orderly way.
We have a lot of work to do, and we're going to get to doing that work as rapidly as possible, understanding fully how urgent this is in the context of refugees flowing out, the impact on Europe, the impact on the region, and understanding also that we need to see Syria kept whole, unified, secular, democratic.
Kerry has had many meetings on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly on Syria. Turkey's foreign minister, Feridun Sinaliolu, is telling the U.S. that the only way to stop the flow of refugees from Syria is to protect people and to push Assad out of the way.
It requires an orderly transition to a political change, because with Assad, there is no solution whatsoever in Syria. He has created this mess by launching a war against his own people.
He says Assad has destroyed the country, leaving half the population homeless. The leader of a Syrian opposition group, Khalid Khoja, has also been making the rounds here, denouncing Russian airstrikes and saying there should be no place for Assad even during the transitional period.
In each day, Bashar al-Assad still in power means more killings of civilians.
So there is no role, whether it's in the beginning or in the middle or in any kind of period for Bashar al-Assad to stay in power.
And though the U.S. argues that Russia is just pouring gasoline on the fire by supporting Assad with warplanes now, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, begs to differ.
We know about many fires, gasoline by Pentagon in the region, and we believe that our position is absolutely in line with international law.
Syria invited Russia in, he says. Asked whether the Russians would carry out strikes in neighboring Iraq too, he said, quote, Russians are polite people and don't come in if not invited. Russia has set up a joint communication center in Iraq with Syria and Iran. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the United Nations.
KERA would like to thank Prairie House Catering for providing dinner for our volunteers and staff today. Prairie House Catering has been serving the Metroplex since 1989. You can visit their website at phtexas.com. Thank you, Prairie House Catering, for your support of KERA. Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Environmental Defense Fund, working to reduce the millions of tons of yearly methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. More information is at edf.org/methane. UNT, offering accelerated online MBA programs in organizational behavior and human resource management or strategic management. Classes start every 8 weeks. More information at accelerateyourmba.unt.edu.
You can get the headlines anywhere. So get the big picture. We ask experts questions others don't, exploring every angle from a variety of perspectives, including yours. The Diane Rehm Show each weekday. Let's explore this story together.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on KERA 90.1.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Winter Johnston. President Obama says his thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims who lost their lives during a mass shooting at an Oregon community college today. There have been conflicting reports throughout the day on the number of people killed and wounded. Rachel McDonald from member station KLCC reports from the city of Roseburg, where police are continuing to sweep the Umpqua College campus.
About 100 law enforcement personnel are on the campus to look for any possible explosives or any other dangers. They have not reported whether or not the shooter acted alone.
Authorities say the suspected gunman is dead. Residents along the eastern seaboard of the U.S. are bracing for a possible strike from Hurricane Joaquin. This hour it's moving over the Bahamas toward the U.S. mainland with top winds of 130 miles per hour, making it a Category 4 storm. NPR's Craig Wyndham reports.
Rick Knabb, director of the National Hurricane Center, says despite the uncertainty about Joaquin's path, people should be getting ready.
What people need to be doing is preparing for the possibility of direct impacts from Joaquin while they're dealing with the next few days of some heavy rains and potential local flooding.
And White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest echoes that advice.
We encourage all Americans that live in areas that could potentially be affected by Hurricane Joaquin to monitor local radio, television, and official social media accounts for updated emergency information.
Ernest says Federal Emergency Management Agency teams have been deployed to areas in the expected path of the storm. Craig Wyndham, NPR News, Washington.
Stocks were mixed on Wall Street at the close. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 12 points at 16,272. The Nasdaq Composite closed up 6 points. The S&P 500 was up 3. You're listening to NPR News in Washington.
It's 5:32. I'm Justin Martin with KERA News. Dallas County District Attorney Susan Hawk has returned to work after a leave of more than 2 months for what she said was treatment of depression. In a statement to reporters, the first-time Republican said she was excited to be back at work and had missed the courthouse and her colleagues. She said her 9 months away had been tough for her, but she returned, quote, stronger and healthier, unquote. Hawk, who took office in January, had been away from work since late July. She said in an August 25th statement that she was suffering from depression and would take an additional 4 weeks of leave, then announced 2 more weeks off on September 21st. Hawk had previously acknowledged getting a doctor's help and weaning herself from back pain medication in 2013. 6 years after the Texas legislature approved $10 million to equip more school buses with seatbelts, the money has been spent. Little of it went for its stated purpose. The News and Chronicle reports that only about $415,000 was awarded to school districts to equip school buses with seatbelts. That's because the funding approved in 2009 had a loophole, meaning districts weren't required to install them. The only direct funding for school bus seatbelts, therefore, came in 2011 from the Texas Education Agency. The rest returned to state coffers or was used elsewhere in the agency budget. There's no official tally, but most standard-sized school buses across Texas still lack seatbelts. The Texas Attorney General's office has established a website for online reporting of officer-involved shootings. The public website, as required by new law, lists where Texas law enforcement agencies must submit reports on shootings by officers and of officers within 30 days of the incident. Attorney General Ken Paxton's office then has 5 days to compile the information. This evening brings us partly cloudy skies, around 60. Tomorrow should be sunny with a cool high around 79. Tomorrow clear, with an even cooler low around 55. It's currently 80 degrees in Dallas and Fort Worth. I'm Justin Martin, KERA News.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Ari Shapiro.
And I'm Robert Siegel. Tim Cook is in Washington today with something to say about privacy. That is no small matter when you're the CEO of Apple, the world's most valuable company, maker of devices where many of us store our secrets, account numbers, personal messages, photos. Tim Cook, welcome to the book.
Thank you very much, Robert. It's great to be here.
I'll ask you this question about privacy. It's been reported that Apple turned down a government request for real-time monitoring of texts that the government said were about guns and drugs. Is that an absolute position of Apple, or if there's some textage that supposedly concerns hijacked airplanes and skyscrapers and dirty bombs, would you say the government, you can have that?
You know, I can't talk about a specific case, but the government comes to us from time to time. And if they ask in a way that is correct and has been to the courts, as is required, then to the degree that we have information, we give that information. However, we design our products in such a way that privacy is designed into the product and security is designed in. And so if you think about it, as you pointed out earlier, some of our most personal data is on the phone, information. Our conversations with our friends and family and coworkers. And so instead of us taking that data into Apple, we've kept data on the phone, and it's encrypted by you. You control it.
But does that mean that if a clever terrorist encrypts his text, it really doesn't matter whether the government has access to that or not?
National security always matters, obviously, but the reality is that if you have an open door in your software for the good guys, the bad guys get in there too. Think about what happened here in this city with as many literally tens of millions of employees of the government getting their data stolen. And so we think that our customers want us to help them keep their data safe.
The intelligence community has asked for a backdoor. I mean, they want us into the communications that are going through Apple's devices, no?
I don't think you will hear the NSA asking for a backdoor.
The FBI?
There have been different conversations with the FBI, I think, over time, and I've read it in the newspaper myself. But my own view is everyone's coming around to there's some core tenets, and those core tenets are that encryption is a must in today's world. And I think everybody's coming around also to recognizing that any backdoor means a backdoor for bad guys as well as good guys. And so a backdoor is a non-starter. It means we're all not safe.
For the U.S. government and other governments as well.
For any government. I don't support a backdoor for any government, ever.
Apple has a new website, apple.com/privacy. It's devoted to your company's privacy policies and practices. Well, one nugget that I loved was that 94% of law enforcement requests that Apple gets were actually concerning stolen Apple devices. You know, they want help try to locate a missing device. All of this effort you're putting into the site, do you believe that your customers are demanding this from you, this kind of information and this guarantee of privacy?
We do think that people want us to help them keep their lives private. You know, we see that privacy is a fundamental human right that people have, and we're going to do everything that we can to help maintain that trust.
So, some critics hear you talk about privacy and sense a not so subtle dig at Google, and they say, well, Apple's in the hardware business. If there were no apps that tracked our searches or our whereabouts or our location, there might not be enough useful stuff to fill up our iPhones with.
Robert, our view on this comes from a values point of view, not from a commercial interest point of view. Our values are that we do think that people have a right to privacy and that our customers are not our products. We don't collect a lot of your data and understand every detail about your life, and that's just not the business that we're in.
But people buy the apps from the App Store, and they buy music from iTunes or the iTunes Store. A customer's purchasing history is available to you. You make absolutely no use of that and what people see on their devices.
Let me be clear. If you buy something from the App Store, and we do know what you bought from the App Store, obviously, we think customers are fine with that. Many customers want us to recommend an app. But what they don't want to do is they don't want your email to be read and then to pick up on keywords in your email and then to use that information to then market you things on a different application that you're using.
So our commercial behavior within the App Store.
Within an app. Yeah, and so
that you would consider to be fair game.
Well, let me be very clear. Is let's say you buy a song. We think you want us to know that you bought the song. You bought it from us. And we think you want us to kind of look at that, and assuming you've opted into Genius, we'll recommend you another song that you might like. We think that's perfectly fine. We think it's perfectly fine for any retailer that you know. But if you're in our news app and you're reading something, we don't think that in the news app that we should know what you did with us on the music app. Not to trade information from app to app to app to app.
The corporate question for you. Apple has a lot of money overseas. According to one report, more than $180 billion. When political candidates propose their tax reform plans, one measure of success they claim is this will get people to bring money back to the U.S. What kind of corporate tax rate would lead you to think, the coast is clear, let's move $180 billion back to the U.S.?
I think one key thing to understand here is that the reason we have a lot of money overseas is because 2/3 of our sales are overseas, and therefore we earn a lot of money overseas. And the tax law that we have today is very archaic. It doesn't allow you to bring back money unless you pay tax both internationally and then pay the full tax domestically as well. And so the truth is almost nobody's bringing back their money. It's not an Apple unique thing. And so what needs to happen, we need a comprehensive tax reform. There's no doubt that for a company operating in the United States, it's worth a tax to be able to bring money back, to have free flow of capital. It's also great for the United States because you can't invest that money unless it's in the U.S.
So you say we have an interest, this country has an interest in Apple's money coming back here because there'd be that much more money.
Well, here's what we're having to do today. We've had to borrow money. And so despite having money, we've had to borrow. Everybody can't do that. And so what we're doing is telling people to go put their money elsewhere. That's not reasonable. That's terrible for the United States.
Is there going to be an Apple car?
Do you have another question?
Well, cars are all the rage. There's a Google car.
I've been reading about a lot of stuff, but We're focused very much on the products that we just announced. We've got iPhone 6s, iPhone 6s Plus. We're thrilled about that. They've got incredible features like live photo.
But an Apple car would be a beautifully designed car.
And we've got Apple TV coming out next month. We've got iPad Pro that's unbelievably great.
Why so resistant to just, we're thinking about this, you're working on it? No, you don't want to talk about the Apple.
No, do you have another question?
Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, thanks for talking with us today.
Thanks, Robert. Great being here.
And you are listening to KERA 90.1, and this is the first day of our fall fundraising campaign. That means we would like to hear from you at 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. I'm Chris Wagley, and with me is Alan Melson, and we are here with an update for All Things Considered. We have $4,526 left to go that we need to raise by 7 p.m. tonight. So that means we need to hear from you, 888-694-6931. And for everybody who makes their donation today, you are automatically entered to win a new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. So make that donation by 7 p.m. tonight, 888-694-6931.
We will be getting back to more of All Things Considered in just a moment, but we do want to take a moment to thank all of the people who have stepped up to show their reasons why they love KERA. And this is your chance, too. We want to thank Phyllis Guest of Dallas, Owen Gibson, also in Dallas, Greg Hughes in Fort Worth, Mr. and Mrs. Tom Harris in North Richland Hills, James and Catherine Ogden in Dallas, Lisa Ryan in Dallas, Dr. William Nicholson in Plano, Hami Karamat in Allen, and Karen Hensley Chelsiowska in Keller. I hope I got that right, Karen. We would love to read your name on air as well, if you'll let us, and we can thank you for being one of the newest members of KERA. Again, you can do that by simply going to your web browser on your phone or on your computer, going to kera.org and clicking that donate button right there at the top of the page, or you can pick up your phone, make that toll-free call to speak to the lovely volunteers who are waiting to hear from you. 888-694-6931 is that number to call. Again, that's 888-694-6931. But don't wait. $4,526 left to go to meet our goal for All Things Considered, and every dollar you give could help us get that much closer.
That's right, and there are literally thousands of reasons to support KERA. And what's yours? Maybe it's because KERA connects you to the world, or maybe it's because of the insightful reporting, or the thoughtful conversations that you hear on Think. Well, call us at 888-694-6931. Make your donation, or online at kera.org, and leave us your name and your comment, and we would love to read that on the air. Just like Madeline Michael Crouch of Dallas, who say, if anyone listening isn't a member, please support KERA. Your donation at any level ensures that citizens of North Texas will continue to have access to the high-quality news and programming. Thank you, Madeline and Michael. Or Dr. Thomas Kimball, who says, I think, therefore, I KERA 90.1. I think that says it all. 888-694-6931 is the number to call, or online at kera.org.
And when you make that contribution, you can choose for all of it to go directly towards great programming here at KERA, or you can also choose a thank you gift. That's fine too. It's just one little way KERA can show you how much we appreciate your support. There are some great thank you gifts to browse at kera.org, and there's the usual fare that's popular throughout the year, KERA mugs and shirts and all that kind of stuff. It's all great. But there's a new one to mention as well, the Thanks for Giving partnership with the North Texas Food Bank. This means you can feed both mind and body. When you make your gift to support KERA, you can also feed people in need across North Texas. A $60 contribution feeds 2 people for a week. You could give a contribution of $240 in support of KERA, and part of that will go towards the North Texas Food Bank and feed a family of 4 for a week. So it does go a long way. We are proud to partner with the North Texas Food Bank. This has been a very popular thank you gift today, and it's something you should consider when you make that contribution at kera.org or by calling toll-free 888-694-6931.
Our goal to hit is $4,526. That is what we have left to go. So that means we need to hear from you at 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. And we'd like to thank a few more folks who have taken an opportunity today to make that donation on this first day of the fall fundraising campaign. Robin Coffey of Poolville. Thank you, Robin. Shelby Orr of Fort Worth. Thank you to Joe Fitzgibbon of Arlington. Susan Whitaker of Saginaw. Melissa Wright of Plano. John Sanders of Dallas. Mr. and Mrs. Vincent Perini of Dallas. Ivor Pace of Flower Mound. And Matt Lagos of Plano. All of those folks have taken a moment today to call 888-694-6931 or have gone online to kera.org to make their donation. They all have a reason to give. They all have an individual reason to give. What is your individual reason to give? Why haven't you done it yet? Well, the perfect time to do it is now. 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. You can be like Betty Ballier of Dallas, Jay and Faye Swindle of North Richland Hills, or Julie and Paul George of Colleyville. Call 888-694-6931 or go online to kera.org, and thanks.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Hush Blackwell, a full-service, industry-focused law firm, proudly supporting the growth and success of businesses in North Texas. Information is online at hushblackwell.com. Texas Mutual Insurance Company, on behalf of the Insurance Industry Charitable Foundation, supporting local organizations that offer assistance to veterans and at-risk youth. More information at iicf.org.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Robert Siegel.
And I'm Ari Shapiro. New rules for clean air have neighbors blaming each other. Neighboring states, that is. Today, the Environmental Protection Agency is toughening regulations on ground-level ozone. These rules are controversial, and since states have to implement them, we're going to talk now with public radio reporters in two states that border each other. Mose Bushell from member station KUT in Austin is on the line. Hi there.
Hi there.
And also on the line, we've got Joe Wirtz from State Impact Oklahoma. How you doing?
How are you doing, Ari? Thanks for having us today.
All right, Joe, let's start with you. You are at an ozone monitoring station near Edmond, Oklahoma. Describe what the problem is that the EPA is trying to fix with these new rules.
Right. So the EPA wants to fix ground-level ozone. And we all pretty much know that as the biggest component of smog. And smog is bad for the lungs and eyes. Kids and old people are especially vulnerable. So to crack down on this, the EPA has lowered its standard. It has issued a tighter number, a smaller number for the amount of acceptable ozone that states can have, and that new number came out today.
Well, where does this ozone come from? What's the source of the problem?
Well, the source of the problem is sort of the classic air pollution sources, right? So vehicles, factories, power plants, those types of things. But ozone is really kind of like an equation here. You get those classic pollution compounds plus heat and sun, and that's how you get ozone. Right now, I am standing here in an air monitoring station. It's a kind of cool, drizzly day here in Oklahoma, and that's good for the ozone equation. If we're balancing out that equation, we get less heat and sun today here in Oklahoma, so we get less ozone.
Of course, air travels, and that's one reason we've also got reporter Mose Bushell on the line with member station KUT in Austin. Mose, you are at a truck stop in Texas. Texas has a lot of industry. Is the pollution from your state crossing over the border to Oklahoma, where Joe is?
If only it were that simple, this would be a lot easier. You know, in a lot of states we hear a lot of finger pointing about where the source of the pollution is coming from, and I've heard that in Oklahoma, you know, they might worry that Texas is bringing ozone over there. Here in Texas, people will blame other states. Some people blame Mexico, agricultural burning, offshore oil rigs. So the reality is that we're all creating this stuff, and yes, it does blow into other jurisdictions, other states, other cities.
Okay, so if pollution crosses boundaries, how do you have this rule that states have to implement individually?
Well, basically what they're being asked to do is tinker with the margin of ozone that is created on site. So I'm standing at a truck stop here outside of Austin. A lot of our ozone that's created here in the region, it comes from traffic, comes from truck fleets, cars, and so when we look to reduce the stuff we're creating, we try to upgrade truck fleets
get better and less polluting cars on the road. So that's one of the things that jurisdictions will be looking at as they try to reach these new goals.
Well, most, if the trucks don't get off the road, if the factories keep spewing pollution, if the state is out of compliance, what does that mean?
And then that's what a lot of officials are worried about, state officials. It can be a big hit to local economies. For one thing, it becomes much more difficult to get funding and approval for road projects, transportation projects, and in a lot of the country, traffic is a paramount concern. They want more roads, in Texas at least. For another thing, it can limit the amount of new industry that goes in. Any industry that might cause more ozone pollution, well, that's going to be a lot harder to build if you're already out of compliance.
Joe, back in Oklahoma, I said that these are controversial rules. What kind of a reaction are we seeing from the states?
Well, so when the EPA lowers these standards, states can be out of compliance. And in Oklahoma, officials here are saying what that does is it triggers a complicated and expensive process by which state environmental regulators have to track down and inventory ozone sources and come up with a plan on how they can fix it. And for their part, the officials in Oklahoma say they can't always do anything about it. They benefit from things like better fuel standards for cars, but they're not always in control of things like the weather and things like pollution that blows in. And Oklahoma officials do blame, in some part, Texas for some of their air pollution problems.
That's reporter Joe Wertz in Oklahoma, and also Mose Bushell in Texas. Thanks to both of you.
Thanks, Ari.
Thank you so much.
Teenagers, love, and technology. We know those things are all linked, and today a new study by the Pew Research Center shows how much. The survey finds half of teenagers ages 13 to 17 have let someone know they have feelings for them through social media sites such as Facebook. NPR's Braxton Booker reports that while only a small percentage say that they've met a significant other online, social media play an important role in maintaining romances.
Before jumping into the complicated world of teenage love with all the likes and posts and retweets, I thought I should get up to speed. Washington, D.C.'s Chinatown Metro stop is a popular spot where teens hang out after school. 15-year-olds Sky Crutchfield and Jewel Sutton explain to me just how people their age let others know they are single.
Put that in your bio. Yeah, you put it in your bio. You're like single, and when you put the emoji that's unlocked. Yeah.
Stefan McPherson and Philip White agree. Emojis are where it's at, if you're in a serious relationship.
That's why you put out like how emoji and then like they add me.
The Pew study, Teens, Technology, and Romantic Relationships, found social media is a top venue for flirting. But while less than 10% say they've met a significant other online, just about 2/3 say social media helps them feel connected to a boyfriend or girlfriend. And lead researcher Amanda Linhart learned emojis are vitally important.
The hand-holding, the padlock, and the heart emojis seem to be the most critical, at least in the focus groups that we conducted.
Linhart said she was surprised. 65% of boys said social media makes them feel closer to a romantic partner compared to just over half of teenage girls.
They were more likely to say they felt an increased emotional connection and an increased kind of just connection in general to those sort of workings of their partner's lives.
While teens are certainly on Facebook, Linhart says it's not where they go to flirt or maintain relationships. Like, duh, your mom's on Facebook. Hello. Linhart says teens tend to gravitate to visually oriented sites like Snapchat and Instagram. But when it comes to breakups, she says, surprisingly, it's still done the old-fashioned way, in person.
That's the most socially acceptable way to break up with somebody, but it's not considered to be particularly socially acceptable to dump somebody on it by text. But a lot of people do it.
And of course, once that's done, the pruning or deleting of pictures and blocking exes and changing your social media profile ensues. Lauren Steinberg teaches psychology at Temple University, and he's also the author of Age of Opportunity, Lessons from the New Science of Adolescence. Steinberg says today's teens are not that much different than previous generations. Sometimes they pick a boyfriend or girlfriend to gain admiration of their peers. And he adds, the study should help parents angst about what their teens are doing on social media.
I think a lot of adults today have unnecessary worries about the ways in which social media are disrupting adolescents' emotional development. And I think social media they're not the evil that many people think of them as.
Many teens may favorite that sentiment. Braxton Booker, NPR News, Washington.
It is just about 3 minutes before 6 o'clock here at your source for NPR News, KERA Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton, and streaming online at KERA.org. All Things Considered continues right after the news coming up in just a few moments, but we want to give you a friendly reminder. It is the first day of KERA's fall fundraising campaign, and when you contribute right now, you will be entered into a very special drawing for a brand new iPhone 6 Plus. Good afternoon. Hopefully I've got your attention now. My name's Alan Nelson, and I'm joined here in studio by Chris Wagley. Hey, Chris.
Hi there. Good afternoon. And yes, you will be automatically entered into a drawing to win a new 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus if you make your donation today by 7 o'clock, which means you have just a little over an hour left. 888-694-6931 is the number to call, or you can make your gift online at KERA.org. And there are thousands of reasons to support KERA. What's yours? Maybe it's that you want to make the world a better place, and you can do that through KERA. Or maybe it's that you like the nonprofit nature of KERA, that we're not driven to turn a profit for investors. Then let us know. Call 888-694-6931. Go online to KERA.org. Become a sustaining member, which means you can have an ongoing contribution directly from your checking account or credit card every month. It's easy, it's affordable and secure, and your KERA membership is always current. And you can let us know how KERA sustains you. So call 888-694-6931.
We want to thank Dr. Colin McCulley in Fort Worth, Tim Hatley from Blooming Grove, all the way down in Navarro County. I think that's our first contribution from Blooming Grove today, so thanks, Tim. Alan Schneider from Dallas. You could be the very next person that we thank on air. You know, maybe you're one of those people, you wake up in the morning, you turn on Morning Edition on that little waterproof radio you have hanging from your shower. You get in your car, you listen to the Diane Rehm Show, you stream from your desk at work for the Texas Standard and the Takeaway. You hang around for Think with Chris Boyd and Fresh Air with Terry Gross and The World. And then, of course, you're right here for All Things Considered. Or maybe you're just one of those people that kind of goes flipping through the radio dial and lands on KERA every so often, and you like what you hear. We are here for all of you. We welcome everyone. And in turn, all we hope is that you will think about the reasons you love KERA and make those the reasons you support KERA. 888-694-6931 is that number, or of course you can get on the web at KERA.org.
And you can join folks like Veranda Bradley of Mansfield. And Veranda said that Jake Bradley, this is in honor of Jake today, is his 15th birthday. So congratulations to Jake, and thank you to Veranda for making that donation. And we would like to hear from you. It's your turn to make that donation at 888-694-6931 or online at KERA.org. And what is your reason that you want to give? Maybe it's because of the fact that we go deep into the story with Diane Rehm and Texas Standard and the Takeaway, or maybe it's the fascinating conversations you hear every Monday through Thursday with Chris Boyd on Think. Whatever that reason is, now is the time to call, because you also have just about an hour left to be automatically entered into that drawing for the 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. So make that donation now, and you're automatically entered into that drawing and to all of the drawings throughout this membership campaign. 888-694-6931 or online at KERA.org.
We just heard from Kevin Barnes in Plano, who said he's waiting for his son's practice to be over, listening to KERA, used iPhone to donate.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Laura Schmidt of Fort Worth says, KERA makes me feel like there's a news station that actually cares about its listeners. And we do. We care about you, and in turn, we hope you'll care about us and the great stories you hear day in and day out.
We love hearing that.
Yes, you can give at KERA.org, or you can pick up your phone, make that toll-free call right now. 888-694-6931.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. A gunman has opened fire at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon today. Officials are reporting multiple fatalities, but there are conflicting reports on the exact number. In a press conference this hour on the shooting, President Obama says the U.S. is becoming numb to mass shootings.
It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America.
Police say the shooter, a 20-year-old man, got into a gunfight with police and is dead. Rachel McDonald of member station KLCC says around 100 officers are combing the area.
The roads are all closed around the college, and police are directing traffic away from the college. It's an active crime scene.
Ken Carloni is the chairman of the science department. He says it's so shocking it's hard to process.
Stuff like this happens other places, you know, and it's going to take a while to make any kind of sense of this.
No word yet on a motive for the shooting. The U.S. and Russia are trying to figure out how to make sure their militaries don't fire at each other as they each conduct their own operations against ISIS militants in Syria. NPR's Tom Bowman reports military officials from both nations took part in an hour-long conference today about preventing accidents or mishaps between the pilots during bombing runs over Syria.
Pentagon Press Secretary Peter Cook said each side made proposals. He wouldn't share them and said he expected some decisions in the coming days. For those familiar with these types of precautions for pilots, say there are several ways to prevent mishaps. One way is to set aside a frequency or channel for pilots to talk with one another. Another option is to set up separate bombing zones for the Russians and the Americans to avoid any collisions. Still, the U.S. is striking targets pretty far away from where the Russians are operating in western Syria, at least 75 miles away from U.S. targets. And at times the U.S. is using drones for bombing runs and not piloted aircraft. Tom Bowman, NPR News, the Pentagon.
Emergency plans are up along the east coast of the U.S. Hurricane Joaquin is now a dangerous Category 4 hurricane. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is expected to get even stronger over the next 24 hours as it slams the Bahamas, bringing winds, heavy rains, dangerous surge, and significant storm surges. The storm has maximum sustained winds of 130 miles an hour. Forecast maps show it coming close to the east coast of the U.S. in the coming days, but it's not clear yet what specific path it will take. Governors of New Jersey and Maryland today joined Virginia and North Carolina in declaring states of emergency. Wall Street ended the day in mixed territory. The Dow down 12 points, the NASDAQ up 6, the S&P 500 up 3 points at 1923. This is NPR News. A $612 billion defense spending bill passed the House this afternoon, and the President Obama supports the increased funding. He is threatening to veto it. Unhappy that the House used the Overseas Contingency Fund, which is for war spending, to fund the bill. A leaked internal report by the UN is warning that international peacekeepers in South Sudan are in greater danger. The civil war approaches its second year with no signs of a serious peace. The UN has not officially acknowledged the leaked report, but NPR's Gregory Warner reports that individual peacekeepers say the situation is increasingly volatile.
Peacekeepers in South Sudan never expected to be in the middle of a civil war. They arrived after independence in 2011 to assist basically with police work. But when fighting broke out at the end of 2013, they found themselves digging latrines and caring for 200,000 civilians fleeing ethnic bloodshed. The peacekeeper bases became displaced persons camps. Now, a leaked report, reportedly an internal security risk assessment, says that those camps are rife with drugs, weapons, and thousands of angry young men. It's a volatile mix that could put UN personnel in grave danger. UN officials, as per policy, do not comment on leaked reports. Gregory Warner, NPR News, Nairobi.
Meanwhile, the UN Refugee Agency says it needs nearly $100 million more to help handle the estimated 700,000 refugees and migrants expected to arrive in Europe this year. The agency estimates nearly 3,000 people have died trying to cross the Mediterranean into Europe this year. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Ozzy, a digital magazine dedicated to the new and the next, like Baghdad's first female mayor who's taking on corruption and violence in Iraq. This and other stories at ozzy.com/NPR. That's OZY.com.
Water Tower Theater presents the world premiere musical Creep, October 2nd to the 25th at the Addison Theater Center. Dallas playwright Donald Fowler's musical thriller explores the fabled story of Jack the Ripper. Tickets are available by calling 972-450-6232 or online at watertowertheater.org.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Ari Shapiro.
And I'm Robert Siegel. The U.S. and Russian militaries are talking today. It's about ways to avoid conflicts in the skies over Syria. Those concerns have risen in the past 24 hours after Russia began a series of airstrikes on rebel targets. The United States is conducting airstrikes of its own, and Defense Secretary Ash Carter says the Russians aren't giving proper advance notice about their operations. Two sides are also disputing what targets the Russians are actually hitting. NPR's Corey Flintoff joins us now from Moscow. And Corey, Secretary Carter says the Russians have been hitting rebel areas, but not rebel areas controlled by ISIS, which is the group Russia promised to engage. What's Russia saying about that?
Well, Russia is insisting that it has only hit targets belonging to the self-described Islamic State. And in fact, the Russian Air Force general just came out with an analysis saying that Russian warplanes damaged about a dozen ISIS targets, including a command center and some ammunition depots. Russian TV has been showing video of what officials are calling pinpoint strikes on rebel bases, but there's a big discrepancy because other rebel groups in Syria are now saying that their bases were being hit and not the Islamic State. And that's important because these rebel groups say they're receiving support from the United States and its allies.
Yes, and Senator John McCain said something similar on CNN today. But here's what he said.
I can absolutely confirm to you that they were strikes against our Free Syrian Army or groups that have been armed and trained by the CIA because we have communications with people there.
You know, President Putin's spokesman said today that Russia's been choosing those targets in consultation with the Syrian army. So it may be that President Assad and the Syrian army see the Free Syrian Army and similar groups to that as a bigger immediate threat than the Islamic State. It basically all boils down to the fact that Russia strongly supports Assad, and they say that he has to be part of any solution in Syria. So Russia's military action is going to be aimed at defending him from any enemies. And in fact, the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, said today that Russia's not going to try too hard to distinguish among the rebels.
Now, Russian officials have reacted very sharply to criticisms of their military mission. What's going on there?
President Putin responded to the reports of civilian casualties, and he called them information attacks. He actually charged that the first reports of civilians being hit came out even before Russia's jets took off. So this has been an ongoing theme among Russian officials over the past couple of years. You know, they allege that the United States has been waging a propaganda war against Russia, but it's gotten much more intense in the past couple of days. One of the prominent TV news channels today led its broadcast with that line about the information attacks. It was a headline even before the stories about the Syrian airstrikes themselves.
Most Russians don't get much exposure to Western news media. Why would Vladimir Putin be so worried about Western criticism?
Well, you're right, Robert. And most people in Russia get their news from state-controlled TV, so they don't hear much independent criticism about the government's policies. But I think Putin really wants to control the international narrative about the airstrikes in Syria as well. So all these charges about Western information war are just a way of deflecting any criticism and making sure that Russia's campaign in Syria looks good in the eyes of the world.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Robert.
It's NPR's Corey Flintoff in Moscow.
And now the latest on a mass shooting today at a community college in Oregon. Though the exact number of people dead is not yet confirmed, we've been hearing that anywhere from 7 to 13 people were killed, with many more injured. We're expecting to learn more at a news conference that begins in about 20 minutes. The shooting happened at Umpqua Community College. Oregon Public Broadcasting's Rob Manning is following the story. He's on the line with us now. Hi, Rob.
Hi.
What can you tell us about what happened today?
Well, our understanding is that there are at least 7 people who were killed and upwards of 20 people wounded. The shooting was first reported at 10:38 this morning to Douglas County Emergency Dispatch. Douglas County sheriffs responded, as well as other law enforcement agencies from the area. They were to neutralize the shooter, and but there were obviously there was a lot of damage. I mean, that's just a horrific shooting happening in the southwestern part of Oregon.
You say they were able to neutralize the shooter. The state attorney general apparently told a local NBC affiliate that he was killed. Can you tell us any more about that?
Well, that's about all we know, that it was likely that the shooter was killed. Unfortunately, we've kind of become somewhat accustomed to covering these and reading through what neutralized might mean. So that the shooter was killed, and shortly after that happened, they were able to basically contain the area. For a long time this morning, they were telling people to avoid Umpqua Community College, to stay away, as they were sort of corralling the situation. Now it's a crime scene. Students who were there on campus who were not caught by the shooter have been transported some miles south of Umpqua Community College to reunite with their loved ones at the fairgrounds. And so, that's the situation now. I'm sure it is a heart-wrenching situation outside of Roseburg, Oregon.
Now, Umpqua Community College is, as you say, in Roseburg, Oregon. It's southern Oregon, a rural area. Can you tell us more about this area, the school, this community?
Sure. Roseburg is kind of a logging town, had been for a long time, and has been since trying to diversify its economy. And Umpqua Community College would really play a big part in that, in terms of the workforce development that it would be offering to people in the area. It's also a place where students from Roseburg and surrounding small towns would be going. Roseburg is kind of the big town for at least an hour in every direction, so it's kind of the heart of that part of southwestern Oregon. So this is just really going to be a brutal, devastating blow to that town.
Here in Washington, D.C., we're told that President Obama was briefed by his counterterrorism advisor, Lisa Monaco. What kind of reaction are you seeing out there in Oregon?
Well, we are also hearing from pretty much a who's who of our congressional delegation have responded. There are, outpourings of support that are coming out on social media. The hashtag UCC shooting has been running, it has really been extremely active. And it's a lot of just people being, not believing that this kind of thing could happen. A lot of condolences and worry about who the people are that were affected. We've heard that there were victims as young as 18 who were affected by this. So, certainly this is a heart-wrenching thing that is attracting attention and support from all over Oregon and the Northwest.
All right, Rob, thanks for that update.
You're welcome.
That's Rob Manning of Oregon Public Broadcasting talking about the shooting today at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon. At least 7 people were killed, and we will bring you more details as we learn them.
It's 6:14 here at KERA, your source for all things considered, and Morning Edition, and the Diane Reeves Show, and Think, and so much insightful, thoughtful programming that we hope you value on this first day of our membership campaign. Good afternoon. I'm Alan Melson here in studio with Chris Wagley. We had a goal of $12,000 for All Things Considered, and at this point we have just over $2,500 to go, thanks to every single person who has contributed. We really do value your support of KERA, and you could be the very next person to give when you call 888-694-6931 or visit KERA.org and click the donate button.
And there are so many different reasons to give, as many reasons as there are listeners. And maybe one of those reasons is that you value the kind of reporting that is done at KERA around sensitive topics, just like we're experiencing today out of Oregon. So if you appreciate the kind of reasoned and measured reporting that you hear on KERA, you can call 888-694-6931 to make your pledge of support, to keep that kind of reporting around, the kind that you know is not only credible, but also is going to have heart and is going to take care to get the facts correct. You can also donate online at KERA.org. We have just over $2,500 to reach our goal of $12,000 by 7 p.m. So that means we would like to hear from you, and for everybody that makes your donation today at KERA.org, or by calling 888-694-6931. You are also automatically entered into a drawing to win a 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. But you need to do that by 7 p.m., which means you've got about 45 minutes left. 888-694-6931.
We want to thank Mary Stretcher in Dallas, Carol Croy in Dallas, Stephanie Jones in Carrollton, Drew Thompson in Denison, Carol Duckworth in Garland, and Judd Jennerjohn in Dallas. Thank you so much to all of you. We've gotten some great comments from people about the reasons they love and the reasons they support KERA. Mike Hong of Irving listens to KERA for diverse programs and reporting. And Dr. Sripati Kethu of Richardson says, I've been listening to KERA for many years. The topics are always fresh, thought-provoking, and authentic. Thank you for being such a great resource. We hope you feel that way too. And if you do, this is a great time to give because, again, you will be helping us meet the goal for All Things Considered, and you'll be in the running to win that brand new iPhone 6s Plus. The number to call is 888-694-6931, or, of course, on the web right now at kera.org.
And maybe the reason that you listen to KERA and want to support KERA is because KERA sustains you. Well, if that's the case, then become a sustaining member of KERA. Your ongoing contribution will come directly from your checking account or your credit card. It's easy, affordable, secure, and you know that your KERA membership is always current, just like the news you hear every day. So please join other folks who have taken a moment today to call 888-694-6931 or have gone online to kera.org, like Sam Romine of Dallas. Thank you, Sam. Thank you to Donna Ross of Frisco. Thank you to Susan Mashugian of Sanger. Thank you to Jasmine Broomy of Arlington, Rex Mills of Dallas, and Shauna Redman of Frisco. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you to everyone who have made their donations today at 888-694-6931. Now is your opportunity. Go online to kera.org, choose a thank you gift, and thank you so much.
KERA would like to thank Prairie House Catering for providing dinner for our volunteers and staff today. Prairie House Catering has been serving the Metroplex since 1989. You can visit their website at phtexas.com. Thank you, Prairie House Catering, for your support of KERA.
I'm Shelley Canavy with your Ardency calendar highlights for Thursday. The loss of a loved one brings up issues of family, faith, and tradition for three cousins. Find out how they cope in the play Bad Jews at Stage West Theater in Fort Worth. Find out how photographers have dealt with the switch to digital in the documentary From Darkroom to Daylight. The screening will be followed by a discussion at the Dallas Center for Photography. Cultural rituals have been passed from generation to generation through song, dance, and art. The tradition continues as the Conscious Theater Project celebrates the human spirit and diversity through rap, spoken word, hip-hop, and sonnets at the Black and Blues Theater of African American Life in Dallas. For more on these and other events, visit artandseek.org. While you're there, sign up to win this week's Big Deal giveaways: a season subscription for Kitchen Dog Theater, passes for the Dallas Arboretum's Autumn at the Arboretum, or passes to see Elton John at the Formula One U.S. Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas in Austin. For Art and Seek, I'm Shelley Canavy.
From the KERA Newsroom, I'm Justin Martin. In a few minutes, the Colombian sculptor who won an international prize in a big jack in North Texas will start with a towering figure on the international education scene. Ken Robinson, who boasts the most watched TED Talk of all time, was in Dallas today for an education conference called Changing the Odds. KERA's Stella Chavez reports on his argument that the education system has some outdated assumptions about intelligence and creativity.
No two people are the same, and when it comes to kids, what grabs the attention of one child may not pique the interest of another. That's why Ken Robinson, the British-born author and speaker, wants to upend the education system.
If you run an education system based on a narrow conception of ability, based just on reading and math or some forms of academic work, you automatically create a whole group of people who are thought to be disabled.
He says what really drives achievement is creativity. Robinson learned this when he was a child. He was sent to school for the physically disabled. He contracted polio, which left him nearly paralyzed. At school, he met a student who could write with his feet, and kids who were talented in other ways.
When I got out of it, and when I got into education, I realized that everybody, every child, has special needs. Everybody. It's not a separate category. Then it's about figuring out what they are, and it may not be the thing that you think it is.
Robinson says teachers are the keys to guiding students toward their passions. Teaching, he says, is a conversation, not a monologue. He also challenges groups like Mensa, which is for people with high IQs.
If you're going to have an organization for the most brilliant people on the planet, shouldn't there be some other kind of test to get in? Like, could you write a symphony? Could you play it? Could you perform a dance that would move people? Could you take a lead in a ballet? Could you design a building that stayed up? Could you run a successful business? Do you have any friends?
The crowd here loved him. Afterward, a long line of people waited for him to sign a copy of his latest book, Creative Schools. One of those waiting was Amy Montemayor. She works with teachers in the Grapevine Colleyville School District who help students with reading disabilities. She says they're trying to do what Robinson talks about.
So school is not easy for them. And so not only working with the kids, but working with the parents, that school's important, but also outside of school, giving the kids multiple opportunities to see what their interests are.
Brett Cumpy works with high schoolers at an alternative campus in the Birdville district. He tries to encourage students who get in trouble to focus on their natural talents.
You know, it may be a kid who's a tagger, but because he's a tagger, he's an artist. There's an artist within. And so how in the future can his talent as an artist be developed?
And that, Robinson would say, is where a teacher can turn a student's life around. Stella Chavez, KERA News.
The Nasher Sculpture Center unveiled the recipient of its first ever Nasher Prize last night. It's a $100,000 international award that'll go to a different sculptor every year. The winner, Doris Salcedo of Colombia. KERA's Kat Chow profiles the artist who, for decades, has used everyday objects like chairs and clothing to create social commentary.
A little more than a decade ago, Doris Salcedo suspended hundreds of chairs along the walls of Bogota's Palace of Justice. Her sculpture was massive, chairs overturned and dangling, hard to miss as people walked by. It was a nod to decades before. That's when the Supreme Court in Colombia was seized. Dozens killed, a moment of violence left behind.
So this forgetfulness is what I think is I hope to capture in these pieces.
That's Salcedo, on video, accepting the award.
Prize helps to acknowledge that in the midst of violence, in the midst of political conflict, there is room for art, there is room for thought.
That mindset is what caught the eye of British sculptor Phillida Barlow. She was one of the jurors who helped select Salcedo. She recalls one of Salcedo's installations at the Tate Modern in London.
This crack runs the whole way down the turbine hall, and they're very finely drawn.
Salcedo made a giant fissure in the floor, over 500 feet long and 3 feet deep in some places.
People would kneel down and put their hands in these cracks, and over time things collected in these cracks, which I thought was absolutely fantastic.
Barlow says one woman even lost a bracelet in that crack and was never able to get it back. The point of this work? To create a border. It's a commentary on immigration. This large-scale, incisive symbolism, that's what the Nasher Sculpture Center is hoping to encourage with its prize.
You know, one of the things that seems so characteristic of sculpture in our time is that it is, in fact, so many different things.
That's Jeremy Strick, director of the center. He says that sculpture today isn't just made from bronze and metal. It can be massive installations of light or sound, and it can address the social issues of our day. Mourning violent deaths is often a theme of Salcedo's work. She wanted to honor a Colombian nurse who was kidnapped and tortured to death, so she preserved and stitched together hundreds of rose petals. What began as a flower offering turned into something much more sinister. Imagine a floor rug that looks like raw skin.
I want to think about what is the role and what can be the role of sculpture in society and culture. I don't think you can make a better or more powerful choice than Doris Salcedo.
Salcedo will receive a $100,000 cash prize. She'll visit Dallas for a lecture in April. Kat Chow, KERA News.
Today on Think, Chris Boyd dug into an effort to bring Martin Luther King back to life on a Dallas stage. An actor named Hassan El-Amin is playing King in Dallas Theater Center's production of The Mountaintop. The play imagines the civil rights leader's last night on Earth in the privacy of Memphis Lorraine Motet. El-Amin told Chris that to capture the real King, he had to get him away from the pulpit.
What I loved about him, he's always listening. He listens to respond to what you say, not listening just for his turn to speak. When I saw Mike Douglas talk to him, Mike Douglas was like attacking him.
Dr. King, Carl Rowan, our former ambassador to Finland, has said that your statements against Negro participation in the war have, and I quote, alienated many of the Negro's friends and armed the Negro's foes. What is your comment on that statement? But I'm sorry to have to disagree very vigorously with Mr. Rowan on that. I go back to the same statement that people who have been alienated as a result of this stand against the war were alienated anyway.
Merv Griffith was supporting him.
Do you disagree with him? Oh, I'm in New York almost every other week at least. There's always something happening in New York, so you can't avoid coming to New York. You've discovered it's a fun city? Well, I haven't quite discovered that side of New York. Really? Being a Baptist clergyman, they keep me involved in other areas. Right.
But in each one, he was very gentle, very easy, very slow, but always listening to respond. And I found it so fascinating because he was always, I'm ready for you. Wherever you come from, I'm here. And his response always came from the heart, and I loved it. And even in those moments, even though we say he was on, it was different than when he was doing his speeches, because now he's sitting one-to-one like we're sitting here in the room. So his tone is his tone. The way he speaks is very calculated in how the length on certain things, and you can see him thinking in moments. So I found that more informative for me because, once again, we're behind a closed door. He's not on stage at that moment, as we say. He's not in front of the millions of people delivering some moving speech. He's being in a quiet moment, just like we are now.
By the Mountaintop runs the Wiley Theater through November 15th. This hour of Think reairs tonight at 10, or you can listen to the podcast at kera.org/think. You can follow KERA News on Twitter or like us on Facebook. From the KERA Newsroom, I'm Justin Martin.
Support for KERA comes from you, our members, and from Baird, a financial advisor to families, businesses, and communities since 1919. Information available at rwbairdtaxes.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, member SIPC. UT Southwestern, the only NCI-designated cancer center in North Texas. UT Southwestern, the future of medicine today. The North Texas Renewable Energy Group presents the DFW Solar Tour, open to the public on Saturday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Over 50 locations, including homes, businesses, schools, and municipal sites throughout the North Texas area. DFW Solar Tour hosts will demonstrate how they use solar energy and wind power and electric vehicles that can help energy independence and reduce pollution. More information at dfwsolartour.org.
Marketplace is supported by Avalara, tax automation for business. Avalara is designed to simplify business tax by performing real-time tax calculations and enabling automatic return filing. Avalara.com.
Alrighty, let's see where we are today. A little bit of organized labor, some money in politics as well. Oh yeah, and an Egg McMuffin or two. Seriously. From American Public Media, this is Marketplace.
Marketplace is supported by PicMonkey.com, designed to make business images stand out with powerful photo editing. PicMonkey, fearless photo embetterment. And by FC@20, a week-long celebration of all things Fast Company. More at fastcompany.com/events. And by Emma, email marketing for the modern brand, featuring email automation, dynamic content, and data integrations. Learn more at myemma.com.
In Los Angeles, I'm Howard Rizzo. Great as always to have you along on this Thursday, everybody. It is the first day of October, and that means Detroit reported its September sales figure this morning. Happens the first of every month. Everybody did pretty well, double-digit percentage gains pretty much across the board. Strong demand and easy credit did the trick. There is, though, another story of the car industry that bears some watching. For the first time in a generation, the United Auto Workers Union, rank and file, has voted down a labor contract negotiated by union leaders and the automaker Fiat Chrysler. And it wasn't even close either. 65% of workers voted no. The big issue is a two-tiered compensation structure that pays new hires far less than veterans get on the line. But as it turns out, the idea of first-tier and second-tier workers isn't really new in this economy. Marketplace's Scott Tom reports.
This big multinational company is in survival mode, trying to compete against non-union firms. So it pays new workers less, and the union grudgingly says, okay. It's 1983. Tom Cohan teaches at MIT's Sloan School of Management.
The airline industry, after deregulation, was among the first to introduce two-tier wages. American Airlines was the first one.
Then United, then Pan Am. The idea, how do we put this, it took off. The same way it has today with the big three automakers, and the union part suppliers, and nurses and grocery store workers. But in each case, then and now, the new workers grumbled.
You're working right next to somebody who is getting paid 30% more than you.
University of Michigan economist Donald Grimes.
And has benefits that are worth far more than your benefits, and that doesn't make people happy.
Thus the gripe with the Fiat Chrysler workers, nearly half of whom are on the lower paid B team. But here's the rub. The two-tier system has made the company and labor costs competitive with non-union rivals like Toyota. And if labor costs were to rise again, Art Wheaton at Cornell says Fiat Chrysler could simply close its U.S. plants.
It's very easy to start building plants in other countries, and then you try to have a race to the bottom and saying, well, if you don't do this, we'll move it all to China or Mexico.
There are no easy answers. The workers could also strike, or labor and management could start talking all over again. By the way, here's how it ended for the airlines back in the 80s. Two tiers became one. Not at the top level, though, but with lower pay and fewer benefits. I'm Scott Tom for Marketplace.
Yesterday was the end of the calendar quarter, fiscally for a lot of businesses, of course, but also for presidential candidates. The official campaign contribution reporting deadline isn't until October the 15th, but spin being everything in politics, some candidates released their totals today. Hillary Clinton raised more than $28 million. Bernie Sanders came in at $26 million. Ben Carson topped $20 million for the Republicans. But this being politics, fundraising is, of course, more than just numbers. Campaigns take the opportunity, when these numbers roll around, to, and let me borrow a political phrase here for you, be on message. Marketplace's Noel King has that story.
The numbers are not just about the past, but also about the future. That's according to Ohio-based political consultant Bill Burgess. He has worked with Democratic campaigns.
In many ways, it's like corporate quarterly earnings. It's all about momentum. If you don't have positive momentum, just like people might not like your stock, contributors might not like your campaign, and that's why they become so important, because they drive the future.
And they drive the message. Hillary Clinton's campaign says that she's thrilled and grateful to have raised more than $28 million, but her rival Bernie Sanders fell just $2 million shy of Clinton's third quarter total. And that's a story, says Richard Berfolt, a professor at Columbia Law School.
Basically saying you should take us seriously. This is not a gadfly campaign anymore, but this is a campaign. He's one of the big boys, or big boys and girls. He is up there with the others.
And Sanders' campaign is saying that most of his money came from small grassroots donors. Another candidate to announce his tally, Republican Ben Carson, who took in more than $20 million. Ron Christie is the CEO of Christie Strategies, a consulting firm in D.C. He worked in George W. Bush's administration.
It didn't take that long this morning for my inbox to explode with an email from Ben Carson saying it proves that outsiders are really in this game, that he has the strength to win and the strength to carry on.
Christie says the other candidates may not have released their numbers yet because the news isn't as good as they'd hoped. Or, here's another story, they might just still be adding up their totals. I'm Noel King for Marketplace.
We were talking about politics and economic uncertainty yesterday. Remember that? Treasury Secretary Jack Lew said late this afternoon that he is going to run out of borrowing authority. That is the whole debt limit thing. He's going to run out of the ability to borrow more money come November the 5th, which is, by the way, soon. Tomorrow, though, is not soon. It's tomorrow, Jobs Day. September unemployment comes out at 8:30 Washington time. Wall Street was just marching in place. Details, numbers, you know the drill. Here is the Marketplace metaphysical question of the day. If you show me an ad online and I don't see it, that is, I scroll on by it, it's on a page I don't really pay attention to, generally I can get away with ignoring it. If you do that, should the advertiser have to pay for that ad? Abstract theory, perhaps for you and me, very serious dollars and cents to companies that make money from online ads, Google, of course, being first among them. It is a big issue in that world, so big, in fact, that Google has just announced a big change in how it's going to sell its ads. It's only going to charge marketers for ads that are, and this is the company saying this, 100% viewable. Our senior tech correspondent, Molly Wood, is here to make me smart. Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kai.
All right, we need to define some terms here, right? Viewability. What does that mean?
Yeah, so it turns out that advertisers actually want people to see the ads that they pay for.
Right.
That sounds pretty elementary, but it's actually been a little bit of a problem. Ads are sold on CPM stands for. You hear that term a lot?
I do.
And it means that there's a lot of incentive to put thousands and thousands of ads on various websites. Sometimes that means that the ad is way down low on a page where no one can ever see it. Sometimes it means it's way up high where you might only see it for a fraction of a second before you scroll down. If you're talking about video, that could mean that the video starts playing whether you want it to or not, and that could count as a view. An advertiser would get charged for that. So what they're starting to say now is, hey, we want some metrics here. We want to know whether someone actually saw our ad and whether they saw it in a place that matters to them.
And so this is Google guaranteeing its advertisers, yes, people are going to see it.
Google is saying you will not pay for an ad unless someone saw it, and presumably unless someone saw it on what's considered a high-quality website.
One can see how that might be something of a gutsy move. I mean, yes, Google is Google, but really, they're only going to charge people for ads that are totally viewable?
It's a very gigantic move in the ad industry. I mean, it really is seismic. Facebook and Twitter have something a little bit similar in the last few months. They have announced the ability for advertisers to pay a little extra for ads that are 100% viewable. It's basically an option. But Google is now throwing down this gauntlet. It's setting a new standard for advertisers and for other publishers that is almost impossibly high to meet. It's something only Google could do because they have basically unlimited inventory.
Which is to say everybody on the planet wants to advertise through Google because they're Google.
Well, and Google has so many pages. Like, if you do a search on Google and you get back 17 billion results, any one of those pages can serve an ad. So, and then in this time of extreme uncertainty in the ad business, Google starts to look like a really safe place to put your ad dollars.
Is this mobile and desktop and everything, or is it one or the other? What is it?
It applies to mobile and desktop as far as we know. There are some specifics missing, which is sort of the interesting part of this. Google's thrown down the gauntlet, but in typical Google fashion, they haven't explained how much they're going to charge for these ads. They haven't explained how they're going to measure whether someone saw them and where they saw them. But mobile is a huge part of this conversation, so it absolutely includes mobile ads.
Marketplace Molly Wood, making us smart on mobile viewability. Thanks, Molly.
My pleasure.
Others may disagree, I'm sure, but sometimes there is nothing, and I do mean nothing better than a good agamuffin. I know McDonald's feels that way. Starting next Tuesday, the company is going to make some, not all, but some of its breakfast items available beyond the usual late morning cutoff. It's hoping those longer breakfast hours will help wake up its U.S. sales, which have been stuck for a good long while now. The catch is, this is a logistics problem as much as it is anything else. Marketplace's Andy Baxter looks at how it's going to work.
McDonald's has been toying with the idea of all-day breakfast for a long time. Customers like Lisa Jorgensen help you understand why.
Absolutely. When you want your Egg McMuffin, you want your Egg McMuffin. You know what I'm saying?
But there were reasons for McDonald's to hold back.
The main reason is we don't have enough room in our kitchens to cook everything at once.
This is a video posted to McDonald's YouTube channel last year. An Australian worker is explaining how tricky it is to keep offering breakfast items throughout the day when you've got limited grill and countertop space.
Because we're so busy at breakfast, some grills are dedicated to one food item only, such as eggs. Our ready-to-heat hotcakes also take up space which we need to make our burgers, as you can see right here.
But McDonald's U.S. franchise owners ultimately voted in favor of extended breakfast.
So you're going to handle the muffins?
All-day breakfast launched a few weeks early at this McDonald's. It's in North Branch, a small town in Minnesota. Predrag Bostanic is the owner of the place. He prefers to go by his nickname.
I'm Doss, okay?
Doss says the changes have been easy to implement, partly because the all-day breakfast menu is limited. For example, restaurants will offer either a muffin or a biscuit sandwich, but not both.
Minnesota is a market where people like more muffin sandwich.
Joss and the store manager order up an Egg McMuffin to show how it's prepared during a dinner rush. We're going to watch it come alive.
I want to come alive.
To avoid crowding the grill with breakfast foods, Doss has purchased some new equipment, including an extra egg cooker. So that's it, sizzling here. McDonald's corporate helps cover some of the equipment costs, which run from $500 to $5,000. Now, things are not going perfectly with our Egg McMuffin. The worker overcooks the muffins. They're a bit burnt. Doss insists and says, "You're killing me."
Killing me.
No, to be fair, you can imagine the workers are pretty distracted with a microphone in their faces. And the sandwich actually gets assembled so quickly, I lose track of it. So it is over here now. Oh wait, where did it go? Suddenly, it's ready.
There is no interaction, there is no issue.
But you can see the potential headaches, like having to explain to customers that they can't get any old breakfast item they want around the clock.
I really like the steak there. Like,
you know, steak sandwich. And when someone orders breakfast at the drive-thru,
2 breakfast burritos and 1 sausage egg McMuffin.
she learns the sausage McMuffin gets made to order at this time of day. It's going to take an extra 5 minutes. Customer frowns, changes her order.
No, let's do a 3rd sausage burrito.
That last part, waiting for food, is something some McDonald's customers already complain about. Bob Golden is a food industry expert at the research firm Technomic, and he says as McDonald's adds more complexity with all-day breakfast, things could get worse.
The more products they add, it can have the effect of slowing down service time and increasing the error rates.
But chain restaurant consultant Julene Beck says a key strategy for rejuvenating sales is to change up the menu. And if you do it by offering more of something people already like, namely breakfast,
it's as close to a, quote, no-brainer, close quote, as possible. It's not something that's unknown.
The other potential upside for McDonald's, breakfast food typically costs less than burgers to make. So increasing breakfast food sales can potentially juice profits. I'm Annie Baxter for Marketplace.
Coming up.
If you look at her, the inside crease of her elbow, you see a little divot, which is a scar from giving plasma so much.
Life in America on $2 a day. But first, let's do the numbers. Dow Industrial down 12 points today, less than a 10%, closed at 16,272. The NASDAQ up 6 points, a 10%, 46.27. The S&P 500 also positive territory, 3 points higher, 0.2%, 19 and 23. The later than usual Labor Day holiday helped boost auto sales. General Motors up 2.1%. Fiat Chrysler shares boosted 2.25%. That despite the contract thing we mentioned earlier. We talked yesterday about a report, no name sources mind you, that Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey was going to become the company's permanent CEO. No word yet from Twitter, but shareholders plenty from them. Twitter down more than 8% today. You're listening to Marketplace.
Marketplace is supported by Bushel, cloud-based software designed to take the time and stress out of setting up and protecting workplace Apple devices. Bushel helps take the intimidation out of technical tasks so anyone can manage iPhones, iPads, and Macs. More at Bushel.com. And by Kronos, offering cloud-based workforce management solutions designed to help organizations of all types and sizes maximize one of their biggest investments, their workforce. Kronos.com. Kronos, workforce innovation that works. And by Constant Contact, committed to helping small businesses and nonprofits succeed with email marketing, working to help organizations meet their goals through personalized marketing help via phone, seminars, and webinars. More at ConstantContact.com.
It's 6:45 here at KERA, your source for Marketplace, and for so many more great programs. And you could be the next member of KERA. So I want you to just take a minute and think about all the reasons you listen to KERA, and think about making those reasons you love KERA the reasons you give to KERA. You can do that right now by calling 888-694-6931, or you can visit KERA.org. Good evening, I'm Alan Nelson here with Chris Wagley. Hey, Chris.
Hey there, good afternoon. And yes, maybe one of the reasons that you love KERA and want to support KERA is because it connects you to the world around you. Or maybe it's because KERA reflects the values and interests of not only you, but also of the North Texas community. So take a moment and think about why you love KERA, and then call 888-694-6931 and make that donation in support of the station you listen to probably every day and love. So we are on our first day, at the very end of our first day of the fall membership campaign, and we have a goal of $1,807 left to raise, and that means we need to do that in 14 minutes. So we know that we can do it. There are plenty of you out there listening right now. All we need you to do is to call 888-694-6931 or go online to kera.org with your gift, and you can join Jolene Wasson of Arlington, George Good of Keller, Forrest Nance of Dallas, Kevin Kirkman of Dallas, Larry and Carol of Dallas, and William Adam of Dallas. All of those folks have taken a moment to support KERA today. 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org. And remember that if you make that donation before 7 o'clock, in just about 13 minutes, you are also automatically entered to win a 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus.
Absolutely. Again, we have just under 13 minutes left to go to meet that goal of $1,807 left to raise. Every dollar counts. Every contribution counts. If you've been waiting today, thinking about the right moment to give, kind of on the fence, this is your time. All you have to do is pick up your phone and call 888-694-6931. We have a whole bunch of volunteers that would love to hear from you. They are just waiting for those phones to ring. Or, of course, you can visit kera.org on the web. Choose a great thank you gift. We have those North Texas Food Bank Thanks for Giving packages where you can support KERA and feed those in need here in North Texas this fall. Check those out when you go to kera.org or ask about the Thanks for Giving North Texas Food Bank packages when you call 888-694-6931. Again, $1,800 and some change left to raise in the next 12 minutes, so don't wait. Make that contribution now.
That's right, and you can join Vijay Kalyampura of Allen, Dr. Dev Desal of Dallas, Karen List of Dallas, Rashad Gangaparu of Flower Mound, David Stanaway of Flower Mound, and Peyton Fletcher of Fort Worth. Thank you to all of those folks who have taken a moment today to call 888-694-6931.
Actress, humanitarian, and UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador Mia Farrow opens the University of Texas at Arlington's Maverick Speakers Series on Thursday, October 8th at 7:30 p.m. Season packages or general admission tickets open to the public at utatickets.com. The University of Texas at Arlington celebrates record enrollment in fall 2015.
When you talk about people living in extreme poverty, for the purposes of this discussion, $2 a day, you don't usually hear places like Chicago and Cleveland, Ohio being mentioned, but there are millions of Americans in those cities and others getting by on basically nothing. Catherine Eden from Johns Hopkins University and Luke Schaefer at the University of Michigan write about the poorest of this country's poor in their new book. It's called $2 a Day, Living on Almost Nothing in America. It's good to have you both with us.
Thanks, Guy.
Catherine Eden, $2 a day is barely a gallon of gas. It's not even a gallon of milk. How is that doable? It's not doable.
Yes, that's interesting. You know, when we think about this threshold, we often think about the developing world where it's usually used. Yeah. Here we are in, the nation's or in the world's most advanced capitalist country where you have to have cash to survive. But not having that vital resource of cash is profoundly disadvantageous for these families. Maybe in particular, the housing conditions. One family, in McCormick's in Cleveland, is doubled up with a number of other families in a derelict house in the Stockyards neighborhood. The house has been the victim of scrappers, so it only has one working outlet because the rest of the wiring has been pulled out of the walls. The copper pipes have been stolen. These kinds of living conditions are common because these people don't have enough money to even buy their kids' socks and underwear, much less pay any kind of stable rent.
Luke, you write about it's an elaborate sort of sub-economy where some of these folks take their food stamp payments or whatever benefits they do get, and there's not a lot, and we'll get to that in a minute, but they take those electronic bank cards and they in essence work out arrangements to get cash for part of the balance. They do the scrapping, right? They try to find metals. They sell plasma. Apparently that's incredibly lucrative and easy to do, their blood plasma.
Yeah, people were from day to day consumed with the work of getting just a little bit of cash enough to maybe keep their families going one day. So there was a lot of, you might say, innovation and creativity. And as you said, we did see a lot of families trading or selling their food stamps. So they might go into a grocery store that they know does this sort of thing and ring through, say, $100 of fake groceries, and then the grocer would give them $60 in cash. And you can see where the problem is right there is that they're losing $40 in purchasing power, and that's
the risk arbitrage for the cashier, right? For the grocer.
Yeah, right, exactly. So blood plasma is a great example. So Jessica Compton down in Johnson City, Tennessee, she gives as often as the law will allow. If you look at her, the inside crease of her elbow, you see a little divot, which is a scar from giving plasma so much.
So, Kathy, let me ask you then about the safety net, about SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Program, about TINF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. Generally speaking, welfare. Why aren't these people getting whatever benefits are out there?
So this is the big question, right? Before welfare reform in 1994, TANF touched the lives of about 2/3 of the poor in any given year. And now that figure's down to 25%. Why this is so is a multifaceted question. Most poor people have not heard of TANF, at least in our sample. Ray McCormick actually went to the TANF office in desperation after months and months of no cash income. And she was told by a caseworker, "I'm sorry, honey, there's not enough to go around. Come back next year." And of course, this is not what caseworkers are supposed to say, but more and more we're gathering evidence from states that caseworkers are engaging in these kinds of practices called informal diversions to keep their rolls low. And if they do that, by the way, the state can spend the block grant on other purposes. They're not required to spend it on TANF.
Luke Schaefer, this is a callous but I think necessary question. Why can't some, most, many of the people about whom you write just get jobs?
Well, this was maybe the thing that surprised us the most when we went into the field and started meeting families. I expected to find families who were just completely disconnected from the workforce, and in fact, it was completely the opposite. The families who we met thought of themselves as workers, had a history of work, but often because of the instability in the jobs that are available to them, combined with the instability in the sort of family and friends that they had, would lose a job, and it would be exceedingly difficult to find another one, especially combining that with housing instability. Things would just sort of spiral downwards. When you look at the jobs that are available, we saw very low wages, but perhaps more important, variable and unstable hours. I think we need to fix that because sometimes work just doesn't work.
Luke Schaefer is at the University of Michigan. Kathy Eden is at Johns Hopkins. They're
Thank you.
Thank you.
This final note on the way out today, no marketplace angle on this one really, just a number in light of the shootings at Umpqua Community College up in Oregon this afternoon. There have been According to the website shootingtracker.com, 294 mass shootings in this country so far this year. That works out to more than one a day, every single day of the year.
Marketplace is supported by Reputation.com, protecting individuals and businesses from damaging or inaccurate information in online search results. Learn more at Reputation.com. And by Robert W. Baird & Company, a financial partner keeping clients' best interests in mind since 1919. BairdWealth.com has more information. And by TalkDesk cloud-based call center software, chosen by over 1,000 businesses. TalkDesk offers out-of-the-box functionality and one-click integrations with Salesforce and more. TalkDesk.com.
All right, that's all we got. John Buckley, Deirdre Dipke, Eve Epstein, Nancy Fargali, George Judson, Dave Shaw, and Betsy Streisand are the Marketplace editing staff. Our managing editor is Mark Miller. I'm Kyle Risdell. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. This is APN.
And this is KERA. Coming up in just a few moments, we'll have the PBS News Hour. But first, I'm Chris Wagley. With me is Alan Milson, and we are wrapping up the first day of the fall fundraising campaign, and there's literally just minutes left for you to make your donation at 888-694-6931 or online at kera.org to be automatically entered into a drawing for a 64-gigabyte iPhone 6s Plus. So literally just minutes left, 888-694-6931. Stay connected wherever you are to KERA with this new iPhone 6s Plus.
Yeah, this is literally the latest and greatest in cell phone technology, and you can get in on this drawing to win one when you make your contribution in the next 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time. 888-694-6931 is the number. KERA.org is the website. Just go and click that donate button right there on the homepage. We want to thank all kinds of people. Angela Scott in Frisco, Halstead Sargent in Benbrook, Jody Wasson in Arlington. Thank you to all of you. Lee and Phil McKenzie in Grapevine, Michael Ramsey in Bedford, Deidre Miller in Dallas, Glenn Biggs Scribner in Fort Worth, Melissa O'Neill in Plano, and Olin Knudsen. I know Olin Knudsen in Dallas. Thank you very much to all of you. We would love to read your name also. You could be the next one to get read maybe tomorrow morning, bright and early on Morning Edition. Make that contribution at 888-694-6931 or kera.org.
We'd also like to thank Kyle Lopez of Richardson, Edward Kent of Dallas, Steve Jones of Richardson, Andrew Blacklock of McKinney, Sudha and Sean J. Panatana of Southlake, and thank you to Eleanor Birch of Dallas. Once again, still just, a little over a minute, not plenty of time, just over a minute for you to call 888-694-6931 or to go online to kera.org and be automatically entered in to win that iPhone 6s Plus. And while you're on kera.org or while you're chatting with one of our very helpful volunteers, you can also leave a reason why you love KERA and why you're supporting. Just like Lawrence and Peggy Kelly of Denton, who said that KERA is their companion all day long. Mark Wright of Highland Village, who says KERA is another point of view to balance my Fox News addiction. So maybe you're just like Mark Wright, or maybe you're just like Lawrence or Peggy. Tell us what you love about KERA. 888-694-6931.
Yeah, that's a great point. You hear all kinds of points of view here on KERA. It's balanced, it's strong, in-depth reporting, and it's here so you can hear everything and make up your own mind. You can be like Laura Davis at Richardson, who says, listening to KERA is like sitting in the front row of a lecture by your favorite professor and enjoying it like you've already aced the exam. Thanks so much to all of you. We want to hear from you right now. 888-694-6931 or kera.org.
Good evening, I'm Judy Woodruff. One eyeful is away. A heartbreaking tragedy in Oregon. The latest on a deadly shooting on a community college campus. Also tonight, Russia says its airstrikes in Syria target terrorist groups like the Islamic State, while U.S. officials question who is actually in the crosshairs.
The Russians were very clear publicly that they were going to strike ISIL. We don't believe that they struck ISIL targets, so that's a problem.
Plus, a rare bipartisan push, a new bill that proposes reforms to jail sentences and how the U.S. metes out justice. We hear from Republican Senator Mike Lee and Democratic Senator Cory Booker. All that and more on tonight's PBS NewsHour.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by BNSF Railway and by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, supporting science, technology, and improved economic performance and financial literacy in the 21st century. Carnegie Corporation of New York, supporting innovations in education, democratic engagement, and the advancement of international peace and security at carnegie.org, and with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
The scenes are all too familiar. A mass shooting leaves a trail of death and disbelief. It happened today in Oregon when a 20-year-old man started shooting in a classroom at a college. The state attorney general reported 13 dead, including the gunman. State police said 20 others were wounded. William Brangham begins our coverage.
Classes were well underway at Umpqua Community College when gunfire erupted mid-morning. The attack shattered the calm of the campus in Roseburg, about 180 miles south of Portland. Within minutes, the school went into lockdown as police swarmed in to confront the gunman.
Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers sweep the campus looking for other threats. The shooter is deceased.
Officials evacuated faculty, staff, and students off campus to the county fairgrounds, while small groups worried and waited, and ambulances rushed the wounded to hospitals. The college remained closed as police checked buildings and geared up their investigation.
One student said later that the gunman came into her class, asked students to stand and state their religion, and then opened fire. I spoke to Aaron Scott of Oregon Public Broadcasting moments ago by phone. Aaron Scott, thank you for talking with us. Now, you've just been at some fairgrounds where family members were gathering. What did you hear?
I spoke with a number of students who had been at the school, as well as teachers who had gone through the lockdown. The school responded immediately, sending out an email alert letting everyone know to lock the classrooms and either hide in the stock room at the bookstore or in the kind of chemistry back closet. But I also spoke with a number of students who are in the classroom right next door to the shooting who retold the story of hearing an initial loud sound next door, and their teacher knocked on the door to ask if everything was okay, and then there was a number of shots and screams, at which point this teacher said, "Run, run," and everybody kind of scattered from that building and went to find cover wherever they could find it. I mean, I spoke with one student who had hid just behind a large green kind of electrical transformer, and then a couple others who ran to the bookstore and were able to hide in that stock room. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did any of them get a look at the shooter?
No, nobody I spoke with that saw the shooter, nor did I speak with anybody who was in the actual classroom of the shooting.
How were they coping with this?
Their nerves were definitely strained. I mean, people, I think, were in, understandably, a state of shock, and most of them were surrounded by family and friends and getting very clear support from people who loved them. And I spoke to one of the students who hid in the bookstore said that they were there for a number of minutes while they were waiting for the police to come, and it was this kind of horrifying nervousness of thinking this happens elsewhere, this doesn't happen at our school. But it wasn't until the police actually arrived that they broke down, really crying, aware of what happened. But then they all kind of embraced each other in a group hug, realizing that we've survived this and we've gotten through it. So it's mixed. I mean, there's definitely people who are dealing with real trauma, and then some people who are feeling like they were blessed that they got through this all right.
Such a terrible, terrible situation. Aaron Scott with Oregon Public Broadcasting, we thank you.
Thank you.
School and college campuses across the country are grappling with how to prevent attacks like this one. I'm joined now by Daniel Carter. He's director of the VTV Family Outreach Foundation. It's a group formed by families of the victims of the mass shooting at Virginia Tech University in 2007. He leads that group's 32 National Campus Safety Initiative. Daniel Carter, thank you for being here. Your connection is that you advise these families of the victims of Virginia Tech. As we said, 2007, 32 students, people died. There were, 17 others wounded. This must just seem awfully familiar to you.
It's all too common tragedy, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected. And, we were created to help prevent and respond to these types of crisis situations. So, our goal with the 32 National Campus Safety Initiative is to empower colleges and universities to be better equipped to prevent and respond to these types of situations.
What are colleges in general doing across the country now that they weren't doing before Virginia Tech?
The two biggest changes involve multidisciplinary threat assessment teams, where if someone is of concern, they can be reported and assessed by mental health professionals, law enforcement professionals, for example. And also you have emergency management protocols where you have emergency notification systems and you have a rapid response by law enforcement. And that's one of the keys, is there needs to be connectivity between campuses, both large and small. And if they don't have their own law enforcement, connectivity with local law enforcement so that their security personnel are routinely drilled and trained with local law enforcement.
Are there a uniform set of questions that college officials, faculty, and even students are to think about as they assess the people around them and to determine who's a risk and who isn't?
Well, I think trust your gut. That goes all too uncommon. It's all too often dismissed. But trust your gut and check whether or not the college has a place to report that.
So if someone is acting unusual, is it as simple as that?
If you see something, say something. It may sound hokey, but it is as simple as that. And you can report it to the authorities, and they should take a look at it.
How many schools are following the kind of directions that you just described?
Most larger four-year residential colleges and universities have adopted the threat assessment and emergency management models. We are just now beginning to explore community colleges, so I don't know how many of them are. But I know that they have a lockdown protocol, which was followed, and they had an emergency notification protocol, which was followed.
What more, Daniel Carter, do you think needs to be done to prevent these kinds of awful things from happening?
I think we need to do a better job of making sure threat assessment teams are established on every campus in this country, that they're well publicized, and that colleges and universities have emergency response procedures in place, and that they partner with local first responders. And our 32 National Campus Safety Initiative online at 32ncsi.org has guidance for how colleges and universities can accomplish this, as well as what students and their families need to look for.
So it is an ongoing thing.
It is. We've come a long way in the last 8 years, but we have a long way to go.
Daniel Carter, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
And in other news today, the government of Afghanistan claimed that security forces have regained control of the city of Kunduz from the Taliban. They said they recaptured the center of the embattled northern city after a 6-hour assault overnight. After daybreak, Afghan security forces could be seen patrolling the streets. They hunted for retreating Taliban fighters as fighting continued in places. But President Ashraf Ghani claimed victory.
Hasta el moment,
we praise the security officials of our country for their tireless efforts leading the war from 10 p.m. last night until the early morning, and during the rest of the day they managed to successfully launch operations. The good news is that we didn't have anyone murdered.
The NATO coalition confirmed that U.S. Special Forces fought alongside Afghan groups in the battle, returning fire in self-defense. The United Nations Refugee Agency now says it expects 1.4 million migrants and refugees to arrive in Europe this year and next, up sharply from an estimate just a month ago. That report today came as new waves of people, mainly Syrians, kept pouring into Serbia and Croatia, aiming to move on to Western Europe. They face the prospect of worsening weather with the onset of fall. Closer to home, Hurricane Joaquin raked the central Bahamas today, and forecasters said it is now extremely dangerous. Sustained winds reached 130 miles an hour and could get even stronger. The storm's future course was being closely watched, as late projections showed that it is more likely to track away from the U.S. mainland next week. In the meantime, people up and down the East Coast were urged to get ready. Disaster officials warned people against waiting to see exactly where Joaquin is headed.
We can't always tell where these storms are going to go, and if you're waiting to the last minute, it may be too late. We've got time. This storm is down in the Bahamas. It's not going to come out there quickly. So if you're from the Carolinas to the New England states, if you didn't get ready for hurricane season, this is your time. This is October 1st. Get ready.
The states of Maryland, New Jersey, and Virginia declared emergencies today in advance of the storm. The U.S. House of Representatives has set the stage for a possible veto showdown with President Obama over defense spending. Republicans today passed a bill authorizing $612 billion. It gives the president much of what he wants by padding a war-fighting account. The White House says that would break through defense spending caps. The Senate gets the bill next week. In New York City, the police department today unveiled new rules on the use of force after a highly critical report. The city's inspector general found the NYPD has no clear-cut guidelines for officers on using force. He said not discipline those who go too far. Under the new guidelines, officials said today, police will have to document every time they use force, even in brief encounters.
I speak to the issue of the sanctity of human life. We are one of the few in government that have the power, the authority to take a life, to take people into custody, to deprive them of their liberty. So that sanctity of life, that respect for life,
Police have come under scrutiny in the chokehold death of Eric Garner in 2014. More recently, a policeman roughed up former tennis star James Blake after mistaking him for a criminal suspect. In economic news, auto sales in the U.S. showed double-digit gains in September. Ford led the way with a 23% jump, but Volkswagen sales were stagnant amid a scandal over cheating on pollution tests. And on Wall Street, stocks were mixed as investors awaited tomorrow's jobs report. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 12 points to close near 16,270. The Nasdaq rose nearly 7 points, and the S&P 500 added 3. Still to come on the NewsHour, questions surrounding Russia's foray into Syria. A bipartisan push in the U.S. to rein in some jail sentences. Revisiting a furor from a decade ago over controversial cartoons, and much more. Russia continued airstrikes throughout western Syria today, targeting what it said were Islamic State and other terrorist targets. Meantime, the United States continued its campaign in Syria's skies and began talks to lessen the chances of further conflict in what is becoming a crowded airspace. Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Margaret Warner begins our coverage.
This was just east of Damascus today, moments after an apparent Russian airstrike on the village of Deir al-Safir. It was one of the sites across western Syria that was hit on day 2 of the Russian bombardment. There were more strikes to the north, near Turkey in Idlib province, where al-Qaeda's Syrian branch, the al-Nusra Front, is dominant. And in homes, a building housing displaced Syrians was struck.
We were sitting here on the steps, and suddenly we heard a noise and the rocket fell here. Once it fell, children were on the floor. It was a mess.
That desperate scene found its exact opposite in the relative calm of a marketplace in old Damascus, under firm control of the Bashar al-Assad regime.
This is a very positive step, and Russia became the best solution for the crisis that we are living in.
As Russian military video showed strikes across the country, a colonel speaking from Syria maintained they targeted the Islamic State.
The Russian aviation group carried out the first precision strikes on 8 sites of the international terrorist organization Islamic State. All targets have been destroyed.
But one rebel group backed by the CIA said its fighters had been hit. And at a special Pentagon briefing, Colonel Steve Warren, speaking from Baghdad, dismissed the Russians' claims.
Yeah, what I'll tell you is, the Russians were very clear publicly that they were going to strike ISIL. I'm not going to get into exactly who they hit, but we don't believe that they struck ISIL targets. So that's a problem, right? I mean, the Russians have said that they're going to do one thing, and here they are doing something different than that.
If it looks like a terrorist, if it acts like a terrorist, if it walks like a terrorist, if it fights like a terrorist, it's a terrorist, right?
In turn, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov at the United Nations appeared to acknowledge the attacks are not limited to the Islamic State.
We always were saying that we are going to fight ISIL and other terrorist groups. This is the same position which the Americans are taking. This is basically our position as well. We see eye to eye with the coalition on this one.
In fact, Russian and American military officials spoke by teleconference today for the first time since the Russian airstrikes began, in a bid to deconflict the airspace over Syria. Both Russian and American fighter jets acted there. The Pentagon spokesman said they need to avoid miscalculation. On the air war, Reuters reported Iran has now sent ground troops into Syria to bolster Assad. Meanwhile, Moscow said it would consider airstrikes in Iraq as well. Iraqi Prime Minister Haider al-Abadi told the NewsHour Wednesday that he welcomed Russian involvement, if needed, to beat back the Islamic State.
And Margaret joins me now. Margaret, you've been reporting on this all day long. What have you learned about what happened during this teleconference between U.S. and Russian officials?
Well, I think the most important thing, Judy, this went about an hour. The two teams were, as I said, by teleconference, led by someone from the Defense Department and someone from the Joint Chiefs and their counterparts on the other side. But it was highly technical. I mean, it was described as cordial but professional, but highly technical. And I mean issues as tiny, focused on pilot safety. So, for example, if one aircraft spots another, a Russian and American, how do they communicate? Who talks first? What language do they use? What frequency do they use? And it was really technical stuff like that. The U.S. did make its case about you should be focusing on ISIS targets, not on, moderates or whatever, but there was no response on that level. It was really, really technical. And when they each side presented proposals to the other, and they agreed they'd go consult their bosses and hopefully talk again.
So we keep hearing this term, deconfliction. What does that really mean?
I was told by one retired general today that that's not even really a military term. On its simplest level, it means, obviously, how do you prevent an accidental confrontation? So it would be issues such as what they were discussing today. But at a deeper level, deconfliction means how do we, let's say we have an agreement that you bomb your bad guys, we bomb our bad guys. We're not under one command, but there is something cooperative there, and we have a channel of communication. The problem in Syria is, and there have been cases like that, the problem in Syria is that if on the list of the Russian bad guys, that is our moderate opposition rebels that we have trained and supported and maybe even armed, then what do we do? And the talks didn't get to that level, but that's going to be really the nub of the problem.
So the U.S. has said, I think pretty consistently over the last day or so, that the Russians are hitting these moderate anti-Assad rebel groups. How do they know that's happening?
That's a really interesting question, Judy, because at first it seemed all very clear, but apparently it isn't entirely clear that they were. It's clear they weren't hitting in areas dominated by the Islamic State. This is definitely an area that's been dominated by the so-called Free Syrian Army and the moderate rebels. But we had an interesting text message conversation today by an activist outside the city of Holmes who said that actually today it was mostly civilians that were killed. And he gave terrible, terrible stories and hitting a bread line with all these people killed. Some of it we put in our piece. But that in fact, and so when the Pentagon is being careful, they say, look, we can't do damage assessment on the ground. We don't have eyes and ears on the ground. And that is why they're being careful in saying that the targets were the moderate opposition. But it clearly was not ISIS.
In just a matter of a few seconds, what do you look for next?
I'm told that, in fact, there are going to be another round of talks. That was late today. And in the meantime, I think it's going to get more dangerous out there if the Russians keep up this pace of bombing.
Graham, Margaret Warner, we thank you. Now we turn to this country's mass incarceration problem and our ongoing series, Broken Justice, on efforts to reform it. In a rare moment of bipartisan unity on Capitol Hill today, Republicans and Democrats together unveiled joint legislation to cut down the number of people locked up in federal prisons, half of whom are drug offenders. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley announced the deal, flanked by top senators in both parties.
We're here today because a lot of hard work and a strong desire by those of us here to make the Senate work. This is truly a landmark piece of legislation. It's the biggest criminal justice reform in a generation. It's a product of a very thoughtful, bipartisan deliberation by the Congress.
The deal was years in the making. If passed, it would end the so-called three strikes rule for life sentences for non-violent offenders, expand mandatory minimum sentences for some terrorism-related crimes, allow for more education and jobs programs inside prison, and limit solitary confinement for juveniles. We're joined now by two of the main architects of the bill, Democratic Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey and Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, and we welcome you both. Senator Lee, to you first, what are the most important ways you would say this legislation changes our criminal justice system?
You know, I look forward to passing this legislation because it fixes some problems with our minimum mandatory sentencing system. We've got some of our sentences, some of the sentences prescribed by federal law are plainly excessive in relation to the severity of the crime. This is resulting in our putting away a lot of people, a lot of sons and fathers and uncles and nephews and brothers away for years, sometimes decades at a time, for offenses that in many cases don't warrant that kind of lengthy incarceration. This doesn't eliminate minimum mandatory sentences, but it does reform them in a very necessary and long overdue way.
Senator Booker, what would you add to that? What are the most important changes here? And I know that you've for a long time been involved on dealing with what we call the front end of the criminal justice system.
Right. Well, first of all, the great thing about this legislation is it's recognized by people on all parts of the political spectrum how broken our system is when we've had, since 1980, an 800% increase in our federal prison population. So this really begins to unwind that in a pretty significant way, returning a lot of discretion to judges, making sure that we unwind some of those aspects of mandatory minimums that you talked about. But even as exciting is what happens to folks that are already behind the bar, their ability to, through good behavior, through engaging in programs and education, to really earn time down and be released. In addition to that, just very expensive things. People don't realize how expensive it is to hold elderly people who've been on these 40, 50-year sentences and now are very old or very ill, the expense to the taxpayer. This is saying, wait, these folks pose very little risk. It's something called compassionate release. And then for me, just as this moral nation that we are, to have the aspects of this for juveniles, from the solitary confinement provision to the understanding that if you do something dumb in your teenage years, by the time you're Mike and Mai's age, decades later, it shouldn't still be limiting your economic potential, as we know it does, because people have to confess that for job interviews. It affects your ability to get loans and all of that. So in its totality, this very comprehensive bill is going to be steps in the right direction after years of going the wrong way with criminal justice.
Senator Lee, is there one part of this that you think is going to particularly make a big difference?
I think one of the parts that a lot of people are celebrating is the fact that we make retroactive a law that was passed several years ago by Congress. One, reducing the disparity, the crack to powder cocaine disparity from 100 to 1 down to 18 to 1. We make that retroactive. That, coupled with the expansion of the existing safety valve provision and the creation of a new safety valve provision, will give more judges more discretion in more cases where the criminal penalty attached to a particular crime seems excessive. The judge will have some discretion in the case of nonviolent drug felonies.
Senator Lee, just staying with you, I know that members of both political parties have come together on this, but this is at the very time when a number of the Republican candidates for president are talking about getting tougher on crime. I mean, I'm thinking particularly of Donald Trump. How do you explain that?
Well, this bill is tough on crime. It's tough on crime by getting smarter on crime. And this is one of the reasons why I'm so pleased that we're able to join hands together as Republicans and Democrats. This is a very bipartisan piece of legislation. We recognize this is one of these issues, Judy, that's neither Republican nor Democratic. It's neither liberal nor conservative. This is simply an American issue. We can get better at fighting crime when we devote our resources in a way that makes them more effective and efficient.
And let me just add to that. I watched the debates. I saw Rand Paul and Chris Christie and others talk about treatment, talk about sentencing reform, bail reform. This is nothing new. And Republicans actually, if you look at the governors, Republican governors, have been leading in some ways. Republican governor of Georgia, for example, doing a lot of things already that we're now doing in this legislation. So this is not a Republican or Democratic issue. I'm sorry. My allies on this have been everybody from the Koch brothers to Grover Norquist. This has really been a remarkable coming together of right or left to end things that are absurd. You just heard what Mike Lee said about this idea that you could have done the crack versus powder cocaine sentencing. Those rules were changed. So people that were violating those laws could be in and out, but because they violated them recently, they're in and out, but somebody who violated them a while ago is still sitting in prison. So the absurdities in the system that are costing taxpayers $250 billion a year paying for a broken system, when we know, both of us know, we need to make those investments in law enforcement, in counterterrorism, in building roads and bridges. So this is a bill that can be celebrated from all sectors of our society, whether you're liberal or conservative. This is a time for celebrating smart government that's going to be making sure we keep us safer. And everybody up there, I think, that spoke today talked about this is a bill that's going to make us safer as a country.
Senator Lee, we know that even though if this bill passes, it only is going to affect 10% of individuals in prison, the 10% who are in federal prison. You still have another 2 million individuals who are in state prisons and jails. What about them?
Okay, so Judy, this is part of an effort that's being replicated in many states across the country. There are a lot of states, including my own state of Utah, that are experimenting with criminal justice reforms. This is part of that same trend, and so we expect this will be replicated in many states according to the different needs of each state in their own system. And while it's true that this represents only a portion of the federal inmates, to those inmates that are affected by this is going to make a big difference. It'll make all the difference in the world to them, to their families, and to their communities, especially for those who will be able to rejoin their communities and start contributing.
And finally, Senator Booker, even though you clearly got, as we said, bipartisan support, isn't this still going to be tough going into an election year to get this passed?
Well, I think that we have real great allies. We have the Democratic whip and the Republican whip. We have the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and we really have a Congress now controlled in both houses by Republicans that want us to show that they can get things done. And with this kind of leadership of the Republican Party on this team, I think this is something that has a better chance than many of the efforts that are going on in Congress right now. And again, it's not novel. There's a lot of these innovations going on in states ranging from Texas to Mississippi to New Jersey to California. So I think that gives us a greater degree of hope.
Senator Cory Booker, Senator Mike Lee, gentlemen, we thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake.
And now we have a news update on that deadly shooting at a community college in Oregon. President Obama addressed the tragedy just moments ago at the White House.
As I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America. Next week, or a couple of months from now. We don't yet know why this individual did what he did. And it's fair to say that anybody who does this has a sickness in their minds, regardless of what they think their motivations may be. But we are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months. Earlier this year, I answered a question in an interview by saying, the United States of America is the one advanced nation on earth in which we do not have sufficient common sense gun safety laws, even in the face of repeated mass killings. And later that day, there was a mass shooting at a movie theater in Lafayette, Louisiana. That day. Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we become numb to this. We talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun. And what's become routine, of course, is the response of those who oppose any kind of common sense gun legislation. Right now, I can imagine the press releases being cranked out. We need more guns, they'll argue. Fewer gun safety laws. Does anybody really believe that?
A clearly angry President Obama just moments ago at the White House. He also pointed out, he said scores of responsible gun owners favor measures of gun control. And he also said that the U.S. spends trillions of dollars preventing terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. But he said Congress, meanwhile, refuses even to permit collecting data on mass shootings in this country. We'll be back in a moment. 10 years ago this week, a Danish newspaper set off a firestorm when it published controversial cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad, sparking violent protests which claimed the lives of hundreds of people. 1 decade later, those involved in the heart of the crisis now need lifelong protection. Special correspondent Malcolm Brabant has been traveling to see some of them, and tonight he explores the changing landscape of speech in Europe as it adjusts to an ever-changing population. And an editor's note: we will not air the cartoons. It is our policy not to show images of the Prophet Muhammad because doing so is offensive to some viewers.
Kurt Vestergaard is one of the most despised people on the planet. His house in central Denmark is now a fortress after a man from Somalia broke in 5 years ago and tried to kill him.
I have nothing to apologize for, so I will never give an apology. I think it would be a loss of professional self-respect if I should give an apology.
Vestergaard is concerned that his concept of free expression is seriously under threat.
Well, I think I have still a basic feeling of anger. I worked as a Danish cartoonist according to the Danish traditions. I had done nothing wrong. I think it's a cartoonist's, a satirist's job to criticize those in power.
Demonstrations and riots broke out across the Muslim world in 2006 as word of the cartoon spread. Turkey was at the forefront of protests in which more than 200 people were killed worldwide. In Afghanistan and elsewhere, over the course of the past decade, there have been dire warnings about the consequences of insulting the most important figure in the Muslim religion. In Denmark, some members of the Muslim minority have occasionally taken to the streets. This demonstration was by the radical Hizb ut-Tahrir Islamist group.
And we will never compromise with this issue. And yes, they can then call us uncivilized because we have this stand, because we can't accept their so-called freedom of speech. They call us uncivilized.
At Copenhagen's most influential mosque, Imran Shah, spokesman for the Islamic Society, reiterates the red line that will not be crossed.
The very notion of connecting bombs with the religion of Islam, with the very acknowledgement of Islam, where you propose that there is no God but God, and the last messenger of a God sent to this earth was the Prophet Muhammad, connect that with the bomb. That's a very immature and uncivilized way of starting the debate and discussion.
Do you consider that Muslims have won because there are some people who say that newspapers and all forms of media are now self-censoring because they're too afraid to publish images like those Muhammad cartoons?
There's no winners or losers in this. The simple thing is to respect each other and not to force people to accept to be dishonored, ridiculed, and so on and so forth.
But one of Denmark's prominent free speech advocates, Jakob Machangaba, worries that the West is now abiding by Islamic blasphemy rules.
Basically, we have a situation where we have a jihadist veto, which is being respected, however grudgingly, by journalists and editors, which I think is sad. But at least some have now come around to admitting that they're acting out of fear and not out of, respect or tolerance.
Another key figure in the cartoon story, living life in the shadows, is Flemming Rosa, the culture editor who commissioned the 12 drawings. He'll spend the rest of his life under guard. There were watchful eyes present when we met in Copenhagen's main park.
I think free speech is in bad standing. I don't think that the key threat comes from Islamists, but I think the key challenge to free speech comes within our own culture. That too many people don't believe in the value of free speech. In order to save the social peace in a multi-religious and multi-ethnic and multicultural society, Muslims need to work out, a new concept of blasphemy and apostasy. For too many Muslims, it's okay to commit violence when non-believers or Muslims commit blasphemy.
I took a train from Denmark to Sweden to meet artist Lars Vilks, who was the target of a terrorist attack in Copenhagen in February. He's been living in various safe houses after drawing the Prophet as a dog. Protection officers drove me to a secret rendezvous in an armoured car. A guard remained in the police interview room as Wilkes outlined his refusal to compromise.
The best medicine to settle the whole thing is actually to create inflation. More profit pictures. I mean, in the end, you should actually see that it's just pictures. And then it's pictures everywhere, and then the whole thing would just fade away.
The new works of art Wilkes produces are a symbol of his defiance and unwavering sense of humour.
Now I've been specialized in making personal copies of well-known masterpieces and adding the dark, but very small. And you can't really see it. Yeah, this is a dark-free picture. Yes, I'm also, so it's possible to get such a thing. And anyone actually who wants to make an exhibition, I can also provide them with absolutely dark-free pictures, not even a small one.
A stark contrast to Wilkes' confrontational stance seen at Copenhagen's Welcome Refugees rally, which opposed the Danish government's anti-migrant policy. 30,000 people turned out to offer a warm embrace to those flocking to Europe, many of whom are Muslim.
This great movement of refugees and migrants is perhaps one of the biggest historical events in Europe in the 21st century, and it looks like it's going to continue for some time to come. And one of the big questions that people are asking is whether or not the newcomers have to accept Western values and Western culture in return for sanctuary, or does Europe have to adapt its traditions in order to accommodate the newcomers? At the heart of this debate is free expression.
Carolina Dam abhors extreme Islam. Her teenage son, who had learning difficulties, was radicalized after becoming a Muslim. He joined Islamic State and was killed earlier this year on the Syrian-Turkey border. But like Uzma Ahmed, an equality activist in one of Copenhagen's most diverse neighborhoods, she wants less confrontation.
I think respect for another human being should be before anything else. We don't fight about paintings of Jesus or Christ or anything else, Buddha or anything else, but that's because it's not a problem. But for Muslims, it's a problem. Why keep on pushing it? Why keep on poking them in the eye?
We don't need to have talk about a huge cultural clash here, because it's about rights and it's about equality. But it's not given right now, because freedom of speech is for the very privileged. I see that we have given up our freedom of speech and solidarity in society to the few who want to use freedom of speech to mock and scorn minorities.
Fleming Rosa has been giving great thought to what changes he believes are necessary to deal with Europe's growing diversity.
To me, as somebody who's concerned with freedom, the question is, how are we going to be able to preserve fundamental liberties like freedom of expression and freedom of religion, which also implies the right to say no to religion, in a society that is growing more and more diverse? So these clashes are inevitable. Unfortunately, most European politicians believe that in order to keep the social peace, we need to restrict freedom. I think it's the other way around.
In the run-up to the anniversary, the overriding image of Islam in Denmark has been one of generosity, as young Muslims led efforts to help migrants seeking sanctuary in Scandinavia. At Copenhagen's Central Station, they've been providing nourishment and fresh clothing to new arrivals.
Everybody that comes to these countries, they have a duty to abide by the law and abide by the rules. To have the discussion about freedom of speech, we're not here to suspend freedom of speech, but we're here to discuss how to use it. Now, if you want to start a dialogue, a debate, a critical discussion about religion, then let's do that on a platform out of respect and honor, instead of ridiculing or marginalizing an already marginalized minority within these societies.
I hope that these people, they would respect the Danish democracy. If they do that, they will be well accepted and integrated.
Now 80 years old, Vestergaard will end his days under guard. How will history regard him? As a principled fighter for traditional Western values, or a man out of sync with the new realities of a changing Europe? For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Malcolm Brabant in Copenhagen.
The very term urban farming sounds like a paradox or a misnomer at the very least, but it is a real business and a movement, albeit a small one, that you can find in industrial greenhouses in a number of cities around the country. Our economics correspondent Paul Solman headed to Brooklyn, where the practice is growing, to find out more about what's behind it and whether it can be scaled up. It's part of our weekly series, Making Sense, which airs every Thursday on the NewsHour.
On a rooftop in Brooklyn, one fresh answer to an age-old problem: how to feed the world.
This greenhouse that we're standing in is 20,000 square feet, so about half of an acre.
So there's basil over there, that basil?
That's correct, that's basil. This is a medley of a blend of many lettuce varieties.
Lettuces, spices, tomatoes, all being grown on a rooftop in Brooklyn by Viraj Puri's urban ag startup, Gotham Greens. Puri says his hydroponic plot produces 20 times the yield per square foot of old-fashioned farmland. But growing lettuce in New York City?
Real estate is extremely expensive in New York City, with not a lot of arable land, not a lot of open space. But what we found is that rooftops are a vastly underutilized resource. We found it as an opportunity to monetize rooftops for building owners who weren't using them for anything.
Meanwhile, the demand for fresh food that hasn't had to be shipped from California, Mexico, or even further afield is also an opportunity to sell to consumers who want to eat locally. The locavores.
Locavorism, as it's known, is certainly a growing trend. And I believe it's not just because people want food that's grown closer to them. That's a big part of it, but it's what that represents. It represents spending dollars closer to home. It represents artisanal, small batch craft manufacturing, and not large, anonymous agribusiness.
And this urban farm grows produce that doesn't travel food miles, but merely food footsteps, going farm to shelf at the Whole Foods market downstairs. The produce is more expensive to grow, given that indoor hydroponics depends on artificial light and must import all its water and nutrients. The pests come of their own volition.
Despite us being on a rooftop in an urban area, those aphids and thrips make it in here.
Aphids and thrips?
That is correct, aphids and thrips. So we will actually release predator insects in the greenhouse that will prey on the bad insects. And we do that on a weekly basis. We create a little insect warfare here in the greenhouse.
So literally behind me while I'm talking to you, and behind you for that matter, there's little predator insects eating little aphids?
Yes, indeed. They're amongst our most valuable team members.
Meanwhile, across the Hudson River, in deindustrialized Newark, New Jersey, empty buildings are being similarly deployed. So this is a farm, and there's going to be more acreage soon.
So these systems are 20 feet high. We're now building them that are 36 feet high. This is 80 feet long. So now imagine these 36 feet high, 80 feet long, and 35 of these stacks.
In an abandoned paintball and laser tag facility, Aero Farms is cultivating tray upon tray of leafy greens, the equivalent of 10 acres worth down on the farm, and is building 70,000 more square feet in Newark and beyond. No sun, no soil, just the occasional beard net if you get too close to the merchandise. I'm wearing this because we don't want any mustache hair in the kale.
Yes, it's just an extra precaution to make sure there's reduced risk of food contamination. If I didn't shave for 24 hours, I would wear a beard net as well.
But if some of the concerns seem trivial, the overall purpose of addressing a world food crisis is obviously not. And Aero Farms co-founder David Rosenberg warns,
the food crisis is already here. Some people attribute the Arab Spring and the catalyst of that to a sharp increase in the price of wheat.
How much of a contribution to the solution is farming like yours?
It definitely has a place, whether it's 5%, 10%, 50%, it's hard to say. It depends how fast it's adopted.
Rosenberg intends that to be as fast as possible. And he sparked interest from investors the world over, including China's immense sovereign wealth fund and one of Britain's most prominent investment trusts, both touring Aero Farms the day we were there. And so those folks are thinking about investing in or are going to invest in what you're doing here and abroad?
Correct.
So are there going to be facilities like this in China? Are there already?
eventually the vision is to build these farms all over China.
And what's the key to the technology?